In the following days, Su Luyun practiced driving with Zhou Changdong every day. At first, the neighbors didn't know, but later they found out Su Luyun was learning to drive, which surprised everyone. Some older men even said, "This woman dares to drive such a big car? Isn't that reckless? What if she hit someone?" But Su Luyun was brave. In just a few days, she mastered everything, reversing, turning, and all driving skills. If it weren't for the driving test also requiring car repair skills, she even wanted to get her driver's license right away. But she couldn't repair cars, so she gave up on that idea. However, Su Luyun didn't waste her time learning Zhou Changdong's skills. She still paid tuition fees. For example, last night after her final lesson, she drove with Zhou Changdong onto a deserted highway outside the city. A large truck was parked there, swaying slightly in the distance. No one knew what was happening inside. But Zhou Changdong's lips never left his face all night. He held his wife tightly while sleeping, feeling like she was his treasure. Others didn't know these things, but they were very jealous. Xiao Yu was a typical example. She was truly envious and full of resentment. Not only Xiao Yu, but Su Luyun also thought Healing might have some thoughts of her own. This morning, when she went shopping, she saw Healing trying to pretend nothing had happened and even trying to greet her. Su Luyun didn't even bother to bring Yu's eyes to Healing, who doesn't understand her meaning. It's obvious she's trying to get close because her family has become successful. But who cares about her and her husband? Everyone just wants to live peacefully without interfering with each other. Today is Monday, which is also Su Luyun's day off. She tidied up and decided to visit her parents' house. She had thought about returning earlier, but since the main door wasn't finished, it wouldn't be proper to leave her mother-in-law to watch the house and just run back to her parents' home, right? That would be rude. Now that the door is finished and it's her day off, she naturally needs to go back. Su Luyun carried a basket with a piece of pork belly, about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. She didn't need to buy much else. With this piece of pork, she took a bus to her parents' house. Wang Guifan was busy. When her daughter returned, she was sewing clothes. Today, Ho Tsuetsue was also at home. Seeing her sister-in-law return, she exclaimed happily, "Oh, little sister, you're back?" Su Luyun saw her sister-in-law's excitement and smiled. "Yes, big sister-in-law. Are you happy to see me?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I be? I was just telling Mom the other day that I was wondering when you'd come back. I've missed you." Ho Tsuetsue always spoke straightforwardly. Su Luyun directly pointed out, "Big sister-in-law, do you want to know how my family is doing now?" Ho Tsuetsue laughed. "I'm just concerned about you and brother-in-law." She had wanted to visit Su Lushan earlier, but he refused, telling her to stay put and not interfere. It's none of her business what her brother-in-law is doing, so why bother asking? That's why Ho Tsuetsue was eagerly waiting for her sister-in-law to come back. After waiting and hoping, she finally saw her. Su Luyun smiled and handed her the basket. Ho Tsuetsue had already noticed the basket and said to her mother-in-law coming out of the small room, "Mom, look at little sister. She's carrying such a big piece of meat. That's so thoughtful." She felt happy inside. Her little sister-in-law was finally understanding how to show respect to her parents. Wang Guifan asked, "Why bring meat? Is it for Changdong?" Su Luyun smiled, holding her mother's arm. "How could I treat my husband badly? I left some for him at home." Wang Guifan smiled, seeing her daughter's healthy, rosy complexion. She knew that life after returning home with her husband was good. They went to the tailor's small workshop to chat. Ho Tsuetsue also went inside to put the basket in the cabinet. "Little sister, how is Changdong doing?" Ho Tsuetsue asked eagerly. Su Luyun smiled and said, "It's pretty good, but I'm too busy. I leave home before dawn every morning and only come back around 7 or 8 at night when it's dark." "Coming back so late?" Wang Guifan asked. "Did Changdong eat outside?" "He eats breakfast before leaving and usually takes extra boiled eggs, apples, and oranges. I told him to remember to eat something when he's hungry." "He should be listening," Su Luyun replied. "You're so busy. How much can you earn in a month?" Only Ho Tsuetsue would ask such a bold question. Su Luyun responded without hesitation, sister-in-law. Income is private. Are you joking? Ho Tsuetsue chuckled. You don't need to tell exact numbers, just roughly. Can you earn 200 yuan a month? Yes, 200 yuan a month is an income that Ho Tsuetsue would never even dream of earning. Su Luyun almost laughed. Zhou Changdong told her from bed that they earn about 500 yuan a day, split equally, so each gets about 250. 250 might sound small, but in the 21st century, many people earn less than that in a day. But she wouldn't say anything about her income. If she said too little, people might look down on her. If she said too much, they might envy or get jealous and ask for money. So, she wouldn't mention her earnings. Wang Guifan also said impatiently, "Why are you asking so many questions?" "I'm just asking," Ho Tsuetsue whispered. "Isn't it curiosity?" Su Luyun smiled, sister-in-law. "You really shouldn't be curious. I have some good news too." "What good news? Did you get pregnant?" Wang Guifan immediately looked at her daughter's belly. Ho Tsuetsue also looked at her sister-in-law's belly. "Really? Is it true?" "No," Su Luyun said with a mix of laughter and tears. "I got a job at the drama theater." When this news spread, Wang Guifan and Ho Tsuetsue were both surprised. Ho Tsuetsue had never known that Su Luyun was going to be an actress at the drama theater, but Wang Guifan did. "Did your mother-in-law introduce you?" Wang Guifan asked. Su Luyun nodded. "Yes, my mother-in-law recommended me, but I stayed because of my own skills." Ho Tsuetsue looked confused. "Little sister, what are you talking about? What does it mean that you got a job at the drama theater?" "It means I became a drama actress. I am now a formal worker at the drama theater," Su Luyun said with a smile. Ho Tsuetsue's eyes widened. "Really? Little sister, you really became an actress at the drama theater? How much do you earn in a month?" 45 yuan a month, just enough for my personal expenses. Zhou Changdong didn't say anything, but her own salary was enough. Anyway, she spent a lot, living paycheck to paycheck. No one could borrow money from her, and it was better not to ask at all. 45 yuan a month, that's more than your older brothers. And just enough for your expenses? Ho Tsuetsue's mouth twitched, but she believed it. This little sister-in-law's hands are big enough to do anything. Of course. After deducting 6 yuan for the bus pass, I only have 39 left. I still need to buy clothes, shoes, face cream, go out to eat and watch movies. None of these are free, Su Luyun said confidently. Ho Tsuetsue. Different lives, different fates, that's all. Although she didn't find out how much Zhou Changdong earns in a month, Su Luyun's job at the drama theater was quite a topic of conversation. Ho Tsuetsue grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and left. It was only past 9 or 10 o'clock. She planned to chat for half an hour and then come back to cook lunch. After she left, Wang Guifan smiled at her daughter and said, "Now you're more sensible, and you know to keep your mouth shut." She was worried her daughter might run around showing off. "That's impossible. I'm no longer the same A Meng from before," Su Luyun said with a smile. "But Mom, aren't you curious? I can tell just by how radiant you look," Wang Guifan said confidently. "And I don't even need to ask about Changdong's character. Whatever he does, he won't be bad." She never doubted her son-in-law's ability. Su Luyun smiled. "You really are my real mom, sharp-eyed and never missing anything." Wang Guifan asked again, "Why did you come back today? Didn't you do anything when you returned?" Su Luyun was not happy about that. "Mom, what are you talking about? I have Mondays off and I can't visit my family? When I go home, you say I'm acting up. Do you really think I'm that kind of person?" Wang Guifan laughed. "I just asked a question, and you're acting like a firecracker." Isn't she worried? After acting up for over 20 years, she suddenly opened her eyes. She still worries sometimes and asks more questions. "I don't act up, and even if I did, Changdong would like it very much," Su Luyun snorted. When she was in bed with him, Zhou Changdong liked it a lot. He especially liked her delicate and spoiled look. His gaze was gentle and forgiving, full of love. Any sister who experienced it would understand. Wang Guifan smiled. Seeing her daughter like this, she thought she wouldn't be bad either. "Any good news about your stomach?" She turned to look at her daughter's belly. I'm on my period at the beginning of the month. I haven't noticed anything yet. Period is period, but you should pay attention. Don't be unaware if something happens. I'm keeping track, Mom, don't worry. Wang Guifan didn't say much. How is your second sister-in-law? Is she still reacting strongly? Still the same. She has reactions, but they are manageable, Wang Guifan said. But your second brother, I think he's thinking about quitting and starting his own business. Really? That's a good thing. Her second brother is a barber. In a later time, his skills would make him a top-level barber, possibly a shop manager. He's very good at his craft. Now, with new trendy hairstyles emerging, if he starts his own shop, he will definitely succeed. Do you think that's a good idea? Wang Guifan asked. Of course, Su Luyun replied. Mom, don't you think it's a good idea? I don't think it's bad, but I see your second brother is both eager and hesitant. Both Wang Guifan and Su Zhenghua believe it's good for the couple to start their own business. They won't earn less than working in a shop. Long Dong will come to pick me up after work tonight. I'll ask him to talk to your second brother and give him some reassurance, Su Luyun said. In the original story, her second brother resigned next year to start his own business. He opened his own barbershop, which did very well. But now, because of her influence, it might happen sooner. Wang Guifan said, Why does Long Dong have to come pick you up? He's already home so late. We agreed on it, Su Luyun replied. And now all the neighbors know your son-in-law has stepped down. We should have him bring the car over so everyone can see, right? At first, Zhou Changdong was very busy and just started doing that job, with no help. Su Luyun wouldn't bother him then. But now, with Wang Shi helping out and after these days, she feels it's okay to ask him to come over and show respect to her family. Wang Guifan found it amusing, but went along with it. When Ho Tsuetsue returned, she said, Changdong will come to pick up Junjun tonight. Make sure to pack more buns for him to take home. Ho Tsuetsue immediately said, Okay, I'll handle it. Although her sister-in-law is very discreet and wouldn't reveal secrets, from what she said, she left early in the morning before dawn and returned very late at night. It's clear she's doing well. Now, even her sister-in-law has joined the theater, and the couple is on the rise. Ho Tsuetsue was happy to be part of this family and quickly went to get things ready. At noon after school, my niece and nephew came back. Su Man went home first because last time Su Luyun returned and didn't cause her trouble, and her attitude was much better. She even promised that if her grades were in the top 3 in the class for the final exam, she would get a big red envelope for the new year, and in spring next year, she would reward her with a dress. Although Su Man didn't dare to hope too much for these promises, she still felt a little nervous when she saw her little aunt return, but she still called her little aunt. Su Luyun nodded. Xiao Man is back. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Okay. Su Man sighed in relief and obediently responded. During this lunch, she ate with the main family. After a while, Su Yuan and Su Yang also came back. Seeing Su Luyun, Su Yuan was the happiest. Little aunt, you're back? Where's little uncle? Did he come back with you? Yes, little aunt. Where is my little uncle? Su Yang looked around. Last time, her little uncle was very generous and even gave her $1 as pocket money. Su Luyun smiled. Your little uncle is busy outside. He will come over by car tonight. Wash your hands and eat. After dinner, Su Luyun went to rest in her room. Su Yuan followed her in, her mouth sweet as honey. Little aunt, I think you look even more beautiful now. Say something I don't know. Su Yuan giggled. Little aunt, my mom said you got a job at the theater? Is that true? Of course, it's true. Su Luyun smiled. This Sunday from 9:30 to 11:30 in the morning, we have a big performance. Do you want to come watch? They would spend the rest of the week preparing for this big show. Su Yuan looked excited but hesitant. I want to see you perform, little aunt, but my mom definitely won't want to take me. If you want to come, I'll talk to your mom. Su Yuan nodded happily. Then I'll definitely go to watch. Have your grades improved? Yes, they have. Su Yuan took out 2 test papers from last time. Look, little aunt. For the big red envelope for the new year and a new dress next year, she was trying her best, studying with Su Man every day. Su Luyun took the papers and looked at them. Your scores have improved a lot. You still made some mistakes, but compared to before, you've made progress. However, if you want to meet my standards, you need to keep working hard. Your current grades probably won't get you into the top 20, right? I'm 31st this time. Only 31? And what about Xiao Man?
Su Luyun asked.
She's second. Su Yuandan immediately felt jealous. She wasn't as talented before, but this time she suddenly improved a lot. Su Luyun almost wanted to laugh. Indeed, with enough money, there will always be brave people. Keep working hard. You still have a good chance, Su Luyun encouraged. Little sister, can you lower your expectations a bit? Su Yuandan pleaded pitifully. Top 20 is top 20, Su Luyun said firmly, waving her hand. Go work hard. I need to get some beauty sleep. Su Luyun slept from 12:30 to 3:30, a total of 3 hours. Last night, she paid tuition for Zhou Zhongdong outside. When she got home, he was still in high spirits and kept pestering her for a long time. This morning, she woke up so early because she was tired. It's normal to sleep more when tired. Her older sister-in-law, Ho Tsue, was already preparing dinner in the kitchen. Little sister, you sleep so much. Don't you feel dizzy after sleeping so long? No, I don't. I feel full and much more energetic. Ho Tsue sighed. This little sister-in-law really enjoys life. She can sleep all day. She herself couldn't do that. Even during her confinement, she had to get up and walk around sometimes, or she'd feel dizzy and weak. She's naturally strong and can't enjoy life too much. Su Luyun ate an apple and then went into the tailor shop. Wang Guifin was still working on orders. While eating the apple, Su Luyun talked to her mother about the upcoming performance on Sunday. She asked if her mother had time to come and watch. Wang Guifin smiled and said, Sure, I'll call your sister-in-law and them to come support you. Although they had many orders and were busy, it was the first time her daughter was so successful and proud. She had to see it. It wouldn't take a whole day to spare. Not only my sister-in-law, but also my dad, my older brothers, and the kids. All of you have to come. I bought the tickets for everyone, Su Luyun said happily. Tickets can be bought when we go, Wang Guifin replied. If you wait until then, tickets might be sold out. The show is very popular. Don't think that theater tickets are expensive and nobody will watch. On the contrary, theater has a good audience, and their loyalty is high. People usually plan to watch together. Tickets need to be bought in advance. Often, tickets are sold out when you go on the day. Wang Guifin didn't understand. She had never watched a play. How much are the tickets? I'll give you the money. Su Luyun was speechless. Can't your daughter even afford a few tickets? Just come and enjoy the show. Wang Guifin smiled. All right, then I'll let you buy the tickets. Oh, Mom, I also want to invite my in-laws to come along. After visiting both families, we can all have a meal together. What do you think? No problem, Wang Guifin replied. Ask Chongdong if he can free up some time on Sunday. If he can, we can go together. Yes. After talking to her mom, Su Luyun then went to speak with her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, this Sunday I'm inviting everyone to watch a play. I'll buy the tickets for you. Can you and your husband bring the kids over? Ho Tsue didn't hesitate. My husband and I will take the kids, but will the travel expenses be reimbursed? Shuluyun. In the evening, her nephew and niece came home from school. Her dad, her older brother, second brother, and sister-in-law also finished work. Seeing Su Luyun return, everyone was very happy. When they heard she had started working at the theater and invited them to watch a show on Sunday, the whole family was quite surprised. Really? Little sister, you can act in plays? Su Luyun said proudly. Big brother, are you surprised? Before you knew it, I've already performed in several shows. How come we didn't know you could do this before? You guys didn't know a lot of things. Do I need to tell you everything?
Shuluyun smiled.
No need. Are you coming on Sunday? The play is really good, she asked. Of course we're coming. Since you invited us, how could we not go? Su Luyun's brother-in-law said with a smile. Su Jinghua also felt good. We'll be ready, and come over on Sunday.
All right. Shuluyun nodded confidently.
Although she knew Changdong would come in the evening, since they didn't know the exact time, everyone was hungry and decided to eat first. Before eating, Su Luyun set aside a portion for Changdong. After dinner, the family gathered to chat while waiting for him. Even Ho Tsuetsue didn't go next door to watch TV. She stayed home waiting for her son-in-law. Knowing her daughter had gone to her parents' house and that her father-in-law was waiting, Changdong arrived earlier than usual. He drove over around 7:30 p.m. Usually, he wouldn't be home by then, let alone come to his father-in-law's house. When a large truck arrived, it caused quite a stir and became the center of attention for neighbors nearby. Being a small business owner in this era isn't very prestigious. But as the saying goes, when your scale is big enough, the idea of being unsuitable doesn't really matter. Zhou Changdong's big truck drove over, and it was very impressive. Not embarrassing? Impossible. But compared to other people's big trucks, Su Luyun was very worried. She hurriedly asked, "Why did you come so quickly? Were you driving fast to save time?" The road wasn't as smooth as in later years, so driving fast was risky. Zhou Changdong smiled as he looked at his wife. "No, I wasn't in a hurry. Both trucks were close today and we finished early, so we came back a bit sooner." Hearing this, Su Luyun felt relieved. "Little sister, don't worry. Changdong is careful and won't act rashly," Ho Tsuetsue said cheerfully, holding a basket that Zhou Changdong handed her. "Look inside. There's cigarettes, wine, brown sugar, milk candies, and peach cookies, full and overflowing." This gift from the son-in-law was really generous. She proudly showed the basket to the neighbors on both sides. The neighbors looked envious. The old Su family's son-in-law had visited twice, each time bringing a basket full of gifts. He was very generous. They chatted outside for a while, then Su Jingwa smiled and said, "It's cold outside. Everyone go inside." Wang Guifan also smiled and told her grandchildren, "You kids, watch over your little uncle's car." "Okay, don't worry, Grandma. I'll make sure to watch the car carefully," Su Yang said excitedly. Su Yuan also shouted, "No one can touch little uncle's car." Su Man nodded firmly, all watching outside. If any children tried to touch the car, they would be stopped. It was little uncle's car, only to look, not to touch. If it got damaged, they couldn't afford to pay. "Let's go eat. I left some food in the pot to keep warm," Su Luyun said as they entered the house. "Changdong, go ahead and eat first," Wang Guifan added. Zhou Changdong didn't hesitate. He washed his hands and went to the kitchen with his wife to eat. There was stewed fish, eggs, and greens, a hearty dinner. Zhou Changdong started eating happily. Su Luyun thought that liking someone was simply loving no matter what. Watching this man eat, she found him very attractive. She also noticed he changed his clothes and smiled, asking, "Did you take a shower?" "Of course. I can't come to my father-in-law's house looking all dirty," Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Su Luyun smiled back. "Eat up." Zhou Changdong nodded and finished all the dishes left for him. After finishing the meal, Zhou Changdong and his wife went to the living room to drink tea. In the living room, Su Zhenghua had already prepared tea and brought the cup for his son-in-law. "Thanks, Dad." Zhou Changdong smiled. Su Zhenghua chuckled. "Did Junjun say you're coming home late every day now?" "Now at the coal yard, it's just me, Datua, and Shizi working. We're pretty busy," Zhou Changdong replied. "That's too tiring," Wang Guifan said. "If you keep working like this every day, your health won't hold up in the long run." Zhou Changdong knew his mother-in-law was worried about him. He smiled and said, "It's only temporary. We'll keep going like this for now. Once things stabilize, we'll hire 2 more people." If he were single, he wouldn't worry so much. He'd do everything himself. Being busy wouldn't bother him. But now he has a family to take care of. Can he keep himself so busy that he has no time to spend with his wife? His wife had waited 3 years for him. Now that he's back, he definitely wouldn't let her go shopping alone. In the future, they'll have children too, and he needs time to spend with them. Earning money is important, but he can't focus only on that. He needs to have a family life. So, hiring more people is necessary. He already has some workers in mind, former soldiers he knew well. He'll find those who are unemployed and need work. The pay is good and they even get housing and meal allowances. Ho Chui Chui quickly said, Changdong, I have a cousin who's free right now. Maybe he can help. Su Lu Jun interrupted her directly. Big sister-in-law, don't arrange work for Changdong. He knows what he can do himself. If he needs help, he'll find his former soldiers. Don't try to connect him with relatives just for the sake of it. Why bother looking outside? If there's work, it's better to hire family members. It's also good for family ties, Ho Chui Chui said, glancing at Su Lushan, hoping he'd say something. Su Lushan rolled his eyes, almost annoyed. Come on, you know your cousin better than anyone. He was sent to the countryside for 2 years and didn't get much training. Now he's back, but he can't lift a hand or shoulder heavy things. Don't talk nonsense. He knew her family well, especially her cousin. Last time, he even asked to borrow money from him. He had lent money before, but never got it back. Now he's asking again? Ridiculous.
Oh, Kui was speechless.
Ugh, men. They don't take care of their own family at all. Zhou Changdong smiled and said, Our work really needs a lot of strength. The daily tasks are heavy, and most people can't handle it. Ho Tsuetsue wanted to say something, but Su Luyun interrupted. Big sister-in-law, Changdong's peach pastry is pretty good. Try it and see if you like it. Ho Tsuetsue immediately took it and looked at the fragrant peach pastry. She smiled and said, Changdong, you're too polite. Just come. Why bring so many things? Last time, you brought a lot, and this time is the same. Wang Guifan also told her son-in-law, You're right, next time don't buy these things. Why keep coming back to buy them? Su Luyun happily handed peach pastries to her parents and said, Look at that. Your son-in-law is buying things to show respect to you too. Why are you upset? She also gave peach pastries to her older brother and second brother and sister-in-law to eat. Su Lushan didn't want any, Zhu Meishua didn't want any, but Su Lulin took some and gave it to his little son, Xiao Kan, saying, Changdong is just starting out. Mom is worried he might spend too much. You two, one buying meat and the other bringing so many gifts, you're not strangers. Why be so polite? Just come over. Exactly, nodded Wang Guifan. Su Liyun then said to Zhou Changdong, All right, next time we'll come empty-handed, just eat and take what we need. Zhou Changdong smiled. Su Liyun handed the remaining peach pastries to Ho Tsuetsue. Big sister-in-law, you can share these with Yang Yang and the others. Keep the rest for yourself. She stuffed her sister-in-law's mouth. Ho Tsuetsue happily took one to give to the children and kept one for herself. Su Yang, eating the pastry, asked, Mom, can I sit in the car later? I've never been on such a big truck before. Su Yuan also looked at her mom eagerly. As for Su Man, she didn't dare think too much. Ask your little uncle later. I can't decide. Ho Tsuetsue waved her hand to dismiss him. Neighbors still wanted to ask her, the big mouth, about how much money Zhou Changdong would earn from this big truck in a month. Ho Tsuetsue didn't say, she couldn't find out. I didn't ask for details, but with such a big truck, you can imagine it's definitely a lot. She was outside bragging to the neighbors who hadn't left yet, while inside, Su Lian asked her second brother, I heard from Mom that you want to leave and start your own business? That's the idea, Su Lulin nodded. Then, why hesitate? Just go ahead. The new year is coming soon, and everyone wants to dress up nicely for the holiday. But we're still a bit worried, Su Lulin smiled. There's nothing to worry about. Your skills are so good, and I have high expectations. I'm very satisfied with the haircut you gave me. Previously, her second brother always cut her hair, and she was very satisfied with his skills. Second sister-in-law, what do you think?
Su Lian asked.
Zhu Meishua also smiled. I trust your second brother too, but he's very hesitant. Hesitation is understandable. This is too risky, Su Lushan said. Your combined salaries are over 50,000 now. With such high wages, can't you support your family? If you start your own business and it goes well, that's great. But what if it fails? Then you'll lose your job and your family will have trouble eating. He thought it wasn't necessary. It would be better to work steadily. But Su Lushan's thoughts weren't unreasonable. People naturally seek stability. Chongdong, what do you think? Su Zhenghua asked his son-in-law. Su Lian looked at her husband and smiled. You're out there working and seeing a lot. Do you want to give my second brother some advice? Push him a little, encourage him to take a big step forward? Zhang Chongdong didn't hesitate. Second brother, since you're interested and thinking about it, you can't hold back. Why not just go for it? Maybe you'll succeed. Su Lian said, Chongdong is right.
Just take a chance.
With your skills, even if you're not just doing women's hair, men need haircuts once or twice a month. There are so many adults and children. Even doing it blindly, you'd do well. And especially in hairdressing, making money from women is where the big profits are. Su Lulin smiled. You're very experienced. Am I a woman and don't understand this?
Su Liyun said.
Once you open your shop, do a free haircut for me first. I'll be your model, and then I can help promote your shop with the slogan. Beauty starts from the head, and your shop will be popular for sure. Zhang Chongdong and the Su family members looked at each other silently. Since they decided to go ahead, they had to prepare. Su Zhenghua also knew that a shop on the front street was for sale. It's late today. You can go see it tomorrow. If the price is right, you can buy it. Stores cost a lot, Su Lulin hesitated. I plan to rent a shop first. If you can buy it, then buy it. Renting is fine if the landlord is trustworthy, but if the landlord is unreliable, raising rent, increasing utility costs, or suddenly refusing to let you operate, then you're stuck. Do you want to keep your business stable? It's frustrating. Even if they buy it and do nothing, it will still increase in value over time. My house is a good example. It appreciated by 600 in just 3 years. Pure profit, Su Luyun said. Wang Guifin also agreed. She supported her second brother starting his own business. Tomorrow, I'll go with your dad to look at the shop. If it's good and the price is right, we'll buy it. Su Lulin thought it made sense, but buying a storefront would require more money. He needed to borrow some from his parents. But there's no need to discuss this face-to-face. He can talk to his parents privately. After staying at her parents' house for over an hour and seeing that the time was about right, Su Luyun decided to go back with Zhou Chongdong. She also took the gift from her family, her sister-in-law Ho Tsuetsue's homemade cabbage meat buns. They would be good for tonight's snack and tomorrow's breakfast. Although she didn't manage to get her brother-in-law to agree to hire her cousin, Ho Tsuetsue still made a good impression on the neighbors tonight. Zhou Chongdong also carried a lot of things, which made Ho Tsuetsue very happy. She smiled and said, "Take these buns home, steam them, and they'll be ready to eat. Chongdong, try one. If you like it, next time you visit, I'll make more for you." "Thanks, big sister-in-law. My brother, and I won't be polite," Su Luyun replied with a smile. "Don't mention it. If you like them, just say so."
小姑丈，能不能让我坐大货车？我还没坐过大货车呢。
Su Yang asked eagerly. Su Yuan also looked at her brother-in-law, both wanting to try. Wang Guifin wanted to stop them, but Zhou Chongdong was a generous and kind brother-in-law. He was happy to fulfill their small wishes. So, amid the envy of other neighbors' children, each of them got on the truck for a little while, including Su Man and the younger Su Can, all eager to try. They all looked so happy, and their vanity was satisfied like never before. Honestly, riding in a big truck could be a bragging point among other children. It also made the little kids really like their brother-in-law, constantly asking when he would bring his sister back again. On the way back, Su Luyun felt a bit jealous. A bunch of ungrateful kids, all so enthusiastic about you, my little sister-in-law, but not so much for me. Zhou Chongdong smiled. That's not true. We all came back together, didn't we? Su Luyun then told him about the big performance they had planned for that Sunday. At first, she didn't think much of it, but when she talked to her niece Su Yuan about it during her visit to her parents' house, she felt a sudden inspiration. She wanted to organize a gathering for both families. Because Zhou Chongdong became a vegetable patient before, her family still wants to bring her home. Although it's understandable, it might affect their relationship a little. They decided to gather for a meal together, to put the past behind them. In the future, she and Zhou Chongdong will need to live happily together. So she had to ask Zhou Chongdong if he could free up a day this Sunday. Zhou Chongdong smiled. Although busy, I can't really spare a whole day. I'll just have Shizi drive over on Sunday. Su Luyun smiled. All right, then you and your parents go on Sunday. We'll meet at the theater later. Okay. Zhou Changdong agreed happily. Su Luyun felt in a good mood and hummed a song from this era, Sweet Honey, which was released just last year. Her sweet and elegant voice filled the air. Zhou Changdong couldn't help but keep looking at his wife. Su Luyun was also charming. When she sang It's You, the one I dream of, she gave him a flirtatious wink. After finishing the song, she asked, Did I sing well? Very good. Zhou Changdong nodded enthusiastically, clearly impressed. My wife, you sing so beautifully. Su Luyun happily accepted his compliment without modesty. Her talent was obvious, so she didn't need to be humble. In the fields of film, music, and acting, she had made good progress in 2 areas, except for movies. Then she continued with another song, What Do You Say?, which expressed playful annoyance and sadness over a lover's broken promise. Su Luyun sang it to Zhou Changdong, pouring out her feelings of waiting at home for 3 years. Zhou Changdong couldn't stand it. When her sad singing ended with the last line, I've waited over a year, 365 days are hard to bear. You don't care about me at all. Give me back my love, he said. I want the love, and I'm not giving it back to you. Su Luyun replied, If you want it, I'll give it to you.
Dream on.
Who else do you want to give it to if not me? Anyone but you, Su Luyun snorted. Seeing how remote and quiet the area was nearby, Zhou Changdong decided to stop the car. Su Luyun looked confused. Why did you stop here? Is something wrong? She thought Zhou Changdong needed to, and wanted to get out of the car. Zhou Changdong showed her with his actions why he stopped. He was very pleased with the tuition she paid last night, and her singing love songs in the car had made him physically react. So, he wanted to stay outside a bit longer to relive the feelings from last night's tuition. Shuluyun. You're such a person. She wanted to resist, but couldn't. Zhou Changdong pressed forward. After kissing his wife until she was exhausted, Zhou Changdong gently picked her up, holding her face. Good sister, your brother made you wait too long, but I will make it up to you. I will compensate you for the 3 years I owe you. I don't want your compensation, I want. All right, I'll give it to you now. Zhou Changdong kissed her again. Su Luyun made a few muffled sounds and tried to hit him, but he held her hand and embraced her around the neck. She just held on to him and let him be playful. Soon, the large truck in the open space was faintly swaying, and some distant sounds could be heard, but since the windows were closed, it was hard to hear clearly. It wasn't until over half an hour later that the truck finally stopped with no more movement. After a while, the truck started again, heading back toward home. The next day after work, Su Luyun made dumplings and brought some to her mother-in-law, Chen Aihong, at the old house. She also mentioned the plan to watch a play on Sunday and have a meal with 2 other families. Chen Aihong was very happy. Yes, we should have a meal together. She reached out to give her money to buy tickets, suggesting they go see the play with her in-laws. Su Luyun smiled and said, No need, Mom. I already bought the tickets today. Zhou Changdong can also take a day off this Sunday. You all can go together.
Good.
Chen Aihong agreed happily. Healing tried to smile and greet her, but Su Luyun ignored her and walked past. Yuling's face stiffened. She couldn't help but look at her mother-in-law, Chen Aihong, but she pretended not to see. She was frustrated and waited until Zhou Changping returned. Then she quietly told him about what happened. Now she's making money, and she thinks she's better than us,
she said.
Zhou Changping wanted to uphold his brother's dignity and disapproved of her behavior. You know she looks down on us and you still went over there? Isn't that embarrassing? If you're shameless, I am too. Yuling was furious.
What are you talking about?
I went over there for whom? It's all for our Yong Shun. He even said he wants to drive big trucks like his little uncle in the future. Last time, my son rode home in his little uncle's truck and was so excited he talked about it all night. He even said that when he grows up he wants to be a truck driver like his uncle, driving big trucks. It looked very impressive. Healing thought this was very good. Although she always hoped that Uncle Zhou Chang'an could help raise the boy, her son's grades were really poor, clearly not someone who enjoys studying. Whether Uncle Zhou Chang'an can take care of him in the future is another matter. Now that her little uncle drives a truck and manages a coal yard, if they can build a good relationship, her son would have more options and a better path. Because of this, she now wants to improve her relationship with Su Luyun, but she keeps hitting walls. She's very frustrated. If it weren't for her son, she wouldn't bother to deal with such coldness. But now that Zhou Changping said this, she definitely didn't want to accept it. Zhou Changping said, "He's grown up now, let the second son help out. No need for him." By him, he meant Zhou Changdong, the third brother. He's been upset because he feels Zhou Changdong doesn't respect him as the oldest brother. He Ling could see through him easily. She rolled her eyes in frustration. She always held on to the idea that she was the oldest brother and that her two younger brothers should follow her lead. She didn't know what gave him the illusion that Uncle Zhou, a college student about to graduate and likely to become an official, would help him. Her younger brother-in-law, although not returning to the army, bought a big truck and now manages a coal yard. He's probably making a fortune daily. As the oldest brother, he has no achievements and still clings to his status as the big brother. Her two younger brothers probably don't even see him as important. Their little schemes, others might not know, but Chen Aihong knows very well. That night, after going to bed, she mentioned that they would go see a play together on Sunday and have a meal with the old Su family. Zhou Quanqing agreed. Now that her son is better, the two families should have a good meal together. When the third brother was brought back, the Su family initially wanted to take his daughter home, but they are honest and even wanted to return the money used to marry the third brother's wife. Later, the third brother's wife insisted on staying, and they didn't force her to leave. Zhou Quanqing was very satisfied with this kind of family. They could have a meal together, forget the past, and let the third brother and his wife live happily afterward. Chen Aihong also agreed. After finishing this, she shifted the conversation to her eldest son and his wife's thoughts. Zhou Quanqing snorted and said, "If I had known, why did I do it in the first place?" Although parents hope their children get along well and are united and respectful, but the couple is really not good people. If that's the case, how could they be parents and force themselves together? They are grown up and have their own families now. If they get along, they stay close. If not, they go their separate ways. That's fine. Chen Aihong also feels the same way. However, Su Luyun also talked to Zhou Changdong about this. "I think my sister-in-law's attitude seems to be trying to ease the relationship with me, but I really don't want to have anything to do with her, so I ignored her. After all, it's about their family relationships, and she definitely needs to show her stance. She really has no intention of maintaining contact with the older family." Zhou Changdong has no opinion at all. "Wife, you don't need to feel wronged. If you don't want to interact, then don't." He has already seen clearly what kind of people his older brother and sister-in-law are. If his wife doesn't want to associate with them, he won't force her. Not to mention his wife, he himself is quite indifferent to that side, just maintaining a distance. Su Luyun leaned into his arms and said casually, "Sisters-in-law not getting along is a common small issue, but what she did was so disgusting I can't get past it in my life." Zhou Changdong hugged his wife, feeling very distressed. "Sorry, wife, you've been wronged." When he was away, his wife didn't know how much her sister-in-law had falsely accused and bullied her. That's why she was willing to spend so much money to buy this house and live alone. But living alone isn't peaceful. During the 3 years he was away, his wife endured a lot of unfairness. Thinking of this, Zhou Changdong felt even more distressed. He held his wife tighter. "Wife, you don't need to care about these things. Just do what makes you happy." Su Luyun didn't know he was thinking so much, but she was very pleased with his words and leaned in to kiss him. Zhou Changdong also leaned over to kiss his wife, wanting to comfort her. But Su Luyun refused. "No more kisses. We have a lot of rehearsal tasks coming up. Let me rest properly. Just one kiss."
No.
Su Luyun wouldn't allow it. She was familiar with his tricks and couldn't be easily fooled anymore. One kiss would definitely lead to more, especially after what happened last night in the car. She had swayed once, and after returning, they did it again. This morning during rehearsal, she almost felt weak in her legs. They are truly afraid of him. She really can't understand. Does his body really have an iron constitution? No matter how tired he is, a good sleep can make him feel fully energized again. No wonder he can become a powerful leader someday. With such abundant energy, he would succeed in anything he does. But she couldn't keep up. Although she thought she was full of energy, she couldn't handle him coming at her like that. Because of one of his advances, she could reach twice or even 3 times. After he played with her 2 or 3 times, she was about to break down. Zhou Changdong saw his young wife like this and smiled. He leaned over and kissed her, saying, "Sleep well tonight." In the following week, Su Luyun was busier than ever. She arrived at the drama theater at 8:30 in the morning and didn't get home until nearly 6 in the evening. Before, when she wasn't busy and rehearsals went smoothly, she could leave work on time. But now, with a busy schedule, if some roles didn't go well during rehearsals, she had to keep going, often staying an extra hour or 2, which was normal. Although these days were busy, Su Luyun felt very fulfilled. She worked with Zhou Changdong during the day, and at night, they cuddled at home and talked about many things. For example, gossip from the drama theater. The gossip there was explosive, who was seeing whom, who was on bad terms with whom, lots of juicy news. It was great to go out and socialize instead of staying home all day, bored and overthinking. Zhou Changdong was busy outside, but he always came home to comfort her and tell her not to worry. That was the kind of life she wanted, and now it was really good. Of course, there were some downsides. Zhou Changdong thought she was too busy and would fall asleep as soon as she lay down at night. He was reluctant to wake her, so he just let her sleep peacefully. She truly appreciated him for that. This man's needs in that area were really high, but she didn't care about him. With such a busy schedule, she had no time or mood to deal with him. That week, besides a wild night in the car on Monday, she only gave him attention on Thursday. But even though it was only 2 days apart, and Zhou Changdong, craving more, ate 3 times that night. He was definitely 3 times, but she was 6, 7, or even 8 times. The next day, he was full of energy and went to work, while Su Luyun was late. Fortunately, she was skilled, and all her parts in the rehearsal went smoothly, especially since it was her first time, and she had Chennai home, her mother-in-law, as a backup. She was well-connected. With these conditions, she avoided the director's scolding. But she was also annoyed and decided not to let Zhou Changdong sit beside her anymore. She even thought about sending him to sleep in the next room. All other matters are easy to discuss, and Zhou Changdong is a typical obedient husband who listens to his wife and won't go against her wishes. However, when it comes to dividing the rooms, there is no room for negotiation. Dividing the rooms is impossible, absolutely impossible. In the end, Su Luyun had to set 3 rules with him. Because of the threat of room division, Zhou Changdong behaved himself, but he still would hold her and push her gently to show his displeasure. Pushed by him, Su Luyun said. She really didn't know what to say. Sunday arrived quickly. Since Zhou Changdong had warned him in advance, Wang Shi came early before dawn to take the big truck away. Over the past days, Wang Shi had become very skilled. He could drive himself without worry. Zhou Changdong didn't go back to sleep. He got up quickly to buy groceries and prepare breakfast for his wife. Since it was still early, he went to the black market to buy things from Xiaotong. Now that winter had started, the cold weather made it easier to store meat, unlike in summer, when it spoiled easily. So even if no one ordered, the black market still had some items to sell, making it convenient for customers to buy or sell at any time. The supply was limited, just enough to sell out. Zhou Changdong arrived early, so there weren't many customers yet, and the supplies were plentiful. He bought 3 gin of pork belly, a large piece of fat meat for making oil and cooking, and eggs. The eggs in his house were used up quickly because he boiled a few every morning to take away, eat around 10 or 11 in the morning, or in the afternoon around 3 or 4. He traded with Wang Shi and Qindatua for food, or they brought bread or steamed buns and mantu. When out driving, they never went hungry. After buying these supplies, Zhou Changdong went to the vegetable market and bought 2 fish and 2 bunches of vegetables. Once he had everything, he went home to cook. Su Luyun was awakened by the fragrant smell of pig fat being rendered. But when she saw that it was still early on her watch, she continued to lie in bed until it was almost time, then got up, dressed, and washed up. "Honey, it's still early. Sleep a little longer. It won't be late," Zhou Changdong said when he saw her get up. Seeing the man in an apron, Su Luyun couldn't help but smile. "No need. I've slept enough." She was clever too, walking over to pat his and teasing, "Man, you're very caring." Zhou Changdong. Su Luyun didn't stop at just patting. She also rubbed him. She learned this trick from him, because he liked it that way. Zhou Changdong wasn't afraid of being rubbed and looked at his wife meaningfully. "Wife, when you come back tonight, do whatever you want to rub." "Certainly." Just this one sentence made Su Luyun give up and quickly go to brush her teeth and wash her face, no longer causing trouble. Zhou Changdong smiled, quickly preparing breakfast: pan-fried pork belly, stewed fish, and stir-fried bok choy. The main staple was the steamed mixed flour bun he made last night. Su Luyun wouldn't say such a breakfast was greasy. Today was a big performance, and she needed to eat well to have enough energy. She ate quite a bit of the pan-fried pork, stewed fish, and bok choy. She also ate 2 of the large mixed flour buns, about the size of a fist. Zhou Changdong wanted her to eat more, but she really couldn't eat any more. Seeing that time was getting late, Su Luyun said, "We need to gather early today. After you pack up, go call Mom and Dad to come along. I think they'll arrive around the same time. Then you can arrange for them to sit at their reserved seats." Zhou Changdong replied, "You don't need to worry about that. I will handle everything." Su Luyun looked at this man she liked so much and leaned in to kiss him. "If today's performance goes smoothly, we'll rest tomorrow. I'll treat you well tonight." Since there was no way to avoid it, she decided to enjoy it fully. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife. "I don't need you to give me a massage. Don't worry, it will be just as you wish." Su Luyun winked at him and then happily left with her bag. Zhou Changdong smiled as he saw his little troublemaker off, then turned back to clean up the kitchen dishes. He also fed Yuan Bao. Seeing that it was about time, he planned to go to the old house to call his parents, but Chen Aihong and Zhou Quansheng came over by themselves. The family of 3 went outside to wait for the car. While waiting, Zhou Changdong explained to his parents that his father-in-law and mother-in-law truly loved their daughter. They were satisfied with him, too. It was just that at the time, given the circumstances, they couldn't do otherwise. It was normal for them to want to bring their daughter home. Moreover, for this business venture, his mother-in-law even gave him 2,000 yuan to support him. Chen Aihong said, "We know the Su family is kind-hearted and sincere about you, son-in-law. You don't need to tell us all this." Zhou Quansheng also agreed, "Just focus on living well with your wife. That's the best. Let's forget about other things and not worry too much." Seeing his parents' attitude, Zhou Changdong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. My wife and I will live well together. Have a child soon." Zhou Quansheng even wanted to push him a bit. Their family's descendants had become fewer, but the older 2 weren't mentioning it. Now, they could only hope for the 3rd son and his wife. "That's the plan," Zhou Changdong simply said. Today, everyone in the old Su family was paying close attention to Su Luyun's performance. Early in the morning, the whole family got up. After breakfast, they checked the time and went outside to wait for the bus. While waiting, Ho Tsuetsue was a bit worried. "Little sister probably won't embarrass herself on stage or ruin the play, right?" she asked. If she did mess up, then the whole family would be embarrassed too. Su Lushan, standing nearby, was also unsure. It shouldn't happen, right? She's on stage now, so her skills must be recognized. Didn't she say she got in through connections? Ho Tsuetsue added. Su Yuan immediately defended her sister-in-law. "Mom, don't talk nonsense. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. She didn't get in through connections. She got into the theater through her talent. It's not her first time on stage. She's performed several times." Ho Tsuetsue thought to herself, you believe what your sister-in-law says? Junjun has been learning from her mother-in-law for a long time in private.
You just don't know about it.
Don't spread rumors outside, Wang Guifin said irritably.
Exactly.
Mom, just wait and see my sister-in-law perform. Su Yuan, a big fan of her sister-in-law, was fully supportive. Ho Tsuetsue glared at her daughter, but wisely kept quiet. Zhu Meishua smiled and tried to smooth things over. I haven't even watched the play yet. Today, I'm lucky to be here with my little sister-in-law and learn something new. It seems I've only gone to see a play once with my little sister-in-law before, Su Lulin chuckled. The Su family wasn't badly off. They definitely went to the movies. But they had never really watched a play before. None of them had much artistic talent, except Su Luyun. She had loved these fancy things since she was young. Su Lulin had only gone along for the ride that time. As they chatted, the bus arrived. The children rarely had the chance to ride the bus, so they were all very excited. They even compared the bus to their brother-in-law's big truck. After comparing, they all agreed that the big truck was more comfortable to sit in. The bus seats were hard and ordinary. There were other passengers on the bus too. Hearing their conversation, they smiled and joined in. They asked, "Does your brother-in-law have a big truck all by himself?" "Of course. Our brother-in-law is the best,"
said Su Yang.
Ever since the last time his brother-in-law took him for a ride in the big truck, Su Yang worshipped him endlessly. Su Yuan was a big fan of her sister-in-law, and her younger brother-in-law was also proud of her. The Su family. When they arrived, Zhou Changdong was already waiting outside. Little uncle. Su Yang's eyes lit up as he looked around, hoping little uncle had brought the big truck. Little uncle, where's your big truck? The big truck is for delivering goods. Today, little uncle took the bus, Zhou Changdong said with a smile, handing them popcorn and caramel candies he had bought. Share these, and we can eat while watching later. Thanks, little uncle. The children cheered happily. Mom, Dad, elder brother, second brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. Zhou Changdong greeted with a smile. No need to come out and wait. It's so cold outside, Wang Guifin said with a warm smile. It's okay. My parents and I just arrived too, Zhou Changdong replied with a smile. Our in-laws are waiting inside. Let's go in, Su Zhengua said. Come on, let's go inside, Ho Tsuetsue said, not wanting to freeze outside. They all went in, and Zhou Changdong led them to their seats. Zhou Quansheng and Chen Aihong saw the in-laws coming and quickly stood up to greet them. Both families shook hands and chatted happily. Chen Aihong talked with Wang Guifin, who expressed admiration for Chen Aihong's past work as a theater actress. Chen Aihong admired Wang Guifin's craftsmanship. Her sewing machine seemed to listen to her, and the clothes she made looked so beautiful. They complimented each other sincerely, each feeling pleased. Su Zhengua chatted with Zhou Quansheng, while Zhou Changdong and Su Lushan, Su Lulin, and others were nearby, so the scene was lively. As they talked, Ho Tsuetsue sat with the kids eating snacks. Zhou Changdong had bought plenty of snacks. While eating, she chatted with Zhu Meishua, saying this theater is really big. It was her first time here, and she was truly impressed. Zhu Meishua nodded with a smile. Yes, it's very big, and there are a lot of people. I heard before that a ticket costs 70 cents. So, expensive. I didn't expect so many people to come, Ho Tsuetsue said, looking at the crowded audience seats, almost full. She found it hard to believe that so many wealthy people were willing to spend money for entertainment. Zhu Meishua thought the same. If her in-laws hadn't called the family to come together, she wouldn't have come either. A ticket costs more than a pound of eggs. How could ordinary people afford that? Ho Tsuetsue added, but you can come often to watch plays in the future. Uncle's barber shop probably isn't doing badly, sounding a bit jealous. Last Monday, I decided to do it. This week, Su Lulin immediately resigned and bought a shop to start renovations. Ho Tsuetsue didn't know at first, but later she found out that the second house was leaving to start her own business. She was very jealous. Now she speaks with a sarcastic tone. Zhu Meishua said, We're also very nervous. We don't know how the business will go after opening. We've invested everything. Ho Tsuetsue said, "You guys are too bold." Compared to Lushan, he's much more cautious. When she expressed her envy to Su Lushan at night, she suggested he also resign and find something to do. But Su Lushan scolded her, asking what she was doing. Was she planning to give up their family life? Why resign when everything is going well? Ho Tsuetsue just said this casually. She didn't really want Su Lushan to resign. Although she was scolded, she was still happy with Su Lushan because having a stable job was good. But she still felt a little jealous. Yes, Big Brother is very steady. But it's nothing special. Once the shop opens, Big Brother and sister-in-law can bring the kids to get haircuts, and it won't cost anything. Zhu Meishue knew how to get along with this sister-in-law. Sure enough, Ho Tsuetsue was quite satisfied when she heard this. I have to admit, you're really lucky. She looked at Zhu Meishue's belly with envy. She had been working hard for a long time, and Su Lushan was exhausted, but there was still no sign of progress. She also wanted to get a reward from her mother-in-law. Knowing her thoughts, Zhu Meishue said. She smiled and had no opinion about Ho Tsuetsue. This sister-in-law always spoke directly and showed her feelings openly, never schemed behind anyone's back. Compared to her previous sister-in-law, Ho Tsuetsue was much easier to get along with. At this moment, the stage lights flickered and the curtain slowly opened. It's starting. It's starting. Su Yuan, who had been waiting eagerly, hurriedly said. As the curtain opened, the actors on stage gradually appeared. This was a story set in the Republic era about two sisters fighting over one man, mixed with family drama and ethical conflicts. The story began with Bai Yenshuang, who played the cousin, coming from a poor family to stay with her older cousin, played by Su Lujuan. Then, the two cousins both fell in love with the brother next door, who was also a senior at their school. Before my cousin arrived, Su Luyun, as the older sister, was truly childhood friends with the neighbor's brother. The distant cousin, Bai Yenshuang, who came to stay with her family, was a later addition. Su Luyun, the childhood friend, has a temper and is a bit spoiled, while Bai Yenshuang appears gentle and kind. At this time, the audience particularly liked the female lead, who is a typical White Lotus type, weak, honest, and decent. They could easily sympathize with her. Someone like Su Luyun, who fights for what she wants, would not be popular in this era. It would take many decades later for her to find her audience. Even then, her fans would be few, and she might often be labeled as a villainess. It's very easy for women to be called a villainess. They don't need to do anything extreme like crime or violence. Just showing ambition can earn that label. People's prejudices are like an insurmountable mountain. In the story, Su Luyun and Bai Yenshuang compete for a man, but in the end, Su Luyun loses. However, she doesn't give up. She directly tries to get close to the twin brother of the neighbor's family. Since she can't be his wife, she becomes his sister-in-law. But she isn't satisfied with just being a sister-in-law. After marrying into the family with the female lead, she also tries to flirt with her childhood friend's older brother. Unlike her previous role, where she was forced to be a third wheel, this time she deliberately flirts and acts shamelessly. She plays the role of a sly fox. Because of her, the whole family becomes chaotic and messy. The audience watching is furious. Many even curse her. This is too disgusting. How can someone be so shameless? Exactly. How can she be so brazen? I've never seen anyone so flirtatious. This is just disgusting. She probably isn't a good person either. Hearing these comments, the Su family, who saw their daughters acting causing public outrage, was speechless. Even Ho Tsuetsue didn't dare speak up and covered Su Yuan's mouth, saying, "Don't talk, or we won't be able to save you if you get hit." This is all acting. It's just a performance, Su Yuan whispered. I know your little sister-in-law is really good at acting, so hated, Ho Tsuetsue said. Zhou Changdong remained calm, and Chun Aihong and Zhou Quanqing looked indifferent. Because Chun Aihong has also played supporting roles and even antagonists before, she is used to criticism and doesn't find it surprising. The stronger the audience's reaction, the better her performance is considered. As long as she acts well, she shouldn't care about viewers' opinions. This is part of an actor's self-cultivation. Su Luyun excels in this aspect. She embraces whatever role causes the most anger, and whenever she has a scene, the audience's response is the strongest. Su Luyun is not afraid because, she has her moment of redemption. She sacrifices herself to save Bai Shuang and the neighbor's brother's child, who was stolen by enemies. She is stabbed 18 times by enemy agents, but clings to the enemy's leg to prevent them from taking the child. Eventually, the neighbor's brother and Bai Shuang arrive, and she is pushed away. The enemy agents are also subdued by the team leader, and the child is rescued. At this moment, Su Luyun is covered in blood and lies in Bai Shuang's arms. Bai Shuang tears up and asks, "Why? Why did you do this? You dislike me so much, right? Why would you choose to die to save my child?" Su Luyun, in her arms, gives a bitter smile and says, I do dislike you. I still dislike you now. But that doesn't stop me from saving Brother Shirchong's child. I won't let anyone hurt him.
Bai Shuang cries, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to fight with you, for Shirchong. Su Luyun weakly responds, actually, you are more suitable for Shirchong than I am. I just can't accept it.
But
everything is over now. From now on, I can only ask you to take good care of Brother Shirchong. I am just a bad woman. You will definitely be happy. After saying this, she passes away in Bai Shuang's arms. Bai Shuang also cries bitterly. All the past grudges and conflicts fade away with Su Luyun's tragic death, stabbed 18 times while saving her child. Because of Su Luyun's final words and Bai Shuang's emotional performance, many viewers in the audience are moved to tears. People say Su Luyun was bad, but it was because her childhood sweetheart was stolen that she went crazy. Still, her heart was good. She fought to save the child and didn't give up despite being stabbed so many times. Little sister's acting was so good, boo-hoo. Su Yuan immediately burst into tears. Yes, I didn't expect my little sister to be so good at acting. She really has talent, Ho Toitoi said emotionally. Su Man also lowered her head to wipe away tears, while Zhu Meishue, Su Lushan, and Su Lulin were doing fine. However, Wang Guifan was very pleased with her daughter's performance and couldn't help but tell Chen Aihong, mother-in-law, your teaching is really excellent. I never thought my daughter could perform so well, but I believe the credit goes to Chen Aihong, the mother-in-law. Chen Aihong also gave full praise for her third daughter-in-law's performance today, smiling and saying, it's not just my teaching. Junjun is naturally talented. I didn't teach her much. She understood on her own. A talented teacher produces outstanding students. Of course, the stage performance was still ongoing. Later, the story depicted the country's great upheaval, with the main characters dedicating themselves to the war for the nation's sake. Their child grew up to become a pillar of the country. The story ended perfectly, with a happy conclusion. Su Luyun and the other actors all came on stage to thank everyone, expressing gratitude for the audience's support and wishing our country prosperity and strength. The audience in the seats below erupted in enthusiastic applause. Little Ant, Su Yuan, Su Yang, Su Ken, Su Man, and other children cheered loudly. Su Luyun also looked over and saw her family, smiling happily. Su Lujuan smiled and said, my sister-in-law's taste is always very good. It's my honor to receive her praise. How could I have such high standards? Ho Tsuetsue glared at her younger sister-in-law. Honestly, her words always warm people's hearts, and it feels very nice. But I owe everything I have today to my mother-in-law. I really have a great teacher, Su Lujuan said happily. That's what I said, Wang Guifan smiled. Chen Aihong laughed and told her daughter-in-law to sit down. Junjun's talent is even better than mine was at her age. She's born for the stage. They complimented each other, and Zhou Quanxing smiled and said to his son, third brother, go tell the restaurant to start serving the dishes. Zhou Chongdong nodded, okay. He went out to speak and soon returned, sitting next to Su Lujuan. The wait was a little longer, but there was plenty to talk about. For example, Su Lulin's barbershop was starting renovations. Zhou Quanqing listened and said, "You won't regret this choice. Business will definitely be good in the future." They also talked about other things. After about 40 minutes, the dishes were served one by one. Before Zhou Changdong booked the table this morning, he had already ordered all the dishes. The restaurant was well prepared, so it was quite quick. The dishes were surprisingly abundant. The first dish was clear braised lamb, the second was chicken stewed with mushrooms. The third was braised pork, the fourth was braised ribs. The fifth was pork stewed with vermicelli. There were also braised fish, fried meatballs, minced eggplant, and oil residue cabbage, totaling 9 dishes, each with generous portions. Once all the dishes were served, Wang Guifan couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many dishes?" Exactly, why serve so many? Just a casual meal with family is enough. Su Jinghua agreed. Zhou Quanqing smiled and said, "It's rare to gather together, so we shouldn't just eat casually. This way is better." Chun Aihong nodded and said, "Everyone dig in. Don't be polite, let's eat." Although they felt it was a bit too much, since they had ordered everything, they didn't say anything. Su Jinghua and Wang Guifan also told everyone to start eating. Because the meal was so abundant, everyone enjoyed it very much. After leaving the restaurant and waiting for the bus, Chun Aihong held Wang Guifan's hand and said, "Mother-in-law, I don't have any other wishes. I just hope Junjun and Changdong live happily. As long as their little family is good, that's more than enough." Wang Guifan smiled and said, "You're right, dear mother-in-law. That's also what my husband and I hope for. Luckily, all the hardships are behind us. From now on, the young couple's life will surely get better and better. Just wait to hold your grandchildren, mother-in-law." Her cheerful words made Chun Aihong happy, and she also expressed her envy. Looking at the grandchildren, she saw they were all growing in groups. But so far, she only had one grandson, Zhou Yongshun. Wang Guifan smiled and said, "It will happen eventually. Take your time, no need to rush. I also plan for Junjun and Changdong to have a few more children. But when that happens, I'm afraid you'll have to lend a hand, mother-in-law." "That's no problem at all.
Just focus on having children.
I'll take care of them," Chun Aihong said confidently. Wang Guifan was very pleased. As they were chatting, the bus from the Su family arrived. Su Luyun and Zhou Changdong first helped the Su family get on the bus. "Auntie, tomorrow is Monday, your day off. Do you want to come over?"
Su Yuan asked.
"I've been tired all week. I need to rest well. I'll come back after I've rested," Su Luyun said with a wave and a smile. "All right then." Su Yang also waved to his aunt-in-law, uncle-in-law, aunt-in-law. "We should all get together again sometime." "Yes, take it easy." This was what Su Jinghua, Guifan, Zhou Quanqing, and Chun Aihong were saying to each other. As the bus started moving, the Su family headed home. They didn't say much on the bus, but once they got home, Su Lushan said, "Changdong really is too generous. This meal probably cost a lot. Maybe dozens of yuan? Family eating together shouldn't be so fancy. Why not? Changdong is so generous with us, and you're complaining?"
Ho Tsuetsue said.
Others might not know, but Ho Tsuetsue was really happy about that meal. It was the best she had ever eaten. All the previous banquets didn't compare to how lavish and generous her brother-in-law was today. She was so happy, she couldn't even complain. "I'm not complaining, I just think it's too expensive," Su Lushan said. "Changdong's business has just started, and he still owes a lot to the bank. He didn't even dare to think about it. His brother-in-law probably borrowed thousands from the bank. With so much debt, he would definitely be saving money. There's no need to treat the family so extravagantly. But we've already eaten, so it's fine," Su Lulin said with a smile, telling Zhu Meishua to take her son back inside to rest. Wang Guifan also said, "Don't worry. Changdong's business is still good, and the bank loans are manageable. You don't need to worry about paying them back." Su Jinghua was quite satisfied with today's meal, mainly because he and Lao Zhou's family had made peace. In the future, his daughter and son-in-law would live happily, which was more important than anything else. He said, "All right, everyone is tired. Let's go home and rest." "I'm not tired. I want to go out and chat. Hotsuetsue immediately said, without hesitation, and went out. The Su family. Today, what kind of gift did the son-in-law bring? It might soon be known all over the town. Su Luyun thought that the gathering of the two families was the end of it. But unexpectedly, on Monday afternoon, Xiao Yu came over. When she arrived, Su Luyun was still lying in bed. She was exhausted from yesterday because she had really pampered Zhou Changdong. She had practiced the orange navel technique with him, but only halfway through, she ran out of strength. Even though Zhou Changdong came over, the aftereffects still lingered. Her legs felt very weak, and her waist was sore. Since Monday was her day off, she thought, why not just lie down? When she heard Xiao Yu at the door, Su Luyun put on a coat and opened it. Seeing her, Xiao Yu couldn't believe her eyes. Cousin, don't tell me you're still sleeping now? Yes, if you hadn't come, I could have kept sleeping, Su Luyun replied. She only got up at noon to cook dumplings. Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Yu asked. Su Luyun smiled. Not really, just my legs are a bit weak, and my waist is sore. Xiao Yu. She thought, how annoying. Su Luyun blinked. You used to say that to me, and I didn't understand. Now I finally get how it feels. Xiao Yu. When she first married Li Wenchuan, she was indeed happy. She had a man who loved and cared for her. But her cousin Su Luyun was alone, lonely and cold, which made her feel proud in comparison. She often teased her, rubbing her waist and complaining about not sleeping well at night. She was practically teasing the original owner to death. Now, the boomerang was coming back to her. It was her turn to tell Xiao Yu that her waist and legs were sore. Xiao Yu couldn't argue back. But she wouldn't say that now she only saw Li Wenchuan 2 or 3 times a month. That kind of thing was just tears to talk about. She got back to the main point and said, Cousin, can you please stop? The way you're acting makes it hard for me and Wenchuan to behave properly. Su Luyun looked surprised and said, What are you talking about? We're just doing our own thing. It's none of your business. If Wenchuan isn't feeling well, he can take medicine. Xiao Yu sighed. You two are always causing trouble. She couldn't stand it anymore and quickly explained that her mother had come this morning and heard from Hotsuetsue that Zhou Changdong had invited her parents to watch a play. After the play, they treated everyone to a meal with dishes like clear braised lamb chops, braised pork, and chicken with mushrooms, spending dozens of yuan. That didn't include the 2 visits Zhou Changdong made after waking up to bring things over. None of these visits were out of greed. Her mother, Wang Guixiang, had just whispered about it after the first 2 visits, but yesterday she couldn't hold back anymore and came to tell her that everyone in the neighborhood was mocking her family. She wanted her to also show face for her own family and not let her cousin outshine her. Xiao Yu had become cold-hearted toward her own family now. Last time, Su Luyun was slightly wronged, and her brothers came knocking on the door, making sure everyone knew that their family's girl was not someone to be bullied. But she had a miscarriage after being beaten, and her family didn't dare to do anything, even blaming her instead. Now, they came to visit again, saying that her daughter was respectful and caring, unlike her. Although she didn't interfere with her mother, it still made her unhappy, so she came over herself. Su Luyun listened and finally understood what was going on. She said, You're saying Zhou Changdong wants to show respect to my parents, but do you think I could stop him? You're just making trouble. If it weren't for the fact that you're my cousin, I'd ask where you got the nerve to interfere in my brother-in-law's respect for his in-laws. Xiao Yu choked and knew she couldn't argue, so she changed her words. I didn't mean it like that. I just thought that brother-in-law still owes a lot on his car loan, and maybe he should save some money. All right, I understand your good intentions, Su Luyun said dismissively. That's enough. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Xiao Yu asked, Cousin, I just told you so much, didn't you hear any of it? What did you tell me? Su Luyun blinked at her. Xiao Yu hesitated. Su Luyun smiled. I didn't really listen. Maybe you should go talk to your brother-in-law yourself? Xiao Yu. If she had more courage, she wouldn't dare to speak to Zhou Changdong about this. Su Luyun looked at her with a half-smile and said sincerely, Yu, you really shouldn't tell me this. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. In fact, You should ask Wenchuan to learn more from Changdong and show more respect to Annie and uncle. They would be happy, wouldn't they? They would also think you, as their daughter, haven't been raised in vain. Xiao Yu didn't catch the sarcasm or the subtle provocation in her words. She also thought Su Luyun was right and she wanted that too. But the key was that Li Wenchuan spoke nicely, but he was actually very stingy. He wouldn't be generous like Zhou Changdong. Seeing her speechless, Su Luyun said, I've told you everything I need to. Go back and persuade Wenchuan well. I want to continue my nap, so I won't entertain you. Your brother-in-law really is. He doesn't know when to stop. After all these days, he's still like a young kid, exhausting me. Xiao Yu turned and left immediately. She really didn't want to stay any longer. She was angry, but also held back her frustration. When Li Wenchuan came home from work, she watched his expression and told him about this matter. She had truly become cold-hearted toward her family, but still wanted to regain face and make her family proud of her. Li Wenchuan didn't want to listen. Without hesitation, he said, Zhangdong has been away for 3 years. In those 3 years, he hasn't even shown up once. Now, we should bring a proper gift when we visit. But I'm different from him. In these 3 years, haven't I taken you and the kids back every year? Haven't I always brought gifts? It's a pity your mother still came to visit you. Although he only had a cheap cigarette and some brown sugar, it was still presentable. Many sons-in-law visited empty-handed. He always thought he was a good son-in-law. Now, it seemed that people's hearts are never full. They want more. But he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't go to flatter the Zhao family or support her at his own expense. Xiao Yu, unaware of his thoughts, thought. She only had a cheap cigarette worth 3 yuan and 2 packs of brown sugar, which she always mentioned. In 3 years, those weren't as valuable as the gifts Zhou Changdong brought once. No wonder her mother couldn't help but come to talk to her. She sighed and said, All right, I understand. Indeed, she couldn't rely on him. Starting tomorrow, she would develop her career and increase the amount of steamed rice cake she made. She wasn't like Su Luyun, who only depended on men to survive. She can do everything on her own. After Zhou Changdong returned, Su Luyun told him about Xiao Yu's recent actions. With my sister-in-law's big mouth, I'm afraid you've already become the enemy of all the men in our area, Su Luyun said with a smile. She had hosted 2 dinners and this time invited guests, so probably all the mothers-in-law would see him as a role model. Even if they didn't say it directly to their sons-in-law, they would secretly talk about him with their daughters. Zhou Changdong chuckled. Being an enemy was no big deal. He didn't mind. He then mentioned another matter. Qin Dadua's wife, Sun Xiaoyan, had stopped him today again, asking if his wife was free. She wanted to visit her and hoped to get to know her better. Surprised, Su Luyun said, I don't know her well. What's there to get to know? Maybe she just wants to find out how much you and Dado earn? Zhou Changdong nodded. I think that's probably it. Did you tell her to not come? I'm working now and too busy to go shopping, let alone entertain her. Su Luyun quickly refused. Zhou Changdong smiled. Yes, I told her you're busy now. He also hoped his wife would make more friends, but he didn't trust the family of that brother. He didn't want his wife to get too close with her, to avoid her being influenced negatively. Su Luyun was not naive enough to let just anyone sway her. But for someone set up as a perfect role model, she wasn't interested in getting involved. Zhou Changdong felt relieved. However, he was still a bit worried about Qin Dadua because this was the second time Sun Xiaoran tried to find out about their income. In a marriage, such things should be openly shared. There shouldn't be secrets. But she was taking all the family money back to her own family, which was really inappropriate. It's fine to show filial piety, but not in this way. So Zhou Changdong wanted to remind his brother Qin Datua to be cautious. But he didn't need to say much. Soon, Qin Datua himself happily decided to divorce. It would happen at the end of this month. That was the day Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua settled their accounts. Over the past month, all the money they earned and recovered was stored in one account, managed under Qin Datua's name. Besides daily transactions, they didn't touch it otherwise. Now, on the last day of the month, they naturally began to calculate and split the money. This month, they worked a total of 23 days. On average, they earned at least 500 yuan each day. Over these 23 days, their total profit reached over 11,000 yuan. However, they haven't collected all the money. They have received about 6,800 yuan, and nearly 5,000 yuan is still unpaid. This is because their factory's billing cycle varies, which is unavoidable. Still, receiving over 6,800 yuan is a significant achievement. First, Wang Shi was paid 50 yuan in salary, plus 8 yuan for meals, totaling 58 yuan. This salary is almost half of what Wang Shi used to earn. In today's terms, earning 58 yuan a month is considered a good income, and Wang Shi couldn't hide his smile. The remaining money was split between two bosses, Zhou Chongdong and Qin Datua, each receiving 3,400 yuan. Since they didn't plan to buy another truck soon, Qin Datua immediately used his share to pay back the money he had borrowed earlier. He also paid half a month's wages to each of his relatives and friends as interest. This shows he is honest and capable of handling affairs well. Borrowing and repaying money are private matters, and normally, only the borrower and lender know the details. No outsiders should know who borrowed how much and how much has been repaid. However, a kind aunt, who meant well, overheard when she was buying vegetables. She saw Sun Xiaoyan and told her, "You and Dado have been married for many years and have several children. Your business is doing very well now. You should focus on your marriage and stop thinking about your family back home. Once you settle down, good days will come." Sun Xiaoyan knew Qin Datua had borrowed money from relatives and friends. Hearing this, she quickly asked if he had repaid the money to her family. The aunt nodded, saying he had. Not only had he repaid her family, but he also repaid another family she knew of. Together, they had borrowed a total of 700 yuan from Qin Datua. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoyan was surprised. She immediately went to ask another friend's wife, someone she knew who was close to Qin Datua, whether he had repaid her. When she got the confirmation, she was truly amazed. Just these three families had borrowed nearly 1,000 yuan, and there might be more she didn't know about. Without hesitation, Sun Xiaoyan ran back to tell her mother. After learning that Qin Datua had repaid over 1,000 yuan, Sun's mother was stunned. She had thought that running a coal yard would be very profitable, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. In less than a month, he had paid back more than 1,000 yuan. Isn't that amazing? Mom, now Datua has lost interest in me, and he won't let me manage the money anymore, Sun Xiaoyan said sadly. Qin Datua now only gives her 50 yuan each month for groceries, and he makes her write down all her daily expenses. If she can't write, she asks the children to do it. Every day, he checks the accounts to make sure every penny is spent on the family. She can't even hide a little money because the children also supervise, and none of them sides with her. Sun's mother couldn't stand this anymore. She was feeling very anxious and restless. She poked her forehead and said, "Are you stupid? If he doesn't let you manage the money, why don't you cause trouble with him? You gave birth to 4 children for him. What else can he do to you?" "He's going to divorce me," Sun Xiaoyan said. She was terrified the last time Qin Datua took her to discuss divorce. She didn't want to divorce him. She's already at this age, and she has 4 children. She would be foolish to want a divorce now. Before this happened, Qin Datua had been pretty good to her. If they divorced, what would she do? Divorce? How could he really divorce you? If he did, who would take care of the 4 children?
He's just scaring you.
You're so stupid to be frightened by him, Sun's mother scolded. She was determined to get her hands into her son-in-law's money this time. She had to do it. Sun Xiaoyan was surprised. "Is he really just scaring me?"
"But I don't think so," she said.
"How could I be so smart and still have given birth to a fool like you?" Sun's mother said angrily. "You have 4 children, and they're all grown up now. He wouldn't really divorce you. He's just trying to scare you into submission. Listen, don't be afraid. Just cause trouble with him. This time, I must control this son-in-law completely. After that, all the money will belong to her family." Mother Sun became more and more excited, unable to hold back and eager to take action herself. But she knew she couldn't do it. Qin Datua, her son-in-law, hated her now because of what happened last time. If she intervened, she wouldn't get a good outcome. But Mom, what if he really takes me to divorce? Sun Xiaoyan was still hesitant. Although her mother had convinced her that Qin Dadawa was just bluffing, she still felt uneasy. If you get divorced, just come back to my house. Mother Sun's face darkened at first, but then she thought of her silly daughter's personality and softened her tone. Your family is always your root. Are you worried we won't have enough to eat without you? And what do I look like? Do I ever make mistakes in judging people? Qin Dadawa is just pretending to be tough. This time, just cause trouble. If he doesn't give you control of the household, divorce him. If he agrees and tries to take you to divorce, don't be afraid. Just go ahead and divorce him. Let him see how important you are at home. Without you, this family would fall into chaos. If the child doesn't have a mother, it will cause a big mess, too. Then he'll have to come and beg you to come back. At that time, everything will be up to you. Mother Sun had everything planned out. Sun Xiaoyan thought her mother's plan made a lot of sense. She had given so much to her small family, whether for her husband or her children. She believed her sacrifices were justified. Who would appreciate her hard work? With her mother's words as her support, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you, Mom." "That's right. Listen to me. This time, you have to be tough. If you're not firm, you won't get the money." Mother Sun began teaching her the tricks of crying, making trouble, and threatening to hang herself. Sun Xiaoyan rarely learned so humbly. After hearing her mother's advice, when Qin Dadawa returned, she started causing trouble. "Qin Dadawa, I'm laying it out straight today. If you don't let me keep the money, we can't go on. If you won't let me manage the money, then divorce me. I won't serve you anymore." Hearing this, Qin Dadawa wondered if this was really happening. Could it be a joke? If it was fake, he'd be happy. But if it was real, what was there to hesitate about? He was very clever and had now seen through her. He knew she was quite foolish. Today's sudden fuss was probably because she heard some rumors. He started to play along, pretending to be poor and begging her. Sun Xiaoyan sneered, "Don't hide things from me. Fifth Aunt told me everything, and there are others too. As far as I know, you've only paid back over 1,000. And you still say you're poor and have no money?" Qin Dadawa knew she had found out how much he earned because she had visited her family and overheard her mother encouraging her to cause trouble. But was Qin Dadawa afraid of causing trouble? No, he wasn't afraid. Not only was he not afraid, but he also hoped she would cause trouble because he also wanted a divorce. Last time, he softened for the sake of the children, but later he regretted not being firm and leaving completely. Did he worry about not being able to find someone to care for the children with his money? Impossible. His second aunt was free and had a good personality. She would definitely be willing to help take care of the kids. Yes, Qin Dadawa had long expected that Sun Xiaoyan, his wife, wouldn't stay quiet. She would cause trouble sooner or later. Sure enough, she did. Qin Dadawa was well prepared and steady. He was afraid that if he agreed to the divorce too easily, she might change her mind and refuse to leave. So he said he wouldn't divorce her, but could give her a little more living expenses, like 5 extra yuan for her pocket money, hoping she would stop causing trouble. Seeing that he was truly afraid, Sun Xiaoyan's heart moved immediately. She said, "Who do you think you can fool with 5 yuan? Don't even think about it." Then Qin Dadawa, looking like a coward, increased the amount to 10 yuan. 10 yuan was quite a lot, so Sun Xiaoyan said she needed to think carefully. Could Qin Dadawa not understand her? He just let her go to her mother and think it over. Sure enough, when he came home from work, she continued to cause trouble, saying, "Who do you think you can fool with 10 yuan? Are you trying to bribe a beggar?" After Sun Xiaoyan went back to her family, her mother scolded her harshly. Qin Dadawa could earn 1,000 yuan but only gave her 10 yuan as pocket money, and she still wanted to consider it. There was no need to think. If he didn't give at least 800 yuan, she wouldn't stay on as a nanny for the children. So Sun Xiaoyan came back and kept causing trouble. Qin Dadawa still hesitated about the divorce and tried to persuade her to think about the children. The children couldn't be without a mother, could they? The more he begged and delayed, the more excited Sun Xiaoyan became. She insisted on leaving. Behind her, her mother also thought she was like Zhuge Liang, confident that everything was under control. After all this back and forth, Qin Dadawa finally managed to get the divorce certificate and separated from Sun Xiaoyun. After leaving the office, Sun Xiaoyun, who had been praised highly these days, lifted her head proudly and said, "You better not regret it." Having obtained the divorce certificate, Qin Dadawa's goal has been achieved. From now on, he will have no legal ties with this woman. So he stopped pretending. He smiled happily and said, "You're the one who will regret this, Sun Xiaoyun. You will pay for your foolishness." In the past, he was young and naive, and he was blinded by the good looks of Sun Xiaoyun, ignoring the saying by pigs to watch the pen, marry a wife to look at the courtyard. After marriage, he suffered a big loss. But luckily, he's not afraid now that they are divorced. From now on, everyone goes their own way. Qin Dadawa told Zhou Chonggong about his successful divorce the next day. Zhou Chonggong patted his shoulder and said, "That's good. Married for many years but not united in heart. How can life go on like that?" Recently, Sun Xiaoyun even came to block their car to stop the divorce, insisting Qin Dadawa go with her. Things have gotten to this point. Even for the sake of the children, they can't just tolerate it. Divorce is really for the best. It's not just good, it's very good. Qin Dadawa laughed happily. "You don't know how happy I was when I got the divorce certificate yesterday. It felt like a heavy burden was lifted from my shoulders. From now on, no matter how successful I become, it won't involve her." Once the Sun family realizes they've been played, they won't just let it go, Zhou Chonggong warned. "Don't worry, they can't cause any trouble," Qin Dadawa snorted coldly. Qin Dadawa's experience made Zhou Chonggong realize how important it is to marry a good wife. When he got home, he hugged his little wife and kissed her again and again. He just couldn't get enough. He couldn't get enough, so he decided to do something even closer. "Wife, shall we lie down on the bed for a while?" Su Luyun, who was watching the lamb chops cooking, replied. She pushed him away. "Go away." They had been eating meat for over a month, but he was still so clingy, always wanting to be close and do things with her. Zhou Chonggong refused to leave, holding her. "Wife, you're still cooking lamb chops for me? In this snowy weather, it's perfect to eat some lamb to warm up. And you like it, right?" Zhou Chonggong smiled. "I do like it. This pot is ready now. Your parents are probably still awake. You should take some to them." She took a clean food container, scooped some into it, and gave it to her parents, just enough for each of them. "Wife, why are you so filial? Anything good? You should send some to his parents too. The other day, he cooked his favorite braised pig's trotters, so he should send some over there as well." He also made salted eggs that he had pickled earlier. After tasting them, he found them delicious and very good with rice. His wife also asked him to send some to her parents. Su Luyun, true to her usual style, immediately said, "I thank my parents. They gave me such a caring and wonderful husband. Shouldn't I show my respect to them?" Zhou Chongdong couldn't handle his sweet wife saying such things. He hugged her tightly and didn't want to let go. Enjoying his gentle affection, Su Luyun said, "Hurry up and go. It'll get cold soon." Zhou Chongdong took the food box and went to the old house. After leaving the food, he quickly came back to have dinner with his wife. Su Luyun had already eaten, but the lamb chops were so tasty, juicy and tender, that she still had a bowl and some radish. "Sweetheart, do you want to eat some more?" Zhou Chongdong asked while eating mixed flour bread and drinking lamb soup. "No, you eat," Su Luyun shook her head. After washing herself, she went back to her room to read. Zhou Chongdong quickly finished his dinner and cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen. Seeing hot water in the pot, he poured some to wash up. Since he hadn't showered for nearly a week and had been busy all day, he felt a bit uncomfortable and wanted to wash. Su Luyun said, "Don't wash outside. Bring the wooden tub inside the room to wash, or you'll catch a cold." Although it was snowing here, it wasn't the Northeast, and there were no big bathhouses. In winter, people mostly just wiped themselves down. They are quite particular. Before it snowed, they often took baths. Now that it's snowing, they still occasionally wash. Zhou Chongdong smiled. "Honey, do you want to wash first? I'll wash after you." I washed in the room at noon, she replied.
Noon?
Did you not go to work today? I woke up late and didn't have time. I just called to ask for leave, Su Luyun said with a smile. Go fetch some water. I'll scrub your back. Zhou Changdong brought the big bathtub inside and added water. When it was ready, he took off his clothes, shook himself, and raised his chin at his wife. Su Luyun looked at him. Sometimes men are really hard to judge, like children who haven't grown up. No wonder men remain boys forever. Once in the hot water, Zhou Changdong couldn't help but sigh comfortably. Su Luyun smiled. Feels good? Yes, very comfortable, Zhou Changdong nodded with a sigh. It really was very relaxing. Su Luyun came over to give him a back massage. Zhou Changdong closed his eyes comfortably, but soon he started teasing again. My wife, the water temperature is just right, and our room is warm. Do you want to come in and soak together again? No, thank you, Su Luyun refused. After the massage, she let him wash himself. Zhou Changdong then kissed his wife passionately before letting her return to the bed to wait for him. Soon, Zhou Changdong finished washing, took the wooden bucket and water outside, and also cleaned the room. This man never needed Su Luyun to tell him what to do. He always handled everything carefully. Living with him was very easy. After finishing everything, Zhou Changdong got into bed to hold his wife and invited her to play a game. Wife, come warm up with me. Su Luyun smiled at his gesture. Not tonight. Zhou Changdong didn't want to give up and started teasing her, trying to get her to agree. The day before yesterday, I finished tidying up and went back to our room. You were already asleep. The day before that and yesterday, I saw you sleeping as soon as I lay down. I knew you were tired, so I didn't wake you. But tonight, since you didn't go to work and are resting at home, you can't refuse me again. Su Luyun touched his handsome face as he begged her and leaned in to kiss him. I'm not refusing you. I like it too. Can't you feel that? Zhou Changdong looked a bit hurt. Then why don't you want to? It's not that I don't want to. I just think we should be careful, Su Luyun said with a smile, sharing her thoughts. Lately, I've been feeling very sleepy, and my period is a week late, but hasn't come yet. I think it might be because I'm pregnant. This simple statement stopped Zhou Changdong's playful mood. He looked at his wife with surprise and joy. Wife, are you pregnant? Although I haven't gone for a checkup yet, I don't think I could be mistaken, Su Luyun said confidently. She was very aware of her body. Her period usually came at the beginning of each month, sometimes a day or two late. Even if it was 3 or 4 days late, she could accept it. But now a week had passed. So many days had gone by, and her usually punctual period still hadn't arrived. Anyone who experienced this would notice something was wrong, right? And it wasn't just her period that was late, she also had pregnancy symptoms. Lately, she was sleeping almost 20 hours a day. It felt like there weren't enough hours in the day. For example, this morning, even though she went to bed early last night, she couldn't get up. After sending him out, she went straight back to sleep until noon. There are no more shifts available, so she can only make a phone call to explain the situation and ask for leave. Although she still doesn't have a strong appetite, she can eat meat and fish. Based on these two signs, even without going to the hospital for a checkup, she feels that there is a high chance she is pregnant. Because she has never experienced this before. Zhou Changdong is very happy. On the other hand, Su Luyun remains calm, thinking that pregnancy is not a big surprise for her. With his frequency, as long as both partners are healthy, the chances of pregnancy are very high. After all, she's been filled with so much. If she isn't pregnant, who else would be? Zhou Changdong also recalled his wife's recent reactions. She really does fall asleep as soon as she gets into bed. He was happy but also remembered something and quickly asked, Honey, are you feeling unwell? We've been quite active recently. Did anything hurt you? Yes, in the past few days, they had been very active. His technique was good, and he was quite passionate. Whenever they were close, she would get hot and excited, and they couldn't stop. So, in the past few days, she had been very sleepy. He thought it was because she was busy with the theater and also because he had been indulging himself and tiring her out. He didn't think much of it at the time. But now, looking back, he feels a bit scared. It's okay, I'm fine, Su Lujuan replied awkwardly. They had indeed been quite active recently, but aside from feeling tired, she didn't feel any discomfort. Since she was fine despite all that, it also shows that his quality is very high. Because of his good quality, it's unlikely she would lose pregnancy easily. If his quality was poor, even a little tiredness might cause problems. This is also a natural biological process of survival of the fittest. Zhou Changdong relaxed and gently stroked her belly with his rough, broad hand. Honey, why don't you resign? Our family situation is clear. You shouldn't be going to rehearsals at the theater in this cold weather while pregnant. After last month's profit was distributed, Zhou Changdong repaid the 2,000 yuan he borrowed from his mother-in-law. The remaining over 1,000 yuan was used to buy a semi-automatic twin-tub washing machine, better than the one at Qin Datua's house. Of course, it was twice as expensive, 500 yuan. Besides the washing machine, he also bought a radio for his wife to pass the time. He spent 70 yuan to exchange an old second-hand bicycle with a neighbor, replacing the seat and some parts, making it quite good for commuting. After covering these expenses, the remaining few hundred yuan all went to my wife. She was free to spend it as she pleased, buying whatever she wanted. So, when he said she should quit her job and stay home to rest during pregnancy, it was sincere. He gave her a strong sense of security as a homemaker. He wasn't stingy or tight-dash. He spoke kindly but didn't actually hold back anything. Su Luyun didn't want to fuss around in the cold weather either. If she caught a cold, she'd have no place to cry. She had already decided, I won't quit my job, but I plan to ask Director Wang for a long leave. After I have the baby, we'll find a reliable nanny to help take care of the child, and my mom can lend a hand too. Then I want to go back to work. People are different. Some women are very suited to stay at home. They enjoy caring for their children and feel happy doing so. But some women just can't handle staying home all day with the kids. Like Su Luyun, taking care of children really isn't for her. She may be very successful in her career, but if she had to stay home all day taking care of the kids, she'd break down. She must go to work. She loves her child, of course, but after work, she wants to come home and have a peaceful, loving family. Everyone would be happy that way. All right, I'll take a long leave, she said. As long as her wife was willing to stay home and rest during pregnancy, Zhou Changdong had no objections. Su Luyun smiled at him. Tomorrow is Monday. I plan to go to the hospital for a checkup to see if I'm pregnant, then I'll think about taking leave. I'll go with you tomorrow. Zhou Changdong immediately said. No need, I'll go alone. The hospital isn't far, she replied. Besides feeling sleepy, she had no other symptoms. It was just a simple test to confirm pregnancy, so she didn't need him to come along. He should focus on earning money. But Zhou Changdong disagreed. Such an important matter, he had to be there. He went out to find Wang Shi. She, come over early tomorrow. I need to take my wife to the hospital. She might be pregnant. If it were someone else, Zhou Changdong wouldn't say anything before confirming the pregnancy, but with Wang Shi, he didn't need to be so cautious. He was also eager to share his happiness with someone. Wang Shi heard that his sister-in-law might be pregnant and was very happy. Congratulations, Brother Dong. You're going to be a dad so soon. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow to drive. You just need to stay with your wife. Auntie, she also took him aside and said, tomorrow, go with your wife for a good checkup. If she's pregnant, see if you can get leave from the theater. It's so cold outside. It's easy to catch a cold. Stay home and take good care of the baby. Yes, if she's pregnant, my wife will take leave, Zhou Changdong said with a smile. He sat here for a while before heading back home. When he arrived, Su Luyun was already asleep. She had been sleeping all day, and it was only a little past 8 now, but she was still sleeping. She was really very sleepy. Zhou Changdong felt he was careless. His wife's reactions were so obvious, yet he hadn't noticed anything before. He took off his coat carefully and came to lie down with his wife to sleep. Changdong, hold me and sleep. Su Luyun felt his presence. Without even opening her eyes, she leaned into his arms and said, Okay. Zhou Changdong felt a deep ache in his heart. He kissed his wife and held her close to sleep. They had a good night's sleep. The next day, Wang came over and drove to the coal yard. Zhou Changdong accompanied his wife to the hospital for a simple checkup. The results confirmed she was pregnant. Su Luyun expected this. Even though Zhou Changdong had a suspicion, he was still very happy when confirmed. He quickly asked the doctor, "Doctor, what should my wife pay attention to next?" The doctor, who had seen many new fathers, patiently explained everything in detail. For example, due to hormonal changes during pregnancy, the mother might sometimes have mood swings or emotional outbursts. Family members should be understanding. Also, because early pregnancy often causes morning sickness, if she doesn't have much appetite, don't force her to eat. The early stage doesn't require much nutrition, just avoid starving her. She should also rest more. Finally, during the first and third trimesters, activity should be avoided. Zhou Changdong nodded seriously and agreed with the doctor. When they left the hospital, Su Luyun was still being helped. She couldn't help but laugh and say, "I'm fine. You don't have to do this." Zhou Changdong happily supported her and said, "Wife, let's go get some breakfast first." Since they hadn't done a pregnancy checkup, they didn't know if she needed to fast, so they didn't eat anything that morning. Su Luyun nodded and went with him to a restaurant for breakfast. She ordered a bowl of egg noodles. Her appetite was quite good, and she finished the whole bowl. Zhou Changdong was happy to see her eating well. "Wife, the buns here smell really good. Do you want another one?" "No, if you want one, just order it," Su Luyun said, full. Zhou Changdong was satisfied too. He had already eaten a bowl of dumplings and a bowl of noodles. There is nothing else. He just went ahead and took his wife home. After returning home, Zhou Changdong rode his bike out. Su Luyun was at home with nothing to do. She prepared some food for Xiao Yu, then went inside to turn on the radio to listen. But the radio was really sleepy-making. Soon she felt sleepy. Just as she turned off the radio and was about to lie down, she heard someone calling outside. Xiao Yu barked to alert her that someone was at the door. Su Luyun put on her clothes and asked who was there. She heard the voice of Aunt Shi. When she opened the door, she saw Aunt Shi carrying a basket. Su Luyun smiled and said, "Auntie, you're here? Come inside and sit." Aunt Shi smiled happily and said, "I just finished feeding the pigs. Since I had some free time, I came to see you." She followed Su Luyun inside. As soon as she entered, Su Luyun poured her a hot cup of malted milk powder. "Auntie, have some to warm up. No need to be so polite. Just pour me a glass of water," Aunt Shi said with a smile. "It's all the same." Su Luyun smiled and sat down to chat with her. "It's almost the end of the year. Your pigs are almost ready for sale, right?" "Yes, in about a month I'll sell them. But now is the time to fatten them up. I've been busy every day," and she said, busy but with a bright smile on her face, full of vitality. It was clear that her life now made her very happy and hopeful. And that's true. The big fat pigs she's raising are all healthy and strong. Wang Shi, her son, also has a good job. Recently, he told her that Dongge gave him 50 yuan in wages plus 8 yuan for meals. That means Dongge pays him 58 yuan a month. 58 yuan a month adds up to nearly 700 yuan a year. With her good care of pigs and chickens, her family could earn over 1,000 yuan a year. Aunt Shi couldn't be happier. She smiled and said, "Last night, Changdong came to see Shizi. He said you're pregnant. How was the checkup today?" Su Luyun smiled helplessly and said, "He's just a bit overly curious. I told him I'd go for the checkup myself today, but he insisted on coming with me. Still, he wasn't disappointed. I am pregnant." Aunt Shi was very happy. "That's wonderful news. Changdong should be proud. He's going to be a father." She opened the basket she brought, revealing a frozen chicken that had been slaughtered and prepared. "This is Auntie's own chickens." She initially wanted to bring some eggs, but after winter started, the chicken stopped laying eggs. So, Annie decided to kill a chicken to help boost your health. Su Luyun quickly said, "Auntie, you don't need to be so polite. We have enough meat at home." Auntie replied, "It's nothing. Eat more meat to strengthen your body. That's the way to stay healthy. Just keep it for yourself to eat." In the end, she decided to keep the chicken because she sincerely wanted to give it to her. Su Luyun was happy to accept it. Annie came to deliver the chicken and also shared some tips about pregnancy. Besides that, she praised her for being lucky and good for her husband. Then she happily left. After closing the door, Su Luyun went inside to rest. She didn't realize how different her body felt during pregnancy until she actually experienced it. After Bai Yenshuang got pregnant, she felt like she had been energized with chicken blood, but now she felt as if she had chicken pox. She truly felt her body was drained. She, usually a lively and energetic woman, now had no strength at all and just wanted to sleep. She's never been one to suffer in silence, so when she was tired, she simply went to bed. While Su Luyun was resting at home, Zhou Changdong was already at Director Wang's house. Director Wang and Chen Aihong weren't just old acquaintances. They were also fellow students from the same master. Both had the same teacher. When busy, Zhou Changdong and his brother Zhou Chang'an had asked Director Wang to watch over them. Director Wang had even taken them home for dinner. So Zhou Changdong knew the place well. Today, he brought some gifts and came specifically to visit, mainly to check on his wife's health and to ask for a long leave for her. Director Wang had no objections. He smiled and said, "Just tell her to rest well and take care of the pregnancy. When she's ready to come back after giving birth, she can do so." After saying this, Zhou Changdong left the gifts and didn't stay long. But he came back later to see Dr. Qin, hoping he could check his wife's pulse again. Dr. Qin, who had just checked her at the hospital today and found everything normal, was speechless when he heard Zhou Changdong wanted another pulse reading. "I already treated you and checked your wife's pulse before. Her qi and blood are strong, and her body is healthy. Getting pregnant isn't a big deal, so don't worry." Although the young couple was very attentive and had even come to thank him with a banner after the treatment, the old doctor was busy. Now that winter had started, his clinic was full of patients, and he simply didn't have the time. Pregnancy isn't a serious problem after all. Old Dr. Qin had seen many first-time fathers like Zhou Changdong, who always got overly nervous about everything. Zhou Changdong could only say, "When you're free, come over and check my pulse?" "All right, when I have free time, I'll come," Old Qin replied. Zhou Changdong then pedaled his bike to the black market shop to buy supplies from young Tong. Seeing he was carrying 2 burlap bags, young Tong didn't hesitate and took him inside to choose goods. This time, Zhou Changdong needed quite a lot: baskets of apples, baskets of pears, chestnuts, sunflower seeds, pine nuts, and a bag of red dates. He also bought snacks like milk candies and pastries for his wife to enjoy. He didn't need to buy eggs since they already had some at home, but he did buy pork, lamb, and chicken. Today was cold and snowy outside, making it a natural freezer, perfect for storing food without worry. After buying everything, Zhou Changdong pedaled his bike home. It was already 11 o'clock when he arrived. Su Luyun had just woken up and was lazily lying in bed. Hearing him return, she came out to open the door. Seeing his face was frozen stiff, she hurriedly said, "Go back inside quickly." Zhou Changdong pushed his bike into the house, and Su Luyun closed the door behind him. She then went to pour hot water for him. "Did you buy so much stuff?" she asked, looking at the bundles. "All for you to eat," Zhou Changdong replied with a smile, after blowing on the water. "What did you buy?" Su Luyun asked. After drinking the water, Zhou Changdong unloaded everything from his bike. The meats needed to be stored outside to freeze, while the rest was put inside the house. "Sweetheart, these are snacks for you to enjoy. When you're bored, just eat them," he said as he sorted the items into baskets. Su Luyun watched him busy, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. "Darling, what do you want to eat for lunch?" "I'll cook for you," Zhou Changdong asked after finishing organizing. Su Luyun playfully scolded him. "I want to eat you." Zhou Changdong was surprised, then smiled as he hugged his little wife. "Then take a bite and see if it's salty or sweet." Su Luyun was amused. Even though he didn't say much, she could tell from his actions how happy he was about her pregnancy. He looked so silly. But she found him more and more adorable. For lunch, Su Luyun wanted something simple, But Zhou Changdong was truly eager to make her eat more, not at all bothered by the trouble. They ate bread and dumplings, and he chopped 2 kinds of fillings, one with pork and cabbage and another with pork and carrots. Su Luyun also kindly ate quite a lot and finished with an apple after dinner. She peeled the apple and brought it in. While she ate the apple, he went to stew chicken. There are currently 2 chickens at home. One was just brought over by Aunt Shi, and the other he bought from the black market. He decided to stew 1 chicken so they could have chicken soup noodles tonight. After finishing these tasks, he returned to his room. Take a rest, Su Luyun said, feeling tired for him. He's been busy all day. Zhou Changdong went to wash his feet. After washing, he took off his coat and came to bed to be with his wife. He said, "Wife, I have to go out to drive tomorrow. Should I ask Mom to come over and take care of you?" Su Luyun quickly replied, "No need. I'm just a bit sleepy, but otherwise fine. There's nothing urgent at home. You don't need to ask Mom to come. There isn't much to do at home, just laundry, cooking, and cleaning. But since it's getting cold, they can make extra steamed buns, dumplings, or baozi and keep them for later. When they want to eat, they can just steam or boil them quickly. It's easy. As for laundry, it's much simpler now. Since he recovered, she hasn't washed clothes herself. They now have a washing machine at home, so it's very convenient. The only thing left is cleaning the house, but she can handle that easily. There's no need for her mother-in-law to come and take care of her now." Zhou Changdong saw that his wife really didn't want her mother-in-law to come and take care of her, so he said, "All right, I'll tell Mom." Then he added, "Wife, do you want to watch TV? Next month when the accounts are settled, I'll buy a TV for you." When they bought the washing machine last time, he also checked the price of a TV. There are black and white TVs and color TVs, with different sizes. Larger screens are more expensive. Zhou Changdong decided not to buy now. If he did, he wanted to buy a big color TV, which would cost nearly 2,000 yuan. So, he would wait until next month when the accounts are settled.
Su Luyun.
Although it seemed unreliable, honestly, this man was really willing to spend money on her. But of course, she rejected the idea of buying a TV. A TV is different from a washing machine or a radio. Radios can be placed inside the house, and washing machines can be used in the backyard. They're discreet and not easily noticed. But a TV is different. It needs an antenna installed on the roof. Once the antenna is installed, their house would become the most noticeable in the neighborhood. It wouldn't be easy to hide. To completely dispel Zhou Changdong's idea, Su Luyun told her family about Chen Laosan buying a TV. Every night, she repeated the story several times. Chen Laosan bought a black and white, 12-inch TV, costing the same as their washing machine, 500 yuan. Even so, it was the most impressive TV in the neighborhood. If he really bought a big color TV, she wouldn't be able to rest peacefully. When Zhou Changdong heard this, he also gave up that idea. Nothing is more important than his wife's health. If there was a big fuss, it wouldn't be good. Zhou Changdong is a very modest person. They bought a semi-automatic washing machine for 500 yuan, then waited for the truck to bring it into the yard. After closing the door, he and Wang Shi carried it inside and placed it in the backyard. It wasn't about hiding things, but it helped avoid many troubles. Otherwise, visitors would come and see it. Some shameless ones might even ask to borrow the washing machine. They could refuse to lend it, but it would be troublesome. So, they kept it in the backyard for their own use, which was much simpler. After dispelling that idea, Su Luyun planned to sleep. But first she needed to go to the bathroom. Zhou Changdong was very caring. When Su Luyun wanted to get out of bed, he hurried over to help her, making her a bit confused. Before she knew she was pregnant, he often did difficult moves with her, holding her while walking. It almost made her dizzy. Once she found out she was pregnant, he treated her like Lin Daiyu from the story. But Su Luyun let him do as he pleased, though she still insisted on going to the bathroom with him. She couldn't stand him helping her take off her pants. She just wanted to send him out so she could do her business peacefully. Then she returned to bed to rest. Zhou Changdong was busy massaging his wife. Now it was December, and it had snowed the night before. The weather was very cold. But since the coal stove was already on, the house was warm enough. This weather was perfect for sleeping, and now that she was pregnant and very sleepy, her energy was full. Being next to Zhou Changdong, who was so caring, made her feel relaxed and comfortable. Su Liyun quickly felt sleepy. But before sleeping, this little troublemaker wanted to be romantic. She leaned over and kissed him, saying, "Changdong, I feel so happy right now." Zhou Changdong's heart is always gentle. "Sweetheart, are you happy about being pregnant?" "Yes, I am," Su Liyun replied softly. "I want to have children with you. I've always wanted to have children with you. From now on, my sister-in-law won't bother us about your exclusive love." Zhou Changdong felt a deep ache, knowing this had become almost a worry for his wife. He gently kissed her to comfort her. "She can't eat you. Changdong, will you always be good to me and the baby?" The mischievous little fairy became sentimental again. "As your business grows bigger, will other women distract you? Will you look at me and the baby with disdain? Even dislike us?" Zhou Changdong immediately promised, "That's impossible."
Absolutely impossible.
"Trust me, sweetheart. I am not that kind of person. My heart is only for you and our child." How could he be tempted by other women? Even if a fairy descended from heaven, she wouldn't be more beautiful than his wife in his eyes. No one could compare to her. Su Liyun looked up at him. "Then kiss me." Zhou Changdong had no reason to refuse. He kissed his wife, and they shared a tender moment. "Sweetheart, I, Zhou Changdong, will always only have you as my wife, only you as my woman. There will never be a second. Rest assured," he said softly after the kiss.
Su Liyun relaxed completely.
"Hold me while I sleep. I feel safe." "Yes, I will hold you. Sleep well." Zhou Changdong lovingly kissed her. He truly wished he could give his life for her. When Su Liyun woke up, Zhou Changdong had already rolled out the noodles, waiting for her to wake, so he could cook for her. But while waiting, he didn't sit idle. He prepared the filling and chopped the meat far away, so as not to wake her. He was making lamb buns. When Su Liyun got up, this capable man had already finished making the lamb buns and was steaming them. "What's this?"
Su Liyun asked.
Zhou Changdong smiled. "Sweetheart, you're awake? I made lamb buns. When they're ready, you can eat them. You don't need to cook yourself." Su Liyun couldn't help but hug his waist and said, "Sweeter than honey, having a dad like you. The baby will be happy in the future." Zhou Changdong looked down and kissed her. "Sweetheart, I am busy every day, and there are many things I can't take care of for you." He only felt guilty that he wasn't doing enough. "Where you have already done very well. Even if you're not at home, just seeing what you've done for me makes my heart feel happy," Su Liyun said, looking at him. "You are a good husband, and will surely be a good father too." She praised him sincerely, and also gave him a subtle hint that she and the children all appreciate what he does. She shouldn't take his efforts for granted and should instead encourage him even more. Many women make the mistake of being overly entitled or even demanding, which can make him feel exhausted just thinking about going home. Men generally want to be good husbands and fathers, but sometimes their efforts are misunderstood or unappreciated. This can lead many women to regret their actions and seek advice online, but the results are usually clear. They can't undo what has been done. Women might then angrily complain that there are no good men left. Su Liyun would never do such foolish things. With her emotional intelligence and broad outlook, she would make him feel proud and motivated when he thinks about his family. She would let him know that his wife and children love him and need him as their father. She would affirm his efforts and say that their family feels very happy because of him. She would give him a sense of honor and purpose, so he becomes more motivated. She wouldn't let him start questioning whether his actions are worth it. From Zhou Changdong's slightly raised mouth, it was clear he liked his wife's praise. After holding her for a while, he said, "Wife, don't worry. I will definitely make you and the children happy. You will have everything others have." "Don't think like that." Su Liyun shook her head. "There are always better people out there. I don't want to compare myself or the children to others. As long as we are safe, healthy, and together as a family, even simple food makes me very happy." "Wife." "Don't interrupt. Just listen to me first," Su Luyun gently pressed her finger to his lips, her eyes full of love as they looked into each other. I know you're capable and will do your best for me and the children. Just do what you can. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Having you with us is the greatest happiness for me and the kids. Wife, you're so wonderful. Zhou Changdong hugged her warmly, feeling incredibly happy. Su Luyun raised his hand and placed it on his stomach. All I want is for our family to be safe and happy. Everything else is less important. Just asking about this kind of wife-caring skill. What man could resist? He was eager to risk everything for her. After a warm moment, Zhou Changdong started serving chicken soup noodles. Su Luyun opened her mouth, ready to eat without doing anything else, and she was happy if she could finish the noodles and chicken. Zhou Changdong was very pleased if she ate everything. In fact, after finishing a bowl of chicken soup noodles, she even ate 2 big chicken legs. Seeing his wife eat so well made Zhou Changdong happier than taking 10 nourishing pills himself. Sweetheart, do you want another lamb bun? Freshly made, Zhou Changdong offered. I'm full. I can't eat anymore, Su Luyun said with a pout. You should take some to your parents and share the good news with them. They've been waiting to hear it from us. Okay. Zhou Changdong smiled at her words. They made quite a few lamb buns, enough to last all day tomorrow. He planned to come back and make fresh ones for her to eat later, so he packed 5 or 6 into a paper bag. When he brought them to the old house, neighbors saw him. Zhou Dong, you made more delicious food again? Bringing some to your parents, neighbor Aunt Qian said happily. I made some lamb buns. My wife asked me to bring them. Aunt Qian praised. Junyun's filial piety is truly admirable. After a brief chat, Zhou Changdong went into the old house to deliver the buns. Little uncle, are you bringing more treats for Grandpa and Grandma? Zhou Yongshan, who was home from school, saw his little uncle and brightened his eyes. Yes, Zhou Changdong replied, handing him a bun. I made these. This one is for you, but the rest are for your grandparents. Thanks, little uncle. Zhou Yongshan took a bun and bit into it, especially liking the lamb filling. As for Zhou Chongping and He Yuling inside the house, they didn't say a word. Zhou Changdong ignored them and took the buns to his parents. Zhou Quansheng had just finished work and was having dinner. Chun Aihong's dinner was simple, mixed bean porridge with salted eggs brought by Su Luyun, which was very tasty. Why are you bringing more food again? Just keep it for yourselves, Zhou Quansheng said. My wife asked me to bring it, Zhou Changdong replied. It's freshly made. Dad and Mom, eat it while it's hot. Zhou Quansheng said, save it for breakfast tomorrow. We're already full. Chun Aihong nodded, relieved she wouldn't need to cook again in the morning. But she also came to her senses and asked her son, why did you come back so early today? She knew her son's work schedule well. He usually got home around 6 or 7 o'clock, and arriving by 6:30 was considered quick. Didn't go to the coal yard today, Zhou Changdong smiled. I went with my wife for a prenatal checkup. With this simple statement, both Zhou Quansheng and Chun Aihong were happily surprised. Chun Aihong quickly asked, Junjun is pregnant? Yes, Zhou Changdong nodded with a smile, almost a month now. Counting the days, it was around the time when they started eating meat that she got pregnant. Hearing this, not only Chun Aihong but even Zhou Quansheng looked very happy. Great, great. Zhou Quansheng nodded repeatedly. Aihong, go prepare a red envelope for the 3rd son's wife. Of course, Chun Aihong scolded him affectionately and quickly went to get the money to make the red envelope. Zhou Changdong went alone to the old house, but when he returned, Chun Aihong came with him. Mom, why are you here? It's so cold today. If there's anything, just tell Changdong, Su Luyun said. Chun Aihong smiled and said playfully, Mom needs to come see you herself. Then she handed over a red envelope. This is a little gift from Mom and Dad. Whatever you want to eat, just eat. Su Luyun was a bit stunned and laughed. There's no need for you to give me money. I have my own. Take it, Chun Aihong insisted, not letting her refuse. When I was pregnant with the older siblings, it was all the same. Everyone was treated equally. Hearing this, Su Luyun stopped being polite and happily accepted it. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Chun Aihong nodded with a smile and asked with concern, "Did the checkup today show any discomfort?" "No, just very sleepy, wanting to sleep all day." "I've never felt like this before," Su Luyun said with a smile. Chun Aihong then shared her own pregnancy experiences from back then. "That's normal. When I was pregnant with their brothers, I felt the same. I was usually energetic, but suddenly I felt very tired, couldn't sleep enough, and had a poor appetite."
"How's your appetite?"
"My appetite is pretty good now."
"You're better than me."
"I couldn't eat anything during the first 3 months of my pregnancy. I even lost 2 or 3 kg, about 1 to 1.5 kilograms before I was pregnant," Chun Aihong recalled clearly. Su Luyun listened carefully because her mother-in-law, besides mentioning these things, also talked about other precautions, like not lifting heavy objects, which was important. She didn't say much about other matters because her son had already said they would take a long leave at the theater. Now, she just needed to focus on taking good care of the pregnancy. "If you need me to come help, just say so. I have nothing else to do now," Chun Aihong said. She had been a daughter-in-law before and knew how to get along with her mother-in-law. If her daughter-in-law needed her, she would come. If she wanted to be alone, she wouldn't disturb her. "When I need help, I will definitely ask for your help," Su Luyun smiled. She got along well with her mother-in-law because she was a very understanding person. She was like the ideal mother-in-law. Once again, she thanked her cousin for creating such a wonderful mother-in-law who was like a fairy. Her mother-in-law was very generous. After her mother-in-law left, Su Luyun opened the red envelope and saw 10 big notes of 100 yuan each. Don't think 100 yuan is small, it's a lot of money. Her mother, Wang Guifan, gave her 2 sisters-in-law only 50 yuan as a reward for having children. Her family's rule was that whoever was pregnant and had a baby could enjoy good food and rest during the month, plus an extra 50 yuan as a gift. Even so, this was the kind of treatment only the best mother-in-law would give her daughter-in-law. Many other mother-in-laws looked at pregnant women and new mothers with indifference. Some were even worse, like her cousin Xiao Yu's mother-in-law, who directly caused her to have a miscarriage. When her older sister-in-law Ho Tsuetsue found out that her second sister-in-law Zhu Meishue was pregnant, she was eager to have another child herself. It was clear that her mother-in-law rewarded her 2 daughters-in-law generously. After Zhou Chongdong returned, Su Luyun told him about the 100 yuan gift from her in-laws. "It's a bit embarrassing to always take money from my parents. When the new year comes, I should give them a big red envelope." "Okay," Zhou Chongdong said softly. He was very gentle. His older sister-in-law always tried to get more, especially since she lived with the elderly. They would ask their son to get money from his grandparents because they thought it was normal for grandparents to spend money on their grandchildren. He knew this, but he had once overheard his sister-in-law telling her nephew to ask his grandparents for money. It was just small change, nothing important, and Zhou Chongdong never involved himself in such matters. Compared to his wife being afraid to spend the elders' money, his older sister-in-law's behavior is truly unacceptable. Such a person will never get rich in this life. All she can see are her little schemes. He had a good night's sleep. The next day, Zhou Chongdong and Wang Shi went out to work. This happy man always shows a few signs of his happiness. Qin Datua saw that happiness on his brother's face early in the morning. Although there have been some recent problems on his side, they didn't affect his mood at all. He smiled and said, "I heard from Shi Zi that you took your wife for a checkup yesterday. How did it go? Is she pregnant?" "Yes, she's pregnant," Zhou Chongdong said with a slight smile. "It was my carelessness. I didn't notice she's been very sleepy lately. I thought she was just tired from the theater work. Luckily, she noticed it herself." Good, congratulations." Qin Datua sincerely cheered for his brother. Since they are both getting older and only just becoming fathers, it's a bit late. He is only a little older than Zhou Chongdong, but he already has 4 children. Zhou Chongdong mentioned wanting to hire 2 more people. "Sometimes I need to attend social events. We can't keep doing everything ourselves, right? If we hire 2 more, we can rest a bit more." Qin Datua's eyes lit up. "You finally realized that." Others might not understand his brother, but he certainly does. He knows his brother would rather work himself than let others do it, even if it's tiring. Although it's profitable, it's also very exhausting. Because only Wang Shi is working, and he's not made of steel. He's exhausted too, with no time to rest. So he was planning to tell his brother in a few days that their income is enough to hire more people. But before he could speak, his brother already said it himself. Zhou Changdong smiled, not mentioning how his wife worries about him and keeps reminding him not to overwork himself, to protect his health. Since his wife is pregnant, he also wants to spend more time with her, especially when her belly gets bigger later. He can't be as busy as he is now. That's not acceptable. Do you have someone in mind? If yes, just bring them over. I do have a candidate and there's another person you can call, Qin Dadawa said. He owed a favor to someone and since they came to him, he had to arrange something. Hearing this, Zhou Changdong said, I plan to call the army and ask someone I've already retired to come work. What do you think? Can I trust the person you choose? Just call them over. Qin Dadawa said without hesitation. Their team members are now seen as reliable. If it weren't for owing everyone favors, he would even want his brothers to come together and help. Zhou Changdong agreed to handle this matter. Once he's done with his work, he will call and invite people. While Zhou Changdong was busy outside, Su Luyun at home was responsible for taking care of herself and the baby in her belly. Since she had taken a long leave, she didn't need to go to the theater anymore. Her days mostly followed a simple routine, eating when hungry and sleeping when tired. She often thought about whether her second brother's barbershop had opened, so she took a car home to check. Wang Guifan saw her daughter's first glance and smiled happily, saying, Your chin looks a bit rounder now. Her complexion was rosy and shiny, showing she was living a good life. Su Luyun felt weak and said, Mom, please don't say that. She was very strict about her weight and had noticed she had gained weight. Most pregnant women lose their appetite, but her appetite was normal, nothing unusual besides feeling very sleepy. Even if she only ate 2 meals a day, her chin was visibly double. Their family was quite well off. They rarely ate meat, maybe once a week, but she ate lamb, pork, and chicken regularly. There were also apples, pears, nuts, and other snacks. She slept a lot, sometimes finishing an apple and then quickly washing her hands and going to sleep again. With such eating and sleeping habits, who wouldn't gain weight? But whether it was her mother-in-law, Chennai Home, or Zhou Changdong, especially Zhou Changdong, they all praised her for taking good care of herself. As for gaining weight, that was simply not true. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Wang Guifan smiled. She wasn't worried about her daughter being wronged. Her son-in-law clearly loved her very much. She was more concerned whether her daughter was overdoing it or not. She hoped she wouldn't ruin her good life. Su Luyun replied, I'm not unhappy. It's just that after I got pregnant, I've been either eating or sleeping every day. I'm almost turning into a pig. Hearing this, Wang Guifan's face lit up with joy. Pregnant? How long? Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Zhou Changdong went with me a few days ago. It's been a month. Wang Guifan was very happy. She came over to help her daughter sit down and said, That's something to be happy about. Why do you look like this? Are you too tired from work? Now that you're pregnant, you shouldn't be running back and forth to the theater in this cold weather without taking leave. Long Dong has asked for leave and will return after I give birth. I am happy about my pregnancy, but the reaction has been very strong. Su Luyun said helplessly, I just want to sleep every day. I feel weak all over. Wang Guifan smiled and said, That's normal. When your mother was pregnant with you and your siblings, she also felt sleepy, but I wasn't as lucky as you. You should be grateful. She roughly understood how her daughter was so gentle. She was just taking good care of herself during pregnancy. I'm grateful, Su Luyun said. I'm just venting a little, no other meaning. It's true that only after having children do you understand your parents' kindness. As a mother who experienced 10 months of pregnancy, she now truly appreciates her mother's hardships. Have you told your in-laws the good news? Wang Guifan asked, as she brought a cup of malted milk to her daughter. Yes, I have, Su Luyun nodded. My mother-in-law gave me 100 yuan and told me to buy whatever I want to eat. Wang Guifan smiled. Your in-laws are really nice. When they first got engaged, they liked not only Zhou Changdong as a son-in-law but also liked Zhou Quansheng and Chen Aihong after talking with them. That's why they decided on this marriage. Su Luyun sipped her malted milk and asked, "Mom, has my second brother opened his barbershop?" "Yes, it's open now," Wang Guifan said happily when mentioning her second son's barbershop. "Is business good?" Su Luyun smiled when she saw her mother's expression. Wang Guifan nodded. He was worried about not having enough customers before opening. "I told him not to be afraid, and just buy the equipment." He hesitated because it was expensive, wanted to open first and see how it goes. "It was your second sister-in-law who pushed him to buy it. Now, even though he invested quite a bit, the shop is full every day." The business turned out to be surprisingly good. Su Luyun smiled. It's expected. With second brother's skills, if his shop isn't doing well, whose shop would be doing better? It's not like in later times with fierce competition. There are only a few barbershops nearby. Especially since her second brother dared to invest in a proper shop with hair-waving equipment. It looks very professional and trustworthy. And with the grand opening promotion, red carpet at the door, flower baskets, despite the cold weather, it definitely attracts attention. Once the shop's reputation is established, it will surely have plenty of customers. Her second brother is very skilled at cutting hair, making sure each customer leaves with a fresh, new look. A good reputation like that will definitely attract more clients. Word of mouth spreads quickly, and soon there will be no shortage of customers. Wang Guifan smiled and asked her, "Do you want to go see for yourself?" Su Luyun shook her head. "No, I don't want to go. It's so cold outside, and I'm too lazy to walk. I just need to know that my second brother's business is doing well." Wang Guifan nodded. While they were talking, Ho Tsuetsue came back from outside. Seeing her little sister-in-law, Su Luyun, she smiled and said, "Little sister, you're back? Where are you going, sister-in-law?" Su Luyun smiled and nodded. "To your second brother's shop," Ho Tsuetsue said straightforwardly, with a hint of envy in her tone. "You haven't been there yet, but you should see how busy it is. People are lining up so much that the shop can't even hold everyone." Su Luyun saw her expression and smiled. "Are you jealous, sister-in-law?" "Yes, I am. But there's nothing I can do about it. I don't know how to cut hair," Ho Tsuetsue said, almost with tears in her eyes. "Sister-in-law, you don't cut hair, but you know how to make steamed buns,"
Su Luyun said.
"If you sell buns, you can still make good money."
"What?"
Ho Tsuetsue was stunned by her words. "Sister-in-law, do you know that Yu Zhu was beaten by her mother-in-law last time and had a miscarriage? It's because she went into business for herself, right?" "Yes, I know," Ho Tsuetsue nodded. "Yu Zhu still runs her own business now, even after being beaten and losing the baby. She's tasted success and refuses to give up. Honestly, sister-in-law, you haven't tried it, but you don't know how profitable it is." Ho Tsuetsue immediately became interested. "Really? Is it that easy to make money?" "Of course," Su Luyun said confidently. Yu Zhu started by selling rice cakes at the factory gate for 2 hours each day. She earns almost as much as a monthly salary. Earlier this month, she rented a small shop and started making and selling buns with her cousin. I saw her cousin the other day and she told me Yu Zhu pays her 15 yuan a month. She also said that her buns sell out every morning. "I've tried her buns, and they're not as good as yours, sister-in-law. If you start selling buns, you'll definitely sell a lot." I don't know if it was Su Luyun's persuasive words or the huge profit potential, but Ho Tsuetsue felt her heart burning with excitement. "Little sister, do you really think I can do it?" "Su Lijun, you know my sister-in-law well. She is very picky about food. When I say something is delicious, it really is. It's more than twice as tasty as Xiao Yu's buns. I've praised you so much. You should have some confidence in yourself." Ho Tsuetsue was quite happy to be praised. "I just haven't done it before, so I feel unsure inside. What's there to be afraid of? You're not like my second brother, who just quit his job outright. If it doesn't work, you can always stop. My eldest brother's job is still fine. What's the big deal?" That's easy to say, but I just don't know why I'm so worried. I feel like a headless fly, not knowing what to do. Su Lijun understood her sister-in-law's feelings. Basically, she was inexperienced and didn't know where to start. So she said, tomorrow prepare the ingredients. The day after tomorrow, get up early and steam the buns. Wrap them tightly in our big aluminum pot and try selling at the factory gate.
That.
So soon? Ho Tsuetsue was stunned. If you want to do it, just do it. Don't hesitate. Hesitation will only lead to failure.
Trust me on this. But
going to the factory gate to show my face. It doesn't seem very decent. Even Ho Tsuetsue, who was usually brave, hesitated at the thought of setting up a stall at the factory entrance. Her enthusiasm was like being poured with cold water, and she hesitated again. From this, we can see that only brave people who dare to try new things become small business owners. The question is, should they be earning money from others? Showing your face? Not decent? Suli Jun immediately boosted her confidence. Old Chin just goes out and shows his face. He's not decent either. He's even bought a big TV. The neighbors say it's not decent for him to be a small business owner, but secretly, they envy him so much. Yuzhu isn't decent either, showing her face. Even after her mother-in-law caused her to have a miscarriage, she still insisted on working and earning money. She even rented a house and brought her cousin to work with her. She's capable of paying her cousin a salary. Ho Tsuetsue thought her sister-in-law's words made sense. People say small business owners aren't decent, but how long has Old Chin been doing it? He already bought a TV. Ho Tsuetsue had long been jealous. And Xiao Yu, her cousin, could even pay her workers. Why not her? She could do it too. If others could, why couldn't she? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She looked at Wang Guifan. Mom, what do you think? Can I do it? You'll have to discuss it with your older brother. I don't understand these things, so I can't give you any advice. Wang Guifan said. Ho Tsuetsue plans to wait until Su Lushan comes back before talking to him. Su Lujuan then smiled and said, Big sister-in-law, can you go make some plain vegetable buns? I'd like to try one. Sure. Ho Tsuetsue has never earned her own money before. Now that she's about to start earning, she feels nervous and worried, but also very hopeful. Actually, no one else's words have such power. But Su Lujuan, her little sister-in-law, is known to be very picky, whether it's about clothes or food. Since she's already praised her buns so much, Ho Tsuetsue really wants to give it a try. Luckily, there are cabbage and chives at home, ready to use. She quickly measures flour and prepares the filling. Wang Guifan, sewing clothes quietly, said, Why are you telling your big sister-in-law this? I'm just trying to help solve our family's problems early, Su Lujuan replied. Wang Guifan looked confused. What? Mom, think about it. My second brother is talented, and my second sister-in-law is hardworking. They've already made progress, and they'll do well in the future. My big sister-in-law's eyes are already red, probably more so soon. She might cause trouble over nothing. Don't you think my dad will be worried if he sees that? Wang Guifan smiled. If your big sister-in-law doesn't do well, she'll blame you. Su Lujuan didn't mind. She won't do badly. My big sister-in-law is good at talking and skilled at making buns. Selling buns will definitely make money. If she can earn her own money, she'll focus on that and won't have time to worry about my second brother and sister-in-law's barbershop, nor be jealous of them. Wang Guifan looked at her and laughed. Why are you worried about all this? To give my parents a peaceful life, Su Lujuan sighed. She said, My in-laws have been respectable all their lives, but now that they're old, my eldest daughter-in-law is trying to take over for the youngest son, and she's trying to ruin her sister-in-law's reputation. This will be talked about by neighbors for years, maybe even during festivals. I don't want similar things to happen in my family. So she encouraged her big sister-in-law to sell buns. And it's really a good way to make money, perfect for her. Wang Guifan found her daughter's words amusing. You even know that having many children is like debt? Of course, Su Lujuan smiled. I used to be very naive. Mom, you and Dad probably worry a lot sometimes, right? Just be more sensible in the future. When brother Su Lushan returned from work, Su Lujuan had already packed and brought along the buns her sister-in-law made, sitting in the car heading home. Because this matter was very popular, after Su Lushan came back, Ho Tsuetsue couldn't wait to tell him about it. Su Lushan had no objections, knowing that his wife was jealous because her second brother's business was doing very well after starting his own. She had been jealous before when her second brother's wife was pregnant, constantly talking about going to see a traditional doctor for medicine. Now she was jealous because her second brother was earning money from his barbershop and she wasn't making any. She was acting a bit petty every day. So it was actually good that she was busy with something. Su Lushan supported and encouraged her, saying, "Your buns are really delicious. I think it can work. Then I'll go do it." Ho Tsuetsue said happily, her eyes shining. "Okay," Su Lushan nodded. "I'll help you prepare the materials, like the oil paper for wrapping buns and the gauze for packing." He also encouraged Ho Tsuetsue, "If you really can do it well, I'll get you a tricycle and order steamers and coal stoves for you. Don't rush, don't rush." "Let me try first," Ho Tsuetsue said, feeling even more confident because her husband believed in her. They started immediately. Early the next morning, Ho Tsuetsue went to the market to buy vegetables. She planned to make 2 kinds of vegetarian buns, one with chives and the other with cabbage, to see which one everyone liked better. If these 2 vegetarian buns are popular, she would sell those 2 types. To prevent everyone from getting bored, she could add more varieties later, like cabbage filling and tofu filling. She knew how to make all of these. Su Lujuan pointed out a way and came up with an idea, then successfully withdrew from the scene, no longer needing to care about what happened next. But she also knew it wouldn't be bad. Sure enough, just a few days later, her eldest brother Su Lushan brought her a basket of buns as a thank you gift. Seeing the basket of buns, Su Lujuan smiled and asked, "Big brother, are these buns for you to give, or did my sister-in-law ask you to bring them?" "Your sister-in-law asked me to bring them," Su Lushan said with a smile. "This time I really have to thank you, little sister. You don't know how happy your sister-in-law is." Su Lujuan led her brother inside and listened as he recounted what had happened over the past few days. The idea she came up with a few days ago made Ho Tsuetsue, her sister-in-law, truly excited. She quickly took action, buying materials the next day, and early on the 3rd day, she pulled Su Lushan to set up a stall at the factory gate to sell buns. Because this matter was a bit embarrassing, Ho Tsuetsue, even after mentally preparing herself, still didn't dare go alone. Su Lushan, being her close partner, definitely wanted him to come along for company. Although Su Lushan was woken up from a comfortable bed, he quickly got up for the sake of the family and supporting her career. Then the couple went together to the factory gate to sell their goods. At first, Su Lushan was calling out, selling buns for 3 cents each. He naturally started selling them. Seeing how simple it was, Ho Tsuetsue thought she could do it too. When customers arrived, she started to imitate Su Lushan, shouting about vegetable buns, cabbage-filled, chive-filled. At first, she was a bit shy, but after a few tries, she became more confident. Hearing this, Su Lushan couldn't help but laugh. It showed that people who are outgoing usually adapt quickly. After a brief, awkward moment, Ho Tsuetsue got used to it. Once she let go, she no longer felt that selling buns was a big deal. And because she was used to chatting and gossiping, she was very good at talking with customers, making it sound natural and smooth. So, when customers came, they sold out the dozens of buns they made on the first day quickly, and there were no more left for later buyers. Ho Tsuetsue was overjoyed. Not only was Ho Tsuetsue happy, but Su Lushan was also pleased. He knew that after the success, their home would be peaceful, and his wife would have work to do. Because the first day went well, Ho Tsuetsue became very busy in the following days, like she had a burst of energy. They earned nearly a yuan every day. This made Ho Tsuetsue extremely happy. It also made her realize why Xiao Yu wanted to do this so badly, even bringing her cousin to work for wages. They didn't realize how profitable it was until they started. It was surprisingly easy to make money. They only made a few buns, sold them at the door for less than half an hour, and the profit was already in their hands. It was really too easy to earn money. Su Lushan was also surprised by the profit. Because they were only doing a small amount, he wondered what would happen if they made more, probably earning more than his salary. For example, today was Sunday and the factory was closed, so they didn't set up at the factory gate. Su Lushan was clever and asked Ho Tsuetsue to make more buns than usual. He then went with her to sell at the vegetable market. Soon after, they sold out all the extra buns they had made, much more than usual. The couple was in a very good mood. After returning home, Ho Tsuetsue also thought about thanking her younger sister-in-law. She was feeling generous after earning some money, so she quickly prepared filling for dumplings, steamed them, and asked him to deliver them. It was a small gesture, but meaningful. Su Luyun chuckled. We're all family. There's no need to thank each other. I'm happy that my sister-in-law is making money. Now that she has her own business, she won't be so focused on second brother's barbershop. This current situation was the best outcome. Her family probably wouldn't face similar issues as her in-law's side anymore. Su Lushan smiled. Right now, I'm just focused on making dumplings. I really don't have time to keep an eye on your second brother's barbershop. You didn't know before, but he had to go there several times a day. He was amazed by his wife. Every time he went, he felt a bit jealous, but he still went. He didn't understand what he was after. But now, everything was better. He had work to do, was earning money, and felt happy every day. He no longer needed to watch over second brother's shop. Not only did he breathe a sigh of relief, but second brother and his wife were also happy. Su Luyun also smiled, knowing her second brother and sister-in-law were glad to see their sister-in-law busy with her own work. Without saying much more, she started discussing future plans with her eldest brother. For now, they could continue as they were, with Su Lushan planning to get a tricycle to sell things. But in the long run, that wouldn't be a proper business. If the opportunity arose, they could buy a shop to sell breakfast items like buns, steamed bread, and soy milk. Su Lushan was surprised. You want to open a shop?
Why not?
Sister-in-law's business is doing well. With her own shop, you could not only sell retail but also develop wholesale, making small profits from many sales, said Su Luyun. If she had said this before, Su Lushan would have thought it was unrealistic. But recently, her dumplings had become very popular. Many customers came back, and they could usually sell all the dumplings they made each day. If they followed her idea, they could definitely open a shop just for breakfast foods. I'll talk to your sister-in-law about it. If the opportunity comes, we'll do it, said Su Lushan with a smile. Your sister-in-law really wants to open a shop. Su Luyun looked at her brother and smiled. If it gets that big, your sister-in-law will be too busy alone. Have you thought about quitting your job to work with her? Su Lushan laughed. If the business gets that big, I would definitely quit my job and work with your sister-in-law. Currently, selling buns earns him about 1 or 2 yuan a day. For example, today he went to the vegetable market to sell, and after calculating the profit, he made 2.5 yuan. This is much higher than his daily wage. The market demand is very high, and he can also go door-to-door selling or even sell at the station, where there are many people. Su Luyun knows that her older brother is definitely thinking about this, and she smiles, saying, Big brother, you should seriously consider this. I think it's a very good idea. Su Lushan nods. If the bun business is so good, even if he resigns to do it, what's the problem? Thanks to Su Luyun's involvement, a hidden crisis in the old Su family has been completely resolved. After handling this matter, Su Luyun quietly leaves, keeping her achievements and reputation hidden. After slightly resolving the potential crisis in her family, Su Luyun continues her life of eating, drinking, sleeping, and nurturing her pregnancy. Because she's living so freely and comfortably every day, her face looks very healthy and radiant. Zhou Changdong comes home every day, seeing his lovely wife's charming look, and he loves her so much he always wants to hold her and give her a good kiss. However, this man is very self-controlled. After she started eating meat, he would get excited just by being close to her, and that was true. He was even more eager than eating 3 meals a day. No matter how tired he was, he said he wanted to stay warm and relax. But now that she's pregnant, he really doesn't dare to touch her at all. In fact, every time he holds his wife, he reacts physically, but he remains still and calm. He strictly follows medical advice and never crosses the line. It's said that warmth and fullness make men think of love, and perhaps because she's been so well taken care of, Su Luyun herself can't resist the temptation of male affection. For example, one night, after lying down with Zhou Changdong to rest, she suddenly wanted more. The human body is truly amazing. A few days ago, she didn't have any thoughts at all, and would fall asleep as soon as she lay down exhausted. Now, although she's sleepy because she's been resting at home and sleeping well, her body isn't as tired. With less fatigue, she starts thinking about this. Indeed, the desire isn't just a man's. Women feel it too. As the saying goes, Su Luyun is not someone who forces herself. If she wants it, she will go for it. Because her little wife reached out to touch him in various ways, Zhou Changdong was surprised. "Wife, can't you sleep?" "I can't sleep," Su Luyun replied softly, leaning in to kiss him. "Brother, I miss you." Zhou Changdong also gently kissed his wife, speaking softly, "My wife. The doctor said no intimacy during the first 3 months and the last 3 months. As long as I am careful, it will be fine." "I'm not that fragile," Su Luyun replied softly. "I really miss you, brother. I miss you so much." How could Zhou Changdong resist this? A few days before confirming her pregnancy, he avoided being close to his wife. After the pregnancy was confirmed, he didn't dare to touch her at all. They had just started eating meat again, and he was very fond of intimacy, but now that his wife was pregnant, he had to control himself and not act on his desires. Now, his wife was like a little cat, and he couldn't help but want to be close to her. Su Luyun really enjoyed sharing these moments with him, because he always considered her feelings. Because of that, even though he was carrying a precious baby, she never suffered but only enjoyed endless happiness. Tonight, Zhou Changdong was especially gentle throughout. Once everything was calm, Su Luyun felt very happy. She held onto him tightly and didn't want to let go. "Little sister, are you tired? Go to sleep," Zhou Changdong said tenderly, holding his wife with great affection. She was indeed tired. After he tidied her up, Su Luyun felt sleepy. When he came close, she curled up in Zhou Changdong's arms and fell asleep. Outside, cold wind and snowflakes were falling, but inside the little couple's house, it was full of spring warmth. The next morning, when Zhou Changdong went out, it was still snowing outside. Su Luyun got up as usual to see him off. Zhou Changdong hugged his wife and kissed her. "I've already ordered a new iron gate. Later, I'll install another one outside, so you won't have to get up anymore." It was a bit careless of him. The wooden door was good, but it couldn't be locked from the outside. Once the iron gate was ready, there would be 2 layers of doors, especially the iron one, so she could lock it from inside using the iron bars, and she wouldn't have to get up anymore. Su Luyun didn't refuse. After seeing him off, she locked the door and went back to sleep. She slept until nearly 10 o'clock before waking up. She had a meal, then did some light exercises inside her room. She also listened to the news on the radio, then listened to a model opera performance. There was always something to pass the time. In the afternoon, she took another nap. She slept until Xiao Yu came to find her. Xiao Yu came because she had rarely gone back to her mother's house today, and she heard that Ho Tsue was learning to sell buns just like her. So, after returning from her mother's house, she specifically came to see Su Luyun. Seeing Su Luyun dressed casually like this, she was surprised and asked, "Cousin, are you not going to work today?" Su Luyun's pregnancy was only known to her family and had not been shared outside. She planned to wait 3 months before telling others. She replied, "It's too cold today. I don't want to bother, so I took a long leave." Xiao Yu, who came in with her, asked, "You often take leave like this. Won't the theater fire you?" "Not likely," Su Luyun smiled and looked at her. "Why are you here today?" Xiao Yu then got to the point, saying, "Cousin, you actually let your sister-in-law learn from me how to sell buns?" She slightly lifted her chin, clearly feeling proud. "Learn to sell buns?"
Su Luyun laughed.
She thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be about this. "Isn't it?" Xiao Yu snorted. "Cousin, you even asked my younger sister about our business. I told you I won't say anything, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Still stubborn and denying it, even though she was learning secretly. You're joking too much. There are many bun shops outside. Did they start selling buns first, or did you? My sister-in-law learning from you? How big is your face? Su Lujuan was not polite. Xiao Yu felt she was copying her, but she knew she couldn't stop it. She disliked it inside, but could only accept it. However, today she also had another matter to discuss. By the way, is Wang Shi now working with brother-in-law?
Yes, Su Lujuan replied.
It wasn't a secret, and there was nothing wrong with saying it. Xiao Yu asked, how much does brother-in-law pay Wang Shi? Su Lujuan looked at her. Why do you ask? How much he pays has nothing to do with you. It was originally none of my business, but my younger sister-in-law is here helping me. She's not young anymore, so I want to find her a partner. Looking around, Wang Shi seems pretty good, Xiao Yu said. So I came to ask you, cousin, how much does Wang Shi earn? Can he support my sister-in-law? Su Lujuan was really surprised. She was so quick to focus on Wang Shi, but she had already decided to help Wang Shi avoid a bad fate, so she said, that's good. I don't know how much brother-in-law pays Wang Shi. I'll ask him when he returns. After saying goodbye to Su Luyun, Xiao Yu came to see her younger cousin, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was now living in a small single room rented by Xiao Yu, used specifically for making buns. The room was in a building with multiple floors, just a few steps away from the main house, very close. Big sister, how is it? Did you find out everything? Xiao Yu asked with bright eyes. My cousin is quite simple-minded, knows nothing and doesn't understand anything. I'll have to wait for my brother-in-law to come back and ask him, Xiao Yu replied. Then she asked, are you sure you like Wang Shi? He looks so ordinary. Xiao Yu said, he looks very average, but his conditions are okay. Actually, Xiao Yu didn't think Wang Shi was particularly good-looking. She liked him from the start to the end. No, it wasn't just about liking Wang Shi. Xiao Yu was interested in the current situation of the Wang family. There was only one honest and kind widow mother at home, who seemed easy to handle. She had also met Wang Shi. He was a straightforward person. Xiao Yu believed that with her appearance and skills, it would be easy to win over this mother and son. I remember you used to have high standards. Why have you changed now? Xiao Yu asked. People can change, Xiao Yu replied. Xiao Yu looked at her, understanding her situation. This younger cousin had a past relationship, but her partner left her for another woman in the south. From her appearance and behavior, Xiao Yu guessed she might have been involved with that man, so she was no longer a. That's why she wanted to find an honest person to marry. Xiao Yu's guess was correct. Xiao Yu just wanted to marry an honest person. She saw that the mother and son from the Wang family were honest, hardworking, and even raised 6 fat pigs, which meant a lot of money. Besides the 6 pigs, Wang Shi was helping Zhou Changdong drive a large truck, a stable and skilled job. After thinking it over, she believed this was a very good marriage prospect. She asked her sister Xiao Yu to find out about the salary and benefits. If the pay was good, she wouldn't hesitate. Let's put her sister aside for now. Su Luyun was very concerned about this matter. After Zhou Changdong returned, finished dinner, washed up and lay down to rest, she finally mentioned it to Zhou Changdong. I know Xiao Yu. If she's a good person, she's probably fine. But people can be two-faced, kind and gentle in front of others, but sharp and aggressive behind their back. She used to have a relationship before, and even slept with the guy, but still pretended to be a young girl. Su Lujuan started to gently persuade. She's Z and Auntie and the others are honest and straightforward. If he marries into such a family, the mother and son might not have a good life. Zhou Changdong immediately frowned and said without thinking, don't worry. Shizi won't marry into that kind of family. Su Lujuan smiled and asked, are you so sure? What if Shizi likes her? She was trying to help Wang Shi, but if Wang Shi insisted on jumping into trouble himself, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, some things are hard to persuade others about, and sometimes you have to experience them yourself. Zhou Changdong chuckled. I said, he definitely won't marry. Even a fairy wouldn't dare to want him. Su Lujuan laughed. If her intuition as a fan of romance stories hadn't warned her, she might start to suspect something. But both Wang Shi and Zhou Changdong are very straightforward men. Wang Shi admires his older brother so much that even in choosing a partner, he asks his brother for advice. If his brother says no, Wang Shi would probably give up immediately. Then tell Shizi that I think Xiao Yu is interested in his simple family background and good conditions. She might take the initiative, Su Lujuan said. She suspected that Xiao Yu liked Wang Shi herself, not Xiao Yuju. Xiao Yuju's eyes are practically on top of her head. Appearance is the most important to her. If someone isn't handsome, she won't be interested. But she couldn't argue with that, since she was the same way, hee. Thinking this, Su Lujuan reached out and touched her husband's face, which she truly liked. I will tell Shizi. Zhou Changdong allowed his wife to touch him but also said, Shizi is not young anymore. Honey, do you know any good girls you could introduce? Old Zheng's daughter, Zhang Juyue. She's 2 years older than Shizi. If Shizi wants a wife to settle down with, she's a good choice, Su Lujuan suggested. Zhou Changdong knew Zhang Juyue. Her father passed away early, and her mother isn't in good health. She has a younger brother, but the whole family depends on her, right? Her younger brother is in 2nd year of high school. He's very good at studying and has excellent grades. If all goes well, he might get into college next year. Then Zhang Juyue won't have to carry the burden anymore. College has subsidies, enough to support herself. But her mother is indeed ill and needs medication. A mother in poor health, a younger brother still in school, and a family shattered. This is why Zhang Juyue still hasn't married. In the original story, Su Luyun remembers that Zhang Juyue's mother became seriously ill during that winter and had to be hospitalized, which made her family's situation even worse. To gather money for her mother's treatment, Zhang Juyue married an older, widowed man at the end of the year, simply because he was willing to give 200 yuan in bride price to save her mother. Unfortunately, her mother did not survive, as she had endured these years with dwindling strength, and her life was coming to an end. Zhang Juyue felt she had lost a lot in her life. Even after her younger brother became successful and wanted her to divorce and leave, she never did. After her husband passed away, she helped raise his children. She is a very poor but resilient girl. Sadly, such a good girl didn't have good luck. Because Zhang's family was quite poor, Zhou Changdong said, I'll talk to Shizi about this. Su Luyun only suggested casually. She had seen Zhang Juyue in the original story and met her twice herself. She makes a living selling roasted sunflower seeds. Being able to support her siblings and her sick mother with just roasted seeds is very impressive. She wanted to introduce her to Wang Shi, but whether they would be a good match was uncertain. After mentioning this, she didn't continue to nag and gently touched his face, saying, Good brother, why are you so handsome? Zhou Changdong's lips curled slightly as he looked at his little wife with affection. Su Luyun couldn't get enough and leaned in to kiss him twice, asking, Why don't you put on some moisturizer? Knowing you want to kiss me, I'll wait until you're done before applying it, Zhou Changdong chuckled. His face and hands have become well cared for now. He's living a good life. He used to be neglected, but now his wife insists on applying moisturizer before going out or sleeping. There's even a bottle in the car for antifreeze use. He was teased by Qin Dada. Why are you so girly? But Qin Dada's teasing was straightforward. He'd poke fun at him without holding back, and it was always the big joke. Su Luyun laughed softly, not minding the teasing, and gave him a few more affectionate kisses. Then she asked, Come on? Zhou Changdong hurriedly replied, Wife, I just came back last night. Now pregnant, he had just returned last night, so he needed to rest today. Su Luyun was interested but didn't push, knowing he didn't want to. She decided to let him rest properly. After a good night's rest, Zhou Changdong, full of energy the next day, took Wang Shi out for a drive. Getting married is a big event in life. Qin Dada is a good example. He is still arguing with his father-in-law. So, Zhou Changdong also cares a lot about Wang Shi's marriage, and he told Wang Shi about Xiao Yu coming to talk to her cousin. He didn't mention that Xiao Yu is no longer a young girl, only that she isn't suitable for marriage. Wang Shi quickly replied, "Don't worry, Brother Dong. If my sister-in-law says she's not good, then she definitely isn't. I won't consider her. Right now, Wang Shi wants a wife who can live a good life, just like his sister-in-law. He knows he can't find someone as beautiful as her, but appearance isn't the most important. The main thing is to find someone who can live happily." Looking at Brother Dong and Brother Tua, it's clear that Brother Dong is full of energy every day because he has a good wife at home. Brother Tua is also very busy and stressed. Seeing all this, Wang Shi knows what kind of wife he wants to marry. Someone who can live a good life, not a troublemaker. "That's good," Zhou Changdong smiled. "Your sister-in-law also said that if you're serious about marriage and want to live a good life, Xiao Yu is a good choice. Her family isn't doing very well now. Her mother and younger brother rely on her, but her future will be better."
You can think about it.
Wang Shi was surprised. "Does my sister-in-law also think highly of Zhang Jiuyu? Are you paying attention to her?" Zhou Changdong asked. Wang Shi felt a bit shy. "My mom told me about Zhang Jiuyu, but I was always afraid of her because she used to hit me. Zhang Jiuyu hasn't married yet, not just because she doesn't want to. Her family depends on her, and she has a strong personality. She is quite fiery and used to fight with boys her age. Wang Shi was once beaten by her. When he was weaker, she pinned him down and hit him." He saw this story online and thought it was funny and fitting for how Zhang Jiuyu and Wang Shi were as kids. "If this causes any trouble, please contact us to delete it." That was the only time, and he learned his lesson. He was afraid of Zhang Jiuyu and still has some psychological shadow from it. When her mother talked to him before, he refused without thinking. Zhou Changdong chuckled. "That was childhood. It's been so many years. Why do you still remember?" Wang Shi smiled. "Does my sister-in-law really think she's good?" "She is a very good person," Zhou Changdong said confidently. "Her mother is sick and needs medicine, and her younger brother needs to go to school. But next year, her brother will take the college entrance exam." Wang Shi said, "Her younger brother is very good at studying. He probably can get into college. Are you paying attention to her family?" Wang Shi shook his head. "No, it's because her brother did very well in the middle school entrance exam, but he didn't want to continue studying at that time. The teachers from his school personally came to persuade him to go to high school and college. Later, Zhang Jiyue gave him a good scolding, which finally made him continue going to school. Both families actually live not far apart, about 10 minutes walk." He heard his mother mention this after returning from the coal yard. "Her family is just facing temporary difficulties," Zhou Changdong nodded. "Shizi, think carefully. Not only your sister-in-law thinks she's good, I also think she's nice. Marrying someone like Zhang Jiyue wouldn't be a bad choice." Hearing this, Wang Shi felt a bit shy. "I'm afraid she might look down on me." "Why would she look down on you?" Zhou Changdong asked, puzzled. "I'm just worried," Wang Shi said shyly. Zhou Changdong smiled. "When you finish work later, just ask Andy to find out. I think she won't look down on you. If it's possible, do it early, so Auntie won't keep worrying about it." Wang Shi nodded with a smile. "I'll tell my mom when I get home, so she can ask around." He was hesitant to ask Zhang Jiyue himself, afraid of getting scolded. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu finished her morning bun business and came to ask Su Luyun again. Su Luyun confidently told her, "Wang Shi's salary is 50 yuan. Xiao Yu's eyes widened. 50 yuan? Brother-in-law pays him that much? Keep in mind, Li Wenchuan's salary is only 60 yuan. Even so, Li Wenchuan was almost feeling proud of himself.
Su Luyun smiled.
That's right. Wang Shi specifically quit his job at the coal yard to work with Changdong. Changdong wouldn't treat his brother badly, right? But this is a secret. Don't tell anyone except your cousin. Xiao Yu nodded. I understand. She went back and told Xiao Yu about it. Xiao Yu was pleased and smiled. Then let it be. Xiao Yu said, "You shouldn't be so overly eager. If you're too eager, it won't be worth much, and people might look down on you." She didn't want her cousin to do something similar to what she did before. If others found out, she would be the one to get talked about. Xiao Yu knew well that these bad men never gave good treatment, like her ex-boyfriend. He tricked her into being with him. During the half year they were together, she gave him everything, even had 2 children for him, but he still refused to marry her. Finally, she took another unkind person to the south and simply abandoned her. Now, she absolutely cannot let this happen again. The purpose of finding Wang Shi, the honest man, was to take over, but she also needed to keep Wang Shi interested, making him pay a large bride price, and she also wanted to gain control of the family finances. She was dumped by her ex-boyfriend and treated badly before, but from now on, she would be the queen of the honest man. But all of this was about her future marriage. Right now, Xiao Yu started to take action. For example, that day she passed by old Wang's house and happened to see Aunt Shi busy inside. "Auntie, are you busy?" Xiao Yu greeted her with a smile. They had met before, and Aunt Shi recognized her as Xiao Yu's cousin. She smiled and said, "Yes, I'm feeding the pigs. Is there something you need?" Xiao Yu said, "I was thinking, since you're raising so many pigs, how much pig feed do you need to cook every day? The coal must be used up very quickly, right?" Aunt Shi replied, "Are you looking to buy cheap coal?" "Exactly. I want to help my cousin save some money. I know you have many contacts, so I wanted to ask you about it. It's a small matter. Just tell Yuju to talk to her sister. Her brother-in-law is now managing the coal yard, so there's no need for you to make a special trip. My older sister is worried about bothering Zhou brother-in-law and feels a bit shy," Xiao Yu said with a smile. "No need to feel shy. If you need to ask, it's no problem. Relatives helping each other is normal." "You're right, I'll go talk to my older sister later," Xiao Yu smiled. "Auntie, are you busy? Do you want me to help you?"
No.
"It's okay, I have nothing to do anyway." Xiao Yu was very skillful. In just half a day, she managed to make Aunt Shi smile happily, and her gaze toward her was very gentle. Before leaving, Xiao Yu also gave her a handful of milk candies. "When you have free time, you can come over and sit with Annie." "Auntie, don't give me these," Xiao Yu said with a smile. "I get along very well with you. I'm here to help my cousin now. If you don't mind, I'll come bother you after I finish my work." No, I don't mind. If you're not tired of chatting with me, I'd be very happy," Aunt Shi said with a smile. Because her own son was not married, and she often felt a little inferior when talking to other families with daughters. But now, seeing Xiao Yu, who is gentle, generous, and quite good-looking, she liked her even more. Xiao Yu knows how to keep things in balance and thinks today is good enough, so she leaves. Of course, she also refuses the candy, as she doesn't want to seem greedy for small favors. She also looks down on just a few candies. She wants to take control of the entire Wang family's finances. But from Aunt Shi's confident attitude, she seems very sure of herself and confident of success. Sure enough, after Wang Shi finishes work, Aunt Shi talks to him about Xiao Yu visiting her today and chatting. She thinks Xiao Yu is really nice. "Mom, don't say anything bad about her. She's just pretending in front of you," Wang Shi quickly says. Aunt Shi is surprised. "What? How do you know she's just pretending?" "He sent his cousin to ask about my salary. His sister-in-law knows who she is and asked Dongge to tell me to be careful," Wang Shi explains. Aunt Shi also likes Su Luyun a lot. Hearing this, she says, "Today when she came, I really couldn't tell anything. She's very clever. You probably wouldn't notice," Wang Shi says while eating. "Mom, I need to find an honest and steady wife who can live a good life. I can't marry someone like her." Aunt Shi nods. "Good. If Changdong or Junjun say she's not good, we shouldn't want her." Wang Shi trusts Zhou Changdong completely, and Aunt Shi feels the same. They decide not to think further about it. No need to check if it's true or not. "But you're not young anymore," Aunt Shi adds. Wang Shi coughs and says, "Mom, can you ask Zhang Jiyue for me?" Aunt Shi is surprised. "Jiyue? You said you didn't want her?" "Dongge and his sister-in-law both say she's good. They want me to consider her," Wang Shi replies. Hearing this, Aunt Shi is happy.
See?
Changdong and Junjun have good taste. I've told you before that Jiyue is a good girl. You were against it before. I'm just worried she's too capable, Wang Shi says. A family depends on her. If she weren't capable, outsiders would have already taken advantage of them, Aunt Shi says confidently. She admires and respects girls like Zhang Jiyue. Her personality is gentle, and she had a hard early life. If it weren't for her cousin, who was a women's director, supporting her, she might not have survived. She feels a kind of sympathy for Zhang Jiyue, and she's liked her for a long time, knowing her well. But her son didn't want her. Mom, why don't you ask her? If she's willing, we can find a time to settle things, Wang Shi suggests. All right. Aunt Shi couldn't help but smile happily. I'll go ask her mother tomorrow. Aunt Shi was so happy, she couldn't sleep all night. The next day, after feeding the pigs, she took a jar of malted milk and a bag of brown sugar to visit Mother Zhang. When she arrived, Zhang Jiyue was at home because it was still early. Usually, she went to sell sunflower seeds over at the cinema area in the afternoon. Her younger brother was at school and wasn't there. Why are you here, Auntie? Jiyue asked, surprised to see Aunt Shi, while her mother was boiling medicine. Aunt Shi smiled and said, I have nothing to do, so I came to chat with your mom. Is she asleep now? Although Jiyue didn't know what Aunt Shi was here for, she still said, she's awake. As she spoke, she led her inside and brought her a stool. Although their family was very poor, it didn't stop Jiyue from keeping her home very tidy and clean. Even with a sick mother in bed, there was no dirt or mess. Aunt Shi saw all of this and started chatting with Mother Zhang. They had been neighbors for over 10 or 20 years and knew each other well. Mother Zhang looked very sick and was very thin. She initially thought Aunt Shi was just visiting her casually and felt a bit puzzled and confused. But she soon realized what Aunt Shi meant, which also made her feel more hopeful. Honestly, I'm not worried about my son Chi-Chi. He's a boy, and even if he marries late, it's okay. The one I worry about most is Jiyue. That girl has really been held back by me. I wanted her to marry early and not worry about the family, but she stubbornly refused. Even now, at her age, Mother Zhang sighed. Her daughter was already 26. In today's world, that was considered an old maid if she hadn't married yet. She was really worried her daughter wouldn't find a husband or might just marry anyone to get it over with. Aunt Shi smoothly responded, that's just fate. Look at my Shizi. He was introduced to a job at the coal yard by Changdong, and now he has a stable job. I wanted him to marry, but he refused. Over the years, our family situation has improved, and I've been raising pigs and chickens to help with the household expenses. Your family is doing better now, Mother Zhang said. Yes, life won't always be hard. Things will gradually get better. But I'm worried. Things are stable now, and it's time for him to marry. I've been urging him, but he still won't. I only have this one son, and I just want to see him hold his own grandson soon, Mother Zhang sighed. No matter how anxious I am, he just won't marry. I haven't stopped scolding him, Aunt Shi complained. Mother Zhang asked, is it just that the timing hasn't been right yet? Aunt Shi replied, it was because the timing wasn't right before, so he didn't realize it. But now he understands, and it's hard to find a good wife. I'm really worried. I thought I should ask the matchmaker to find a girl for Shizi to see. Hearing this, Mother Zhang was almost certain. She was very happy, though a little out of breath. Aunt Shi quickly patted her back, saying, take it slow, don't rush. After a while, Mother Zhang calmed down and said, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Shizi was raised by me. I don't know about others, but I know Shizi very well. He's honest and sincere, especially now that he's doing well. Are you worried he won't find a wife? Mother Zhang said, I heard that Changdong took him to drive a truck. Is that true? How did you know? Aunt Shi smiled. I haven't heard the truck noise lately, so I asked around. Jiyue said Wang Shi was driving past in a truck, Mother Zhang said with a smile. Aunt Shi then said, now Shizi has quit his job and is working with Changdong. Changdong taught him how to drive and helped him get a license. Changdong is really good to him. He gives him 50 yuan a month, plus an 8 yuan meal subsidy. So, he's getting 58 yuan each month. Mother Zhang said, Changdong has always taken good care of Shizi. When he was little, Shizi liked to follow Changdong around. That's right, they're closer than brothers, Aunt Shi said. Then she smiled and asked, "Sister, I won't hide it anymore. What do you think of my son Shizi?" "Of course, I think highly of him," Mother Zhang replied confidently. Aunt Shi sensed her approval and smiled. "If I want to come to your house to propose marriage and ask Jiyue to marry Shizi, would you agree? Don't worry about the bride price. I'll make sure everything is in place."
Mother Zhang said, "Why do we need all those outside things?
As long as the young people like each other, I have no objections. But I remember Jiyue is a bit older than Shizi, right?" "Yes, she's 2 years older, but they say a girl 2 years older is like a golden rooster, and 2 years is just right," and she smiled. "You're satisfied, but Shizi might not be. Are you just trying to set them up?" Mother Zhang joked. Aunt She knew she was close to the truth and laughed. "How could I be just setting them up? Shizi came back yesterday and told me to come over. I was worried that Xiao Yu wouldn't like her, so I didn't dare to talk to Xiao Yu about it. That's why I came to see you. Sister, you know my personality. I won't mistreat my daughter-in-law. Shizi has grown up in front of you, and now she has a stable job. Because of that, I am brave enough to come personally and ask for your opinion." Now that everything is out in the open, Mother Zhang nodded immediately. "All right, let's not beat around the bush. I trust you, both in your character and in Shizi. I will agree to this. You just need to set a date for the visit and propose the marriage. Once that's done, we can finalize everything and have Xiao Yu marry soon." Auntie She was very happy. "Can you ask Xiao Yu what she thinks? You should tell her directly. If she doesn't agree, I will die trying to convince her," Mother Zhang said without hesitation. Auntie She quickly said, "Don't say such discouraging words. You should speak nicely to Xiao Yu." After exchanging a few polite words, Auntie She left to return home. Since the marriage was about to be arranged, Mother Zhang also decided not to refuse anymore. After seeing Auntie She out, Auntie She took Xiao Yu's hand and said, "Xiao Yu, I think you heard what your mother and I said inside. I want you to know that I understand you need to take care of your mother and brother. Even if you want to marry, you can still take care of them. Not only that, Shizi will also help take care of your mother and brother with you." Xiao Yu replied, "Auntie, my family has a heavy burden. Shizi can handle it, and I won't object," Auntie She said, patting her hand before leaving. Xiao Yu watched her figure until she was out of sight, then turned around to feed her mother medicine. Mother Zhang looked at her daughter and said, "You heard everything, right? I agreed to this marriage. If you don't agree, I will fast starting today. This is a very good marriage, and she absolutely cannot let her daughter suffer. She must marry into this family."
Xiao Yu said, "Mom, you don't have to do that.
I know this marriage is very good." She was not ungrateful. She knew what kind of person Auntie She was, and she was very satisfied with what she said at the door. And she also understood Wang Shi. Actually, Xiao Yu had been thinking about asking Wang Shi about it, because Wang Shi had never married. She thought about giving it a try. Wang Shi was a straightforward person, not cunning or lazy. But when she met Wang Shi, he avoided her and seemed afraid of her, probably because he remembered being scolded by her when they were kids. Mother Zhang saw her attitude soften and happily said, "If you get married, even if I go, I can rest easy." Zhang Juyu pursed her lips and said, "Mom, don't say things like that." She needed to ask Wang Shi again if he had decided. When Zhou Changdong and Wang Shi were driving back, it was almost 7 o'clock. Zhang Juyu waited at the place where their car would pass. Wang Shi, who was driving, saw her first, and Zhou Changdong also noticed her. He said, "Shi, get out of the car and go talk to her." After parking, Wang Shi was a bit nervous and asked, "Talk. What should I talk about?" Zhou Changdong smiled and said, "She's waiting just for you. Just talk about whatever you want." Although nervous, Wang Shi nodded and got out of the car. Zhou Changdong then drove away. "Jiyue, what are you doing out here on such a cold day?" Wang Shi asked as he watched the big truck leave. Zhang Jiyue was straightforward and said, "Today, Auntie She came to my house and told my mom she wants me to be her wife." With that one sentence, Wang Shi's face turned red, and he dared not look at her, instead staring at the ground. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Jiyue couldn't help but laugh. "Auntie She also said it was you who asked her to say that." Although Wang Shi felt shy, he knew he needed to clarify. Yes, I asked my mom. Dongga and sister-in-law both said you're very nice, and that I should marry you. This simpleton directly told Zhou Changdong and Su Luyun about it. If it had been another girl, she might have been angry, but Zhang Jiyue was not an ordinary girl. She only wondered, they want you to marry me, so you will? Brother Dong and sister-in-law judge people well. If they think someone is good, then they're good, Wang Shi said honestly. Zhang Jiyue understood and asked him, what do you think yourself? Wang Shi's face turned red. We grew up together, know each other well. I think you're good too. That's why my mom came to talk to you. Hearing this, Zhang Jiyue was satisfied and looked at him. You know my family situation. My mom and my younger brother. Wang Shi hurriedly said, I know all that, but it's okay. As long as you're willing to marry me and live a good life, my mom is like my mom and my brother is like my brother. I will help share the burden. You won't be so tired. Zhang Jiyue said, I don't need you to support my mom and brother after I marry in. I will take care of them. As long as you and auntie have no objections. Wang Shi quickly said, how could I have any objections? I definitely don't. I will take care of them with you. Zhang Jiyue didn't say anything further. It's cold outside. You should go back. Wang Shi suddenly became clever and hurriedly said, then I will ask my mom to find a good day to go propose marriage? Yes. Wang Shi followed Zhang Jiyue all the way to the Zhang family's door. Only when they reached did Zhang Jiyue turn to look at him. Go back now. Okay. Wang Shi grinned and responded, but he still stood there without leaving. Seeing his dazed look, Zhang Jiyue thought to herself, no wonder she had to ask Zhou Changdong and his wife for advice. Still, a faint smile appeared on her lips. She suddenly remembered, do you want to use my birth date to pick a lucky day? Yes, yes. Wang Shi nodded repeatedly. Zhang Jiyue then took out a piece of paper she had forgotten to give earlier. Here, take this. Wang Shi took it happily. Have you eaten yet? Zhang Jiyue asked. Not yet. I'll go home and eat now, Wang Shi quickly replied, turning around to leave. Seeing him like that, Zhang Jiyue smiled softly, just like when she was a child. Zhang Tianqi saw his sister return and noticed a rare smile on her face. Sis, are you happy with Brother Shi? Zhang Tianqi asked with a smile. What do you think of him? Zhang Jiyue asked back. Brother Shi is a good person. He used to give me buns to eat, Zhang Tianqi said. But your happiness is the most important. Yes, he's a good person, Zhang Jiyue said with a gentle smile. Not only the siblings, but even their mother's thin, tired face showed obvious happiness. Her daughter's marriage was settled, and with such a promising young man like Wang Shi, who knew her well, she was willing to close her eyes and accept it. As for Wang Shi himself, he was in a very good mood. When he got home, he told his mother about it. His mother, seeing the fortune he handed her, was also happy. All right, I'll go find Jianggu early tomorrow to check the auspicious day for you. Let's do it quickly. Next year is my zodiac year, Wang Shi said. His mother teased him. What's the matter? Now you're in a hurry? Why didn't you do it earlier? Wang Shi chuckled, knowing she was teasing him on purpose. That night, many people had a good sleep. The next day, Zhou Changdong drove over to pick up Wang Shi. He asked about their plans, and when Wang Shi said his mother would go to see the good day, Zhou Changdong smiled sincerely. He thought it was very good. Wang Shi said, Brother Dong, I'll need to ask for leave to visit and propose. Sure, Zhou Changdong agreed directly. You should prepare the gift for the proposal. Wang Shi nodded with a smile. My mom will ask my cousin to help. They went busy with their tasks. Meanwhile, and she was also very anxious. In the morning, she fed the pigs and hurriedly gave a red envelope worth 2 yuan to her friend Jianggu to discuss the wedding date. Jianggu checked the couple's birth dates and said they were a good match. Then she suggested a date for the wedding. They could bring gifts and visit to propose marriage the day after tomorrow. The wedding date is also close, set for half a month later, on New Year's Day, when they can go to marry the bride. And she was very happy and specifically went to talk to Mother Zhang. Mother Zhang agreed, and she quickly went to see her cousin, who used to be a women's director but has now retired, though her connections are still strong. Her son said last night that he would prepare a grand wedding to marry Zhang Juyue and not let anyone look down on her. Mother Zhang had no objections, because soon they would be family. She didn't want anyone to look down on Juyue, so her family needed to start paying attention. Even if Mother Zhang held her hand and said everything should be simple, she didn't mind. Unaware, Xiao Yu came over again this afternoon. Aunt Shi, who had already told her son everything, knew her good news was close, so she didn't bother talking much with Xiao Yu. While chatting, she mentioned that her son and the girl had already been seeing each other and that they would soon propose and get married. Xiao Yu was stunned.
What?
What's wrong? Aunt Shi pretended not to understand. I'm just curious, who are you talking about? Xiao Yu asked, annoyed at being interrupted. It's Juyue, Aunt Shi smiled. She and Shizi grew up together and know each other well. I liked her a long time ago. Now that Shizi is about to marry her, I'm really happy. I'll treat you to wedding candy someday. Xiao Yu suddenly stood up and didn't bother to talk to Aunt Shi, just leaving immediately. They're almost engaged, and she still has no chance? All her efforts and feelings were wasted. Aunt Shi was startled by her sudden action. After she realized it, she felt scared and patted her chest. Oh my, with such a bad temper. It's all just an act. Aunt Shi said to herself. Xiao Yu didn't care about her thoughts. She went back to complain to Xiao Yu, cousin, you're really something. Wang Shi already has someone, and they're about to get engaged. You didn't say a word. Aren't you just making me look like a fool? Xiao Yu was surprised. Wang Shi has a girlfriend? I didn't know. Who is she? His mother said her name is Juyue. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and said her cousin was clueless, but she herself was just as bad. Xiao Yu was surprised. How could Wang Shi like her? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiao Yu explained the situation with old Zhang's family. Hearing this, Xiao Yu said, he's interested despite their poor conditions? Those two are just a burden. Xiao Yu agreed, exactly. Sister, should you try again? If you can get Wang Shi, maybe he'll cancel the marriage with old Zhang's family. The more she thought about it, the more she believed Wang Shi was a good match, especially since her younger sister wasn't entirely innocent. Finding an honest man like Wang Shi to take over was the best choice. Xiao Yu wanted to, but hesitated. Is there any chance? They leave early in the morning and come back late, so I hardly see them. Xiao Yu said, I'll talk to my cousin. If she whispers to Zhou Changdong that Zhang Juyue isn't good, Wang Shi might not marry her. Xiao Yu asked, really? Wang Shi listens closely to Zhou Changdong. If Zhou thinks Zhang Juyue isn't suitable, he'll definitely advise Wang Shi to give up, Xiao Yu explained. Hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately said, then what are you waiting for? Go talk to your cousin. My happiness depends on you, sister. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Xiao Yu smiled and took some freshly made rice cakes. I'll give these to my cousin. You sell the rest and make sure to sell them all, okay? That's not always certain. Sometimes they sell out, sometimes they don't. Sell as many as you can. Xiao Yu responded and pushed her bicycle, heading to the factory gate to sell the rice cakes. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu carried a few rice cakes to find Su Luyun. Su Luyun was eating with Yuan Bao, and they were enjoying their dumplings very much. Seeing Xiao Yu, Su Luyun was surprised. Aren't you supposed to sell rice cakes now? Why do you have time to come here? With my cousin helping, I feel much easier, Xiao Yu smiled. I brought some for sister to eat. Good deeds shouldn't go unrewarded. Su Luyun looked at her unexpectedly. We're sisters, right? Just tell me if there's anything. Xiao Yu explained her purpose to Su Luyun. She didn't directly say she wanted her younger sister to marry Wang Shi, but asked if it was true that Wang Shi and Zhang Juyue were planning to get engaged. Su Luyun said she didn't know anything about it, hadn't heard a thing. Xiao Yu didn't expect much from this lazy person who didn't even bother to attend work and just stayed home lying around. She started criticizing old Zhang's poor family conditions, saying that marrying Wang Shi was a burden to him. If Wang Shi was burdened by old Zhang's family, how could he have the energy to work hard? especially since driving is a serious job that requires full concentration. Looking for such a person was just asking for trouble. Su Luyun listened and smiled, thinking she didn't realize that she was the one who helped make this happen. If she knew, her expression would be interesting. But she didn't blame Xiao Yu for not thinking about it, because damaging her cousin's relationship with Wang Shi wouldn't benefit her at all. In fact, it might even have some advantages. Since they were related and both young wives, they could form a group and look out for each other. From any angle, there was no reason to cause trouble.
So she never thought about it.
Cousin, do you think I'm right? Xiao Yu asked, looking at her. Su Luyun replied, that doesn't make much sense. Xiao Yu asked, why not? To help your cousin marry Wang Shi, you want me to be the bad person who breaks up a couple? What are you thinking? Su Luyun said disdainfully, better to tear down 10 temples than ruin one marriage, understand? Destroying someone's relationship is bad karma. And men aren't extinct in this world. Why are you so fixated on Wang Shi? I didn't know you liked him so much. Xiao Yu stubbornly said, it's not that I want to help my cousin marry Wang Shi. Then there's nothing more to say. Xiao Yu had no choice but to admit, fine, I do think Wang Shi is good, so I wanted to help. But I didn't expect Wang Shi to be engaged to Zhang Jiyue. Someone like Zhang Jiyue, how can she compare to my cousin? Don't tell me you're going to interfere. I don't care about this, Su Luyun said with disdain. It's not like she can't get married. She's already engaged, and you're still causing trouble. If you want to do such a wicked thing, do it yourself. I won't get involved. Cousin, won't you help me with this little favor? Is this a little favor? Su Luyun exaggerated. Are you asking your cousin to become a second wife? My goodness, does Wang Shi have that much charm? What second wife? You're being too mean, cousin. My cousin is innocent. Don't tarnish her reputation. Xiao Yu was furious. Not a second wife, but close enough, Su Luyun said stubbornly and foolishly. Anyway, I won't get involved. I'm afraid of karma. Wang Shi is about to get engaged. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Xiao Yu initially thought this was a small matter, but she was surprised to be rejected. She angrily stood up and said, Sister, don't come to me for help in the future. Then she left. When Xiao Yu returned, she was told she wouldn't get any help. Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask, could it be that your sister knows I like Wang Shi and is deliberately causing trouble? No way. Xiao Yu waved her hand. She has no grudge against you, and Wang Shi like each other, so what does that have to do with her? Their families have already decided on this a long time ago. Xiao Yu was just speaking casually and said with dislike, let's forget about it. I honestly don't think Wang Shi is that great. If he weren't a truck driver, I wouldn't even look at him. Xiao Yu then said, how about I introduce you to your brother-in-law? Actually, your brother-in-law's friend, Xiao Bing, is pretty good. His salary is only 35 yuan. Xiao Yu couldn't help but say, his family is poor, all living in a small apartment. If I married him, I wouldn't even have a place to stay. Before she set her sights on Wang Shi, she had also looked around and knew Xiao Bing's situation well. He wasn't within her consideration. Don't look at his 35 yuan salary this year. Next year, when your brother-in-law starts his own business, he definitely won't be neglected. His salary will surely increase.
Xiao Yu said.
Even if his salary increases, there's nowhere to live. Xiao Yu was unhappy. Can you help me look again? Maybe someone who's unmarried and has business connections with your brother-in-law? Xiao Yu thought to herself, you have quite the appetite, but she didn't refuse. She said, I'll ask your brother-in-law if there's anyone like that. I don't know for sure. You really should ask carefully. Xiao Yu added, it doesn't matter if they're a bit older. Xiao Yu was speechless. When Li Wenchuan returned, she actually discussed this matter with him. She said she didn't mind if they were a bit older. Li Wenchuan initially didn't think much of it, but hearing that age didn't matter, he was intrigued and asked, I remember you said your cousin was seeing someone? It was almost to the point of marriage? Why did it suddenly fall apart? Xiao Yu started complaining. It was that who abandoned her. She lowered her voice and said, don't tell anyone I told you. Li Wenchuan said, "Go ahead." "I think that man took advantage of her and then didn't cherish her anymore," she said. "Because she is no longer a young maiden, she has become somewhat resigned and self-destructive. As long as the conditions are good, even an older woman like her would want to marry." Xiao Yu whispered. Li Wenchuan's eyes flashed, and he said, "I've actually come into contact with someone with good conditions. Should I talk to your cousin tomorrow?" Xiao Yu was surprised and asked, "Really?" "Of course," Li Wenchuan nodded. "But it depends on whether your cousin can accept it. If she agrees, you'll have to find someone else to do the work for you in the future." Xiao Yu said, "It's no big deal. If there's someone suitable, just introduce her to her." Li Wenchuan agreed. The next day, he talked to Xiao Yu, but not to introduce a marriage partner. He asked her to become someone's mistress. Someone powerful and influential. "I've told you about the other person's background. Whether you do it or not is up to you," Li Wenchuan said, smoking and waiting for her answer. Xiao Yu's face twitched. She thought her cousin-in-law was a decent person, but it turned out he was trying to set her up as a mistress. However, she was uncontrollably and wildly attracted to him. With his status, if it weren't for Li Wenchuan helping her, she would never be able to reach that level. "A cousin-in-law, if I can help you in any way, just ask," Xiao Yu said after a moment of thought. Li Wenchuan smiled happily and said, "Trust me, you won't regret this decision today." Before yesterday, he was worried about how to climb that big tree to secure next year's project. He thought the only way was to send a woman, but he was troubled about whom to send. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu fell asleep and sent him a pillow. This way, his project was secured. Su Luyun still didn't know that, because of her interference, Xiao Yu had taken a different path. But even if she knew, it didn't matter. Such a person couldn't come and harm Wang Shi and Aunt Shi's family. Good people should be rewarded, and bad people should face retribution. Otherwise, the world would be turned upside down. She believed she was doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Look at how well Wang Shi and Zhang Juyue are now. When the day came, Wang Shi went to propose marriage, and during New Year's, they happily held the wedding. The wedding had 6 tables with chicken, duck, fish, eggs, and lots of delicious food, very lavish. Neighbors who watched Wang Shi with envy and thought Zhang Juyue was lucky to marry well couldn't help but feel jealous. But no matter what they thought, Wang Shi was now living a happy life with his wife. Because it was their wedding, Zhou Changdong gave him 3 days off. After 3 days, Wang Shi finally returned to work. Despite resting for 3 days, Wang Shi still looked tired and not well rested, which made his co-workers tease him. They said, "You must have been busy these days. You look exhausted." Wang Shi chuckled and let them tease him. After getting married, he understood why everyone wanted to find a wife. Having a wife to warm the bed felt really good. He felt like he wanted to put all his energy into her. Of course, he knew these thoughts were private and didn't need to be shared publicly. Since Wang Shi had a good relationship with Zhou Changdong, Zhang Juyue also came by after Wang Shi went back to work to chat with Su Luyun, trying to get closer.
Su Luyun karmli veljomet her.
But when Zhang Juyue came, there was also a woman she didn't know who showed up.
"Who are you?"
Su Luyun asked, looking through the iron gate that had been fixed a few days ago, at the stranger outside. "I'm Sun Xiaoyan, Qin Datua's wife." "You must be Changdong's wife, right?" Sun Xiaoyan said. She had visited the Zhou family's old house with Datua before and remembered roughly where it was. Of course, she had asked neighbors about their new home. Su Luyun was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Sun Xiaoyan to come here. If she was Qin Datua's wife, she would definitely open the door for her. But she was a former wife, and she had learned from Zhou Changdong that Qin Datua had no plans to remarry. He intended to stay away from her forever. So, Su Luyun didn't even consider asking how she knew their address. She simply said, "Sorry, I don't know you," and was about to close the door. Sun Xiaoyan hurriedly said, No, Changdong's wife, listen to me. I really have something important to ask you." Su Luyun coldly replied, "I don't know you. Go find someone else if you have a problem. Leave now, or I'll call the police for trespassing. You'll regret it if you get caught. Don't blame her for being cold." Sometimes being a little cold can help avoid most problems, more than 95% of them. Like this troublesome woman in front of her, she was foolish to open the door and let her in. But Sun Xiaoyan had gone through a lot to find this place, and she didn't want to give up easily. She pleaded sadly, "Please, I'm begging you.
Help me.
I can't go on like this. You're the only one I can turn to now." The screams attracted many neighbors who gathered around, asking through the door, "Mrs. Changdong, who is this? What's going on?" Before Su Luyun could answer, Sun Xiaoyan started crying and said, "My husband is Qin Dadawa, who partnered with Zhou Changdong to buy a truck and run a coal yard. I bore him 4 children. The oldest is in 3rd grade, and the youngest is 3 years old. I've spent all these years raising children and managing the household. Even if I haven't done anything special, I've worked hard. Now Qin Dadawa has made money from the coal business, but he lied to me and divorced me. He wants to marry a young, beautiful college girl and kick me, this old woman, aside. Can you believe such a heartless person exists?" Her words caused a loud commotion. Neighbors couldn't help but scold her loudly, saying, "Isn't this just like Qin Shimi again?" "Yes, this is a real-life Qin Shimi. I've seen Qin Dadawa before. He seemed decent. I never thought he could be so beastly. That's just a wolf in sheep's clothing, kind on the outside, cruel on the inside."
Exactly, a beast.
When he gets rich, he abandons his wife and children. Everyone loved to join in the fun, gathering more and more people, all criticizing Qin Dadawa harshly. Seeing everyone on her side, Sun Xiaoyan felt very proud. She looked at Su Luyun with a pitiful expression and said, "I'm here now to ask Mrs. Changdong for help. I hope as women you can help me. Otherwise, today's trouble could be your trouble tomorrow." Neighbors also told Su Luyun, "Mrs. Changdong, she's right. You should help her. Women should support each other. They all team up to deceive their families. Qin Dadawa did this. Didn't Zhou Changdong notice? I don't believe it." "Exactly. Mrs. Changdong, you need to be careful. Men tend to change when they get money." "That's right. Even if Changdong doesn't do it now, he might be influenced by his partner later. We can't ignore this bad behavior." Everyone kept advising Su Luyun. She smiled and nodded, saying, "Everyone is right, but only if Dadawa really did such shameless things." Everyone was stunned.
What do you mean by that?
Su Luyun looked at Sun Xiaoyan. Sun Xiaoyan was surprised. Does she know the inside story? Does Zhou Changdong tell her about what happens outside? That's impossible. No man would go home and talk about outside affairs with his wife, right? Qin Dadawa doesn't like to talk about outside matters with her. Even if she asks, Qin Dadawa doesn't want to say anything. He just tells her to take care of the family and not to worry about outside things. But Zhou Changdong actually likes to talk about outside matters with his wife. So Su Luyun knows everything about their situation. She didn't interfere with Sun Xiaoyan but told the crowd, maybe everyone is still in the dark and doesn't know the truth. Yes, this woman is indeed Dadawa's ex-wife, and Dadawa did divorce her. But do you know why they divorced? Before anyone could ask, Su Luyun continued, "It's because this woman is a thief. She secretly took all the family money to support her own family. Earlier, Dadawa and Changdong planned to buy a car. They agreed on how much money each would contribute. Changdong borrowed a large sum from relatives and friends, but Dadawa couldn't come up with much at the last minute. That money was actually borrowed from relatives and friends with IOUs. Changdong knew Dadawa's strength. How could he not have enough money? After asking, they found out that Dadawa had saved over 3,000 yuan, but Sun Xiaoyan, his wife, took it all back to her family without leaving him anything to help her family buy a house and support her brother's marriages." Su Luyun's clear explanation directly revealed the main reason for the breakup between Dadawa and Sun Xiaoyan. Everyone listened and looked at Sun Xiaoyan with disbelief and shock. Public opinion turned sharply against her. "I knew it. I thought Qin Dadawa looked pretty good, and since he associates with Zhou Changdong, he probably isn't a bad person. How could he fall so low under her influence? Turns out she's a thief. Exactly, I also thought she couldn't be that kind of person. After all, they have 4 children. Even if they don't look at her face, They should at least look at the children's future, right? That's right. I'm also curious. What did she do to make her husband divorce her and abandon their 4 kids? She's shameless, accusing him first. Yes, it made us misunderstand Shin Dadawa. This woman clearly isn't a good person. She neglects her own family to support her relatives. How could she be a good person? I really dislike and look down on women like her. Being pointed at and scolded by everyone, Sun Xiaoyan immediately started crying and said, "No, that money was borrowed from my family." Su Luyun didn't want to hear her nonsense and interrupted directly. "You want to say that Dadawa earned over 3,000 yuan and gave it to your family without even discussing it with us? Do you think that's reasonable? And is it really a loan? I heard from Dadawa himself that he went to ask for the money back, but your mother was so desperate that she told him she had no money and only wanted her life. Are you telling me that's a loan? That's no different from stealing. And besides, Dadawa wouldn't divorce you just because of this. He only threatened to scare you and get you to agree to a divorce because of the 4 children, but in the end, he didn't go through with it. The real reason for your divorce is that last time, Dadawa settled accounts with Changdong. When he went to pay back relatives and friends, you found out. Then you wanted Dadawa to give you the money again. But Dadawa, who's been bitten once, is now afraid of the rope around the well. He dares not give you the money anymore. But you, greedy and foolish, think that because he didn't divorce you last time, he's afraid of you. You use this to threaten and cause trouble. Encouraged by your family, you even stopped their car and wouldn't let them leave. Dadawa was so upset by your actions that he finally agreed to the divorce. He's already gone along with your wishes and done what you wanted. So, why are you here crying now? After saying these words, Su Luyun looked at the neighbors and said, "That's how it happened. Don't be fooled by this woman. She's regretting her divorce now, so she wants me to talk to Changdong to help her remarry. But if she were a good person, Changdong, as Dadawa's brother, wouldn't let him divorce her. He would definitely advise him. But anyone who gets involved with this woman will be unlucky. Neither I nor Changdong will try to persuade Dadawa. Forget about it." After speaking, she stopped talking and shut the solid wooden door tightly, not wanting to see her anymore. But outside the door, people still didn't stop. They started pointing and criticizing Sun Xiaoyan. Sun Xiaoyan originally thought Su Luyun was just a fool, but it turned out she was such a strong person, and she was turned away at the door. With everyone outside mocking her, she couldn't bear it and had to leave in shame. This matter, Su Luyun definitely planned to tell Zhou Changdong. Zhou Changdong arrived home at 7 p.m. He first brought delicious food and drinks for his wife to enjoy. Only then did he tell her about Sun Xiaoyan coming over today. Zhou Changdong immediately frowned and looked annoyed. She actually dared to come here again. Su Lujuan hadn't heard about this for a long time and asked, "What is her situation with Datua now?" Zhou Changdong replied, "It's been days since the divorce. She and the Sun family just realized they were played by Datua and now regret it, wanting to get back together. Only now they realize? That's so slow," Su Lujuan said, unable to hide her frustration. "How long has it been since the divorce? Only now do they realize that staying married isn't good for them? Are they that slow to react?" Thinking there are 4 kids to take care of and Datua is busy with work and family, so the Sun family felt very secure. But they didn't expect Datua to invite his second aunt over to help with the kids, which made them panic, Zhou Changdong explained. Su Lujuan's dislike was obvious on her face. It's too late to panic now. If they hadn't divorced, they could still control the situation, but now that the divorce is final, Qin Datua no longer has any restrictions. That's why Sun Xiaoyan cried, caused a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself. She had also asked Zhou Changdong to help persuade Datua to take her back, just wanting to reunite. But Zhou Changdong refused to get involved in this matter. What he didn't expect was that the other side would come to bother his wife at home. Zhou Changdong was furious. "Don't worry, wife. She definitely won't come here again to bother you," Zhou Changdong said. Su Lujuan replied, "Actually, she didn't bother us much. Her level is too low. Dealing with her was easy. It's obvious she's not very smart. Otherwise, why would she be so easily influenced by her family? She's really foolish. When Zhou Changdong heard this, he laughed and leaned over to kiss his wife. "That's right, my wife is amazing." Su Lujuan gave him a playful glare and told him to go wash up and rest early. Zhou Changdong spent a good night resting with his wife. The next day, he went to the coal yard and wanted to talk to Qin de Tua about what happened. But before he could speak, Qin de Tua had already decided not to leave any mercy for the Sun family anymore. All attempts to resolve the issue had failed. Now, the Sun family was even trying to take the kids' custody to threaten Qin de Tua. This touched Qin de Tuo's bottom line. He had initially thought that since they were married, and the Sun family was still the children's maternal family, he could just let it go. He no longer plans to ask for the money owed to him. Everyone just needs to live peacefully. But in the end, he was too kind-hearted. He is generous and forgiving, so they really think he is a softa. They are completely wrong about that. Nowadays, being able to take out a loan to buy a truck and run a coal yard smoothly is not easy. Qin de Tua is well known locally as a powerful figure. He controls both the black and white sides of the business. He didn't originally intend to go all out, but now that he's been provoked, they think a divorce will end everything. The Sun family still owes him money that hasn't been paid back. So Qin de Tua didn't hesitate to strike hard. Soon, trouble struck the Sun family. Sun Xiaoyun's older brother got into a fight outside and was beaten nearly to death. One of his legs was broken. At the same time, her second brother was robbed by a troublemaker, with 2 ribs broken and 1 arm fractured. After their 2 sons were beaten, the Sun family didn't just accept it. They went straight to the police to complain, claiming Qin de Tua was responsible and demanding he be arrested. But their request was rejected because there was no proof. Even without evidence, they had to go through the motions, but the authorities refused to play along and told them to leave. Seeing this, Sun's father was clever and paid some money to find out what was really happening. The reason why Qin de Tua is so influential is because he controls both sides of the law, and the leaders at the police station are his old friends, often sharing tea together. So, could the Sun family really accuse Qin de Tua? After learning this, Sun's father gained a new understanding of his son-in-law. He used to think Qin de Tua was just capable, but now he saw he was extremely powerful. He is so well-connected in the underworld, he's definitely not a pushover. And Sun's father, a cunning old man, soon faced retaliation. Qin de Tua had been planning to deal with him for a while. The Sun family's presence is weak, but Sun's father is full of schemes. Sun's mother, though loud and aggressive, is mostly just a front. The real strategist behind her is probably this old man. He used to be easy to ignore, but now that Qin de Tua has fully turned against him, he won't be spared. They ordered someone to beat this old man badly. He fainted on the spot and was seen by neighbors, who helped carry him home. The day before, after seeing his 2 sons beaten, Sun's father was not afraid and still wanted to find a chance to get back at Qin de Tua, his son-in-law. Their family would never give up on this son-in-law, because in their eyes, he is like a big piece of meat, juicy and tempting. How could they abandon him? But now, after being beaten and kicked, and having a knife pressed to his body, father-son was truly scared. He never expected Qin de Tua to be so ruthless even to his father-in-law. And since the police didn't care after being reported, father-son was really frightened. Mother-son, however, was not afraid. Seeing her sons beaten so badly and having no way to seek justice, she felt that justice was lost. But she was not spared either. While shopping for groceries, she was robbed, and her face was slapped so hard it looked like a pig's face. She finally felt how fierce Qin de Tua could be. She hurried back home, crawling and rolling, too scared to go outside again. The 2 daughters-in-law saw that their father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband were all beaten so badly. They were afraid it would be their turn next. They were so scared that they quickly took the children and went to their parents' house, even threatening to divorce. Sunda and Sun Air were so worried, they couldn't accept a divorce. They hurriedly asked father-son and mother-son to think of a way. Things couldn't go on like this. After experiencing all this, father-son and mother-son were truly afraid of Qin de Tua. So they had to ask their daughter, son Xiaoyun, to go back and beg for reconciliation. Their family couldn't endure this anymore. Son Xiaoyun returned looking sad and guilty, kneeling at the door, trying to persuade Qin Dadawa to give her one last chance, promising she would change for the better this time. But after calling for a long time, no one responded. Their children, heartless as they were, had all been bought over by their second aunt and no longer wanted to recognize her as their mother. Thinking of this, she was furious and knocked loudly on the door. Suddenly, Qin Dadawa opened the door and kicked her in the chest, causing her to fly out. Son Xiaoyun spat out blood immediately, almost fainting from that. She looked at Qin Dadawa with fear. After so many years of marriage, she never believed he would treat her like this. They had been intimate before, after all. Now Qin Dadawa hated her deeply, pointing at her and shouting, "I told you, we're getting a divorce. You can go wherever you want. Go back and tell the Sun family this is just the appetizer. In the future, I will make your family's life miserable." Sun Xiaoyun was stunned. But thinking about her older brother, second brother, and her parents, who were all injured and beaten, she didn't doubt him. He was capable of doing this. "How can I finally let my family go?"
she cried.
Qin Dadawa said, "Give me back the money." Sun Xiaoyun cried as she returned to her parents' home and recounted Qin Dadawa's demands. Sun's mother was overwhelmed, saying, "We can't pay back over 3,000 yuan. We've already spent it." Sun's father was worried and said, "If this keeps going, our family will fall apart. You too, take out all the money you have and sell the big items like watches, bicycles, and radios." Sun's older and younger brothers, afraid of Qin Dadawa, dared not refuse. The bicycles, radios, and watches were at home, so they just needed to go and get them. As for the money, it was in their wives' hands, but now they had gone back to their parents' homes. Sun's mother was sent by Sun's father to visit her daughters-in-law's families to ask for money. Not only did she want money, but she also told them to borrow from their own families whatever they could borrow to pay back Qin Dadawa first. But the two daughters-in-law refused to give up their money, let alone borrow from their families. They weren't the ones who owed Qin Dadawa money, so why should they pay it back? Why should they borrow from their families? They thought that was unfair. Sun's mother looked devastated and scolded them. "You are so heartless and unkind. If it weren't for marrying you, we wouldn't have to borrow so much money from him." The two daughters-in-law of the Sun family refused to take the blame. "Every family spends money on marriage. We didn't know that money was stolen. We haven't even blamed you for tricking us into marriage." Soon, the Sun family started fighting among themselves. In the end, they only managed to gather 1,000 yuan. Sun's father told Sun Xiaoyun to take that money back first. After she was scolded, Sun Xiaoyun felt a deep fear of Qin Dadawa. This man, who had been married to her for many years, suddenly turned so cold and ruthless. She was truly scared, but she had no choice but to come back and beg for mercy on her knees. However, it was all useless. Although Qin Dadawa took the money, he didn't plan to let it go so easily. He gave them only 3 days to pay the rest, or he would cause chaos in the Sun family again. Finally, with no other choice, Sun's father and mother took out their savings from many years, selling the family's ancestral coffin funds and some heavy gold bars they had no idea where they came from, to pay off Qin Dadawa. After paying off the debt, the Sun family was completely drained. They were truly at their wits' end, feeling like crying but unable to do so. This time, they had lost more than they gained. But that was Qin Dadawa, using such harsh methods to keep the Sun family in line. To prevent the Sun family from causing trouble, he certainly wouldn't be polite to them. Not only would he be rude, but he also wanted the Sun family to be terrified just hearing his name. Don't think he's too harsh. He already gave the Sun family a chance, but they proved useless. He also knows exactly how to deal with people like them. They won't remember his concessions. If he backs down, they'll become even more aggressive. The only way to make them behave is to suppress them firmly. Treating them like dogs will make them fear and behave properly. Qin Dadawa had completely taken down the Sun family, and Su Lian heard about it from Zhou Changdong later. It was exactly as expected. Qin Datua and Zhou Changdong's success wasn't accidental. Qin Datua had already left the army and learned how to handle things in society. Now he has influence in both black and white circles. In the future, he will handle some private matters. Zhou Changdong manages public affairs. Their teamwork is perfect, and they do very big business. This isn't a kind-hearted effort. The Sun family wanted to turn the world upside down, but that was impossible. Not crushing them would be considered kindness from Qin Datua. After this, the Sun family would definitely learn to behave. Just hearing about this is enough. With the Laba festival coming soon, Su Luyun prepared beans to make laba porridge for tomorrow and went to bed in a good mood. Hubby, tomorrow is Laba festival. Shall we go to second brother's place for a meal? Zhou Changdong finished washing and came over to hug his wife. Don't you need to go to the coal yard? Su Luyun asked unexpectedly.
No.
Su Luyun smiled. Did you hire more people? Recently, he could occasionally stay at home and spend time with her, which was something new. 2 more people. Zhou Changdong nodded happily. A few days ago, he had asked Qin Datua to find 2 workers, and they arrived early. Now he and Qin Datua could take occasional breaks, no longer as exhausted as before. All right, tomorrow we'll go have a meal with second brother and his wife. Su Luyun had no objections. After discussing this, she reached out to touch him. Zhou Changdong. He sighed helplessly. Honey, stop making trouble. His wife was quite lively and didn't listen. She ignored him and continued playing on her own. After a while, she couldn't take it anymore and leaned in to kiss him. Zhou Changdong responded, but hesitated when he was about to come. Wife, we just came here the day before yesterday. It's okay, I'm in good health. When Bai Yanshuang mentioned she was pregnant, she was very sensitive and a little disbelief, feeling it was different from the plays she acted in. Now that she was experiencing it herself, she finally believed it. After pregnancy, everything really changes. Zhou Changdong was still a bit hesitant, but he couldn't resist his wife's insistence. In the end, he carefully handled everything. Su Luyun felt completely relaxed afterward, hugging Zhou Changdong happily. Brother, you're so good. Seeing her tender and gentle look, Zhou Changdong also smiled, but he was a bit worried. Are you feeling uncomfortable?
I'm comfortable.
Zhou Changdong couldn't help but laugh and touch her belly. It seems like there's no change in your belly. Su Luyun was both amused and helpless. Later, your belly will gradually get bigger. She was only about 2 months pregnant, and the baby was probably still smaller than a red date. Why would she expect any change in her belly now? Zhou Changdong also smiled softly. After the baby is born, you can want as much as you like. But now, while you're pregnant, you can't be so frequent. Su Luyun said, I don't know why. I just miss you.
I really like you.
Zhou Changdong's heart softened completely. He didn't want to say anything more, only holding her to comfort her and talking about other things to distract her. Su Luyun didn't need him to distract her. She was already sleepy and fell asleep in no time. The next day, she was awakened by the tempting aroma of laba porridge. Zhou Changdong got up early to cook the laba porridge. The smell was incredibly delicious. Seeing the time on her watch, Su Luyun decided not to sleep in anymore and got up to wash and eat the porridge. How do you know how to do everything? Su Luyun praised as she enjoyed the tasty laba porridge. Zhou Changdong smiled. When I was a soldier, I also helped in the kitchen. I learned a few skills. He always aimed to learn new skills when he was outside. Whatever job he took, he did it well, trying to master it. Su Luyun only drank the porridge. After finishing, she checked the time and decided it was almost time to go to university with Zhou Changdong. Today is Sunday. Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong didn't have classes, but neither of them planned to go home for the holiday. Since confirming Zhou Changdong was okay, the couple hadn't come back. The last time they visited was before Zhou Changdong bought a car and Zhou Chang'an had sent 2,000 yuan. They are from the class of 1977 and graduated at the end of 1981. They still have a year left, and their studies are quite busy. Before, they only managed to visit him occasionally. Additionally, because the couple has been married for many years without children, Neighbors often ask about them, which makes Lin Fong less willing to come back. Su Luyun understands this because she would also be reluctant to return if she were in her place. However, both Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong were surprised but happy to see them today. Neither Zhou Chandong nor Su Luyun had been to college before, and since the weather was nice and sunny, they just took a simple tour of the school, walking around and looking at things. When enough time had passed, they went outside to have lunch. During the meal, Zhou Chang'an asked Zhou Chandong how his work was going. After giving him 2,000 yuan, he hadn't paid much attention to his third son's career, but today he asked about it. Zhou Chandong smiled and said, "Everything is going well." In the first month, he received over 3,000 yuan from the profit sharing, and in the second month, over 7,000 yuan. This was because he combined the leftover accounts from the first month. After receiving the money in the second month, Zhou Chandong and Qin Datua immediately paid off the bank loan. The house was still mortgaged, so they needed to pay it off first to regain ownership. As for the 4,000 yuan owed to his mother and second brother, it wasn't urgent because it could be settled next month. Zhou Chang'an advised him that after the spring breeze policy was implemented, there would be chaos outside, with some things permissible and others not. He emphasized the importance of having principles and not leaving any black marks, or they would eventually be punished. Zhou Chandong knew that the people he was dealing with now were not ordinary, and he was aware of some things most people didn't know. He reassured him that he wouldn't do anything illegal or immoral. Lin Fong smiled to lighten the mood and said, "You worry about others, but you're also worried about Changdong? You know his temper." Zhou Chang'an chuckled, "I'm just saying a few words." Su Liyun also changed the subject with a smile and said, "Last time, Mom came to visit you. I asked her to bring some salted eggs. How are they? If they taste good, I'll have another batch in a while, and I'll ask Changdong to deliver them. The salted eggs are very tasty, but there's no need to ask Changdong to deliver them," Lin Fong said with a smile. "I followed the recipe you told me and marinated some myself. The taste is pretty good. I guess I've successfully learned from you." As they chatted and laughed, the lamb hot pot was served. The four of them started eating happily, talking and enjoying the meal. After the Laba festival, less than a month remains until the new year. Su Liyun, because she is pregnant, can't do much and mostly stays at home. Meanwhile, her family is very busy. First, her mother, Wang Guifan, is especially busy because it's the end of the year. Many people are sewing new clothes, and Wang Guifan is working so hard that her sewing machine's pedal almost smokes. Although busy, she makes good money, so she is very happy. In previous years, only she was busy in the old Su family. Others had normal jobs and weren't particularly busy or free. But this year is different. Su Lulin's barbershop is full every day because, over time, its good reputation has spread. Su Lulin cares a lot about his shop. No matter how busy he is, he always makes sure his customers are happy. Most customers are satisfied, even though some are difficult to please. Because of this, business is really good. Especially now, at the end of the year, many people want to get their hair done early, so they won't have to wait in line later. So Su Lulin works from morning till night, only taking a break to eat. But he feels more energetic the busier he gets. Since opening his barbershop, he feels like he's been revitalized, as if he's had a second spring. Zhu Meishue is also a good helper at home. She is pregnant and busy as well, but Su Lulin loves his wife and doesn't want her to work so hard while pregnant, so he asked his cousin's daughter to come help early on. Of course, Su Man is a diligent girl. After school, she quickly finishes her homework and then goes to help out, cleaning, serving water to customers, and greeting guests. In the past, with such busy business and a happy family, Ho Tsuetsue would definitely be jealous. But now, Ho Tsuetsue has no free time at all because she is also very busy. Recently, her steamed bun business has become very stable. On top of that, she supplies a large restaurant. The restaurant's manager bought her buns unexpectedly one day to try a new flavor, and after tasting them, he thought they were very good. As expected of the hotel manager, she directly asked Ho Tsuetsue if she could supply food to the hotel. They agreed to deliver 50 buns each day for testing. If the business was good and popular, they would order more later. Ho Tsuetsue's eyes lit up. She should have been very happy about this, but she hesitated because the other party's payment cycle was quite long. They only settled accounts once at the end of the month, and at other times, she had to keep records. In the past, Ho Tsuetsue would have refused, thinking they might be scammers. But once someone leaves home, their outlook and skills tend to improve and grow. Ho Tsuetsue didn't agree or refuse. She just said she needed to discuss it with her family. When Su Lushan finished work and came home, she told him about it. Without hesitation, Su Lushan immediately told her to agree. Who would scam them with such a big hotel for a few dozen buns? That's impossible. So, the next day, Ho Tsuetsue delivered 50 buns and received a receipt. They told her she should give one receipt per delivery, recording how many buns and the total price. At the end of the month, she could bring these receipts for a unified settlement. Seeing how formal they were, even giving her receipts, and noticing how upscale the hotel was, Ho Tsuetsue believed they wouldn't scam her. She felt completely at ease and was very happy. What made her even happier was that her vegetable buns were loved by customers, so she decided to deliver 100 buns every day. Not only for the hotel but also for her own stall, she needed about 200 buns daily. Every day, she had to knead a lot of dough and chop a lot of filling. Kneading the dough made her arms sore, and chopping the filling made her hands weak, but Su Lushan was very helpful. After work, he would take over, so she could rest properly. Despite this, Ho Tsuetsue was incredibly busy, with her feet barely touching the ground. She had no time to envy her second brother's barbershop. Instead, Su Lulin came back and, seeing her busy state, teased her on purpose, saying, "Wow, sister-in-law, you're really amazing. You actually managed to do it. You're going to get rich." Ho Tsuetsue, feeling flattered, smiled happily and learned to be modest, saying she couldn't compare to her second uncle and the others. Everyone was surprised by the situation in the old Su family. When Su Lulin started his own business, it was not too hard for others to accept, since it was a craft and normal to work on your own. But Ho Tsuetsue, with her big mouth, also became a small business owner. She had previously been gossiping about others with them. The moment the others left, they took off quickly, so I stopped playing with them. Some people were jealous or envious, while others came to learn from it. But when it came to making money, Ho Tsuetsue, who was usually very talkative, surprisingly didn't need her family to remind her. She was very careful and kept her mouth shut tight. Although she was a big talker, she wasn't stupid. She didn't want too many competitors. So when people asked her about her business, she would just say it was average, earning just enough to get by, not much else. She wouldn't say the full details. Of course, this caused some gossip, but Ho Tsuetsue didn't care at all. Compared to making money, what were those rumors worth? Now, her favorite thing each day was counting money and doing accounts. That was the happiest part of her day. Everything else could wait. Time passed quickly in this busy routine. Soon, it was the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, and the new year was just around the corner. The 6 pigs raised by Aunt Shi were all ready to be sold. Zhou Changdong had already been eyeing her pigs for a while and had made a deal with Aunt Shi. Actually, Aunt Shi wanted to give him 1 pig as a gift, but Zhou Changdong absolutely couldn't accept that. He agreed to buy the pigs at the price Aunt Shi offered to the collection station, and he asked Ma Shu, the husband of Big Mouth Ma, to come and slaughter the pigs. The pigs' offal and other parts would be given to him as payment. Besides the offal, Zhou Changdong split the remaining pigs in half. This bold son-in-law prepared half a pig for his father-in-law. When Su Lian found out about his plan, she couldn't help but give the man a sharp look and said softly, "Isn't that too much to give?" After all, they only gave their parents a pig's hind leg weighing about 20 pounds, and they gave her family half a pig, which would weigh over 100 pounds. There are many people over there, so half a pig isn't much. Zhou Changdong smiled at her, knowing his young wife was happy. "Wife, do you want to go with me?" "No, just send it over," Su Luyan replied, not planning to go herself. She would wait until the second day of the new year to return. Zhou Changdong nodded with a smile, Alright, I'll take it to my parents. Although it was already the 1980s, life was still quite poor overall. So, it was easy to imagine how surprised Zhou Chongdong, the son-in-law from the Su family, was when he drove a big truck to deliver half a pig to his father-in-law. Ho Tsue's reaction was the most direct. When she saw the half-pig meat being unloaded from the truck, she was stunned. Wow, that's so much. Not only she, but also Su Lushan and Su Lulin, her brothers, had similar reactions. After Su Jingua and Wang Guifan understood the situation, they quickly told their son-in-law not to bring so much, just leave one leg and take the rest back. I bought a pig, and I'm giving half to my parents and will keep the other half, Zhou Chongdong said with a smile. While talking, the neighbors were startled by the noise of the old Su family's truck and came over to see what was happening. Was it a delivery of New Year goods? They immediately learned from Ho Chui that her daughter had brought New Year gifts. What kind of gifts? Everyone looked over and saw the half-pig. This impressive scene left the neighbors stunned in place. Oh my goodness, the son-in-law of the old Su family brought a gift of half a pig. That fat pig probably weighed around 100 jin of meat. Looking at their son-in-law and comparing him to their own stingy son-in-law, it was clear who was better. It's true, comparing goods and people can be so frustrating. But regardless of what others thought, Zhou Chongdong happily left the gift for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. They wanted to invite him to stay for a bowl of noodles, but he had already eaten at home, so he told them about his wife's recent news and that he would visit again on the second day of the new year. Then he drove back home. When he left, the Su family became lively again. The neighbors kept saying how amazing their son-in-law was, bringing such a big half-pig, probably too much to eat all at once. They probably meant to show some respect to the Su family. After all, good meat was hard to find outside. But Wang Guifan refused, saying it was a gift from her son-in-law, and what would the Su family do with so much? Plus, it might look like some shady deal, which was unacceptable. So, they decided to give some to their 2 daughters-in-law to take to their parents' homes and also to visit relatives and give gifts, claiming they wouldn't have much left. When the neighbors left feeling a bit jealous, the Su family closed the door and started discussing. Ho Chui was the first to ask excitedly, Mom, how much can I take back to my parents? 3 jin for your family as a sign of respect, Wang Guifan said generously. But Ho Chui had a big appetite and said, Mom, this half-pig, if not a leg, then at least 5 jin. Just give me 3 jin. That's too stingy. Next to her, Su Lushan said with a bad tone, Are you having a good life? You're asking for 5 jin and 3 jin is still too little? If you think it's too little, don't take it. Ho Chui rolled her eyes at him, thinking that men like him only hold her back when it really matters. Su Lufshand doesn't want to take too much to his father-in-law's house because he has 2 children who have never eaten anything from there. During festivals and holidays, he considers himself respectful and always brings some cigarettes, alcohol, and sweets, but the food served there is mostly thin porridge, salted vegetables, and plain rice cakes. Their family isn't that poor, but with such little food, who can they feed? Also, his father-in-law always thinks they bring too little, so it's pointless. He prefers to keep the food for himself. Zhu Meishue honestly said, 3 jin is enough. Ho Tsue. I didn't expect you to speak up, but don't hold us back either. Zhu Meishue doesn't care about her sister-in-law's opinion because not saying anything would be like implying she also thinks 3 jin is too little. She doesn't mind giving it to her parents as a sign of respect, but she knows that most of it will end up in her brothers, sister-in-laws, and nieces and nephews' stomachs. Originally, it was for her nieces and nephews to eat, which is fine, but thinking back to when she was divorced and her previous in-laws took everything from her, she feels upset about her nieces and nephews bullying her daughter Su Man. Her sister-in-law and brother-in-law also constantly criticize her. If her parents weren't alive, she wouldn't even go back. Wang Guifan also looked at her eldest daughter-in-law and said, Now that you earn your own money, you can decide how much to give to your family. It's your business. I won't say anything. But this is a sign of respect from Chongdong and Yunjun to us elders. Getting 3 jin back is already good. Don't expect too much. Exactly, Mom. You're really greedy. We also need to eat. Su Yuan immediately supported Grandma. Yes, yes. Su Yang also agreed. They all need to eat too. They can't take everything back to their grandparents' house. They know that their grandparents hide good things for their cousins and relatives, leaving them only plain porridge and salted vegetables. That's why they don't like visiting their grandparents' home. Ho Tsue Tsue. But she's right. This year, she earned her own money and plans to visit her parents to show off a little. She will send the 3 jin of meat tomorrow, and after the second day of the new year, she will give another portion she prepared herself. Wang Guifin started arranging other meats. For example, her own brother's family and her most successful relative, her cousin who is a deputy director, also needs to receive a share. Everyone gives 3 jin to add some happiness. After such arrangements, a lot of meat was distributed, but there was still plenty left at home. The actions of Zhou Changdong, the son-in-law of the Su family, naturally became widely talked about. There was no way around it. Old Su's son-in-law was too talented and too bold. He was practically every mother-in-law's idea of the perfect son-in-law. Everyone hoped to have such a son-in-law, but reality was often different from the ideal. For example, their son-in-law was just a dream, while theirs was real. On the Zhao side, they were once again hurt by this. Wang Guifin's sister, Xiao Yu's mother, Wang Guixiang, was holding back her anger. Actually, not only Xiao Yu liked comparing herself to her cousin Su Lujuan, but Wang Guixiang also liked comparing herself to her older sister Wang Guifin. Before, Su Lujuan had been a widow for 3 years after her marriage, and Wang Guixiang felt secretly pleased. Her son-in-law visited every year, while Su Lujuan could only stay at home. Later, when Zhou Changdong became a vegetable and was carried back home, she secretly gloated and said that Su Lujuan's niece had bad luck. But now, the situation was completely different. Since Zhou Changdong woke up, she had been feeling sour about it. First, she sent gifts twice, then invited her father-in-law and the whole family to watch a play and go out to eat, and now she even sent a whole pig as a New Year gift. It was just jealousy to the extreme. So, Wang Guixiang came again to find Xiao Yu. She directly told Xiao Yu that Li Wenchuan should also buy some New Year goods to send over, and the New Year's gifts on the second day of the New Year had to be generous, or else she wouldn't go back. Wang Guixiang went back, and Xiao Yu was naturally full of anger. Actually, as early as yesterday, after hearing neighbors say that Zhou Changdong sent half a pig to his in-laws, she had prepared herself. She knew her parents would be jealous and envious. But today, her mother came to scold her, which made her very upset. She was angry, but she also couldn't let Su Lujuan feel better, so she went straight to her. When Su Lujuan saw her come, she smiled and said, "Yuju, you came just in time. I made a lot of meatballs. Take a bowl back for Xian Xian to eat. He'll definitely like it." Xiao Yu. She came angrily, and when she saw Su Lujuan's smiling face offering meatballs for her son, she felt like she was about to burst with frustration. She couldn't vent her anger properly, and it was so frustrating. "Cousin, isn't the noise you and your husband made a bit too loud?" Xiao Yu could only hold back her feelings, but her tone was a bit resentful. "What noise?" Su Lujuan couldn't help but feel anxious and asked, "Did I shout so loudly last night that someone heard me?" Xiao Yu remained silent. "That's not right. If I had shouted that loud, Changdong would have reminded me." Xiao Yu couldn't bear it anymore. "Sister, can't you stop thinking about the same thing all the time?" She thought she was being overly dramatic. Su Lujuan shot her a teasing look. "Didn't you used to like talking about these things? Now I share with you, and you're still saying I'm right. Being in bed with a man really is something only those involved understand." These were Xiao Yu's original words. Before, she said them to tempt her, which made Su Lujuan very upset, especially about Zhou Changdong. Xiao Yu sighed. "How are things with Wenchuan? You seem pretty irritable lately. Are you having some problems?"
Su Lujuan asked.
Xiao Yu immediately looked like a cat whose tail was stepped on, getting angry. "Who isn't having problems? Wenchuan and I are fine. Every night he keeps bothering me."
"I'm exhausted.
Su Lujuan rolled her eyes at her. Look at you, always so dramatic. If you're fine, why shout so loudly? Are you afraid others might hear? Xiao Yu was speechless. She had never seen someone so quick to complain and turn things around. She didn't want to talk about this sad topic with her cousin, so she changed the subject.
I'm not talking about that.
The brother-in-law gave half a pig to the old Su family and only a pig leg to your parents. How do you think they'll see that? Su Lujuan understood her way of chatting and started to talk about it. She agreed, I think the same. Isn't that causing trouble? But the things were all sent by Changdong. I only found out later. I even told Changdong about it. But he told me not to worry. The old Su family has many people, so they should get more. My parents are just an old couple, and a pig leg is enough for them. Xiao Yu was silent. That's what you say, but you guys are being too generous, she said. How are other sons-in-law supposed to act?
Shuluhun Shmail.
You're saying that, but does Changdong have to think about how others act when he gives gifts? If he earns money, he can choose to give his parents gifts. He doesn't have to worry about whether other sons-in-law buy cars or not. He's capable of doing what he wants. If he wants to be filial, that's his business. No one expects others to do the same. She looked at her and asked, Did Annie come to talk to you again? No. Xiao Yu denied quickly. Su Luyan looked down on her with disdain. You don't need to hide it from me anymore. I can tell that your second aunt came to pressure you. I'm not criticizing elders' behavior, but your second aunt has gone too far. She's never been kind to you since you were little. She never made clothes or shoes for you, always making you wear what I left over. When she got married, she took a lot of bride price from Wenchuan, but she didn't give you a single penny. Even your savings are mostly from my mom, and my mom made your new clothes. My mom, this aunt of yours, treats you better than your own mother does. In her eyes, it's like raising a daughter is just about giving her food. She acts like a daughter, should be grateful and thank her family. Why is that? She gives you nothing, not even books. She only let you finish middle school, didn't even let you go to high school, and then made you leave. Now that you're married, she keeps coming to pressure you to be filial. She knows you, and Wenchuan just moved out on your own, and you're short on money. But she still expects Wenchuan to meet her standards. Does she even have a mother like that? And you're really useless. Why didn't you argue with her when your second aunt came? If she was genuinely kind to you, I wouldn't have anything to say. You should respect her more. But does she treat you well? Does your second uncle treat you well? What about your brothers? I'm tired of talking about those petty family issues. Do you remember what they did when your cruel mother-in-law beat you and caused you to have a miscarriage? Did they do anything? Did they care? Did they stand up for you or try to get justice? They did nothing. They didn't even try to help you. If I were treated like that by my in-laws, my parents and brothers would definitely make trouble for them. Remember when I was tricked by healing? My older brothers and second brothers came straight to beat Zhou Chongping. You know about that, right? Wouldn't my parents and brothers treat me like that if they didn't love me? That's real love for their daughter. Only a family like that is worth me and Changdong being so respectful. Otherwise, forget it. Su Luyan scolded Xiao Yu fiercely. Xiao Yu tried several times to speak up, but she couldn't get a word in. When Su Luyan finished, she couldn't argue back at all. All her deep-seated grievances surfaced. Isn't that how it is? If her family treated her well, she would know how to be filial. But how did her family treat her? Now she sees that other daughters and sons-in-law are respectful to their families.
But why?
Sons are treasures. Daughters are just like weeds. If they have sons, that's enough. Why bother with her? The more Xiao Yu thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She started crying. Su Lian didn't expect to be brought to tears by her. But seeing Xiao Yu like that made her want to laugh. As I said before, I feel no sympathy. All of this is Xiao Yu's own fault. Not to mention being a beloved family member, she should at least be decisive and strong, but she prefers to write about a frustrated little wife. In today's society, people are under a lot of pressure, and they like to read sweet, happy stories. They want something light and enjoyable. Why write about feeling so oppressed? Her good grades are mainly because she created a good villain character, making her hate it enough. Otherwise, she would have failed. Yes, cousin, I understand. I won't listen to what my mom says anymore. Xiao Yu wiped her tears. Su Luyun cheered herself up. As the saying goes, the cause today is from yesterday. You don't need to feel guilty. You're already very filial. Xiao Yu also agreed with this. Su Luyun smiled, knowing her aunt wouldn't agree if she didn't repay her family. She would definitely cause trouble. She wasn't afraid of high stages when watching dramas. Don't blame Su Luyun for planning to only cause trouble for Xiao Yu and not get along with her. Because Xiao Yu felt the same way. Su Luyun just scooped a bowl of meatballs and told her to take them home for the kids. When Xiao Yu said, "Cousin, you're still so good to me. Is that even a question?" Su Luyun looked at her and said, "Since we married together, we should support each other." Xiao Yu nodded and took the meatballs, not in a hurry to go back. She asked, "Cousin, how much does brother-in-law earn in a month?" "I don't know," Su Luyun replied, pretending not to know. "Don't know?" Xiao Yu looked at her suspiciously. "How can you not know? Brother-in-law's money is all kept by you." She knew she was trying to trick her. Su Luyun shrugged. "It used to be kept by me, but isn't that because I can't manage money? I spent all the money he left me, so now he doesn't let me keep it. But he gives me a little pocket money each month, so I don't need to worry about household expenses. I can just spend it freely." "How much pocket money?" Xiao Yu asked. 50. Su Luyun smiled and looked at her. Xiao Yu's heart was really hurt by that. Li Wenchuan gives her 30 yuan a month, making it seem like he's giving her 300. But Zhou Chonggong gives her cousin 50 yuan a month. It's really frustrating to compare people. Xiao Yu immediately said, "If you can give your cousin 50 yuan a month, that means your brother-in-law must be earning more. You should find a way to keep that money for yourself. What can I do if he doesn't give it to me? Should I argue with him? I've tried that before." "Really? And he didn't punish you?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. "I really argued with him," Su Luyun said, blushing. "But at night, he would bully me and ask if I listened to him. If I didn't, he wouldn't let me go. What else could I do? I couldn't fight back at all. He almost took my life." Xiao Yu sighed. "You're so troublesome." "Cousin, have you forgotten Huang San?" she said fiercely. "Huang San is outside with a mistress and even has a child with her. That's what happens when his wife doesn't control the money." "No way." Su Luyun looked innocent and naive. "You also don't manage Wen Chuan's money. You just get living expenses from him. Wen Chuan isn't out messing around. Not every man is like that. Can they really be the same? Wen Chuan works on construction sites, not as a truck driver. Huang San is a truck driver, and so are your brother-in-law and others. Driving out on the road, truck drivers are quite popular. Many people might be interested. If you don't have money, it's fine. But if you do, things could get messy someday." "Really?" Su Luyun looked a little scared. "Be careful. You must watch out for your brother-in-law." Xiao Yu nodded firmly. "You're right. When he comes back, I'll try to talk to him," Su Luyun said. Xiao Yu warned her. "Don't say it in bed. Look at her, acting so flirtatious. It's not appropriate to talk about that in bed. That's none of your business." Su Luyun rolled her eyes at her with a smile. Then she changed the subject. "By the way, where's your younger sister? Why didn't she come to sit with us today?" Xiao Yu replied, "She's not helping me anymore. She's already gone back." Actually, she didn't really go back. She went to see her boyfriend. Her family is quite wealthy. I heard her boyfriend was very pleased after meeting her younger sister and rented her a place. She doesn't need to work anymore. Her man supports her, like hiding her away in a fancy house. But of course, she wouldn't tell her cousin about this, to keep it a secret. She had a feeling that her younger sister's boyfriend might be a bit secretive. Su Luyun then realized that Zhao Yushi had already left. She was a bit surprised but not very interested. If she wanted to leave, she could. There was nothing more to say. After chatting for a while about other things, Xiao Yu came back with a bowl of meatballs. Because the construction site has shut down now, Li Wenchuan has little to do. However, after finishing this year's project, he received a sizable bonus, so he's not worried about food or clothing. Most importantly, next year's project is already in his hands, so he's sure to get ahead. When did you make the meatballs? Li Wenchuan, returning home after hanging out with friends, saw them and felt in a good mood, so he took one to eat. Where did I make them? My cousin asked me to bring some back for Xian to eat, Xiao Yu casually replied. Hearing this, Li Wenchuan's face darkened, and he shot her a glare. Are you begging at someone's door? Xiao Yu widened her eyes. Are you angry? Why are you talking so harshly? Li Wenchuan scolded, and you say I talk harshly? What's wrong? I can't support you and your son anymore, so I have to go beg for food? Yesterday, Zhou Changdong bought a pig and gave half a ham to his father-in-law, along with a big leg for his parents. Li's mother couldn't help but come over and tell him to learn from Zhou Changdong. Look how successful he is now. Li Wenchuan, who had loved competing with Zhou Changdong since he was young, felt his fragile pride hurt. But he held back because he secretly told himself he would never be worse than Zhou Changdong. Next year, he planned to contract his own projects. One project could be finished in a year, earning him several thousand yuan. Earning a few thousand yuan a year, doesn't that make him the most handsome guy around? As for Zhou Changdong, he thought Zhou couldn't earn that much. His truck could only make 200 or 300 yuan a month at most. Earning 2,000 or 3,000 a year would be very good. After comforting himself with these thoughts, he felt much better. But today, Xiao Yu's bowl of meatballs completely shattered his mood. He felt humiliated like never before. Xiao Yu was stunned by the scolding. When she realized what had happened, she was furious. My cousin kindly gave me a bowl of meatballs for Xian to eat. That's normal family exchange. Why do you make it sound so bad? If you can't buy a pig for the new year, don't take it out on me. She knew he was hiding something. Yesterday, when she heard Zhou Changdong bought a pig for the new year, his face looked sour. But sour or not, she wouldn't take it out on her. Suddenly, Li Wenchuan lost his temper, knocking the bowl of meatballs onto the ground and pointing at her angrily. Just a pig? You think I can't afford it? Xiao Yu, who do you look down on? I'll tell you, I just didn't buy one. If I wanted to buy 10 pigs, I could do it. Xiao Yu was already upset from being scolded for no reason, and now seeing the mess on the ground, she couldn't bear it anymore. If you can afford it, go buy some. If you have the guts, bring back 10 pigs to show off. But all you can do is yell at me, just like those useless guys. No skills at all, only good at shouting at women at home. Li Wenchuan was so angry, he almost burst. Useless? Xiao Yu, say that again. So what if I say it 100 times?
Slap.
She was slapped so hard her face tilted to one side. How dare you hit me? Xiao Yu covered her face, stunned. I hit you.
Li Wenchuan showed angrily.
Fine, I want a divorce. I'm leaving you. Su Luyun heard Sister Song come over gossiping, and she found out that Xiao Yu and Li Wenchuan had a big fight and were even talking about divorce.
She was very surprised.
But she wasn't interested in going over because she knew they wouldn't really divorce. Sure enough, a few days later, Xiao Yu brought her a bowl as an apology, saying she accidentally broke it. Su Luyun didn't mind about the bowl. She just saw Xiao Yu looking very happy, with no trace of sadness or resentment. She smiled and said, I heard you and Wenchuan are thinking of divorcing? You don't seem like it. It's just some angry words during a fight, Xiao Yu replied. Why were you arguing so fiercely? Of course, Xiao Yu couldn't tell the truth. She said it was just a small disagreement. But Li Wenchuan had already apologized to her. Su Luyun chuckled. Did he apologize in bed? Look at your face, all shiny like after rain. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at her cousin but understood why Su Luyun had been in such a good mood since Zhou Changdong started doing well. Because this man was willing to try hard, unlike women, who are in totally different moods. 2 days ago, Li Wenchuan had accidentally hit her, but he regretted it afterward. That night, he quietly apologized and tried very hard to make her forgive him, which softened her heart. But she didn't forgive him so easily. Last night, he kept working hard, and she had no choice but to tell him that if he hit her again, she would really divorce him. Li Wenchuan said he wouldn't do it again and promised to try to have another child. As someone who was the focus of his efforts, Xiao Yu felt especially happy today. But she was a serious person and didn't talk nonsense like Su Luyun. Su Luyun just teased her a little, and her mind wasn't really on Xiao Yu. Now, as the year was ending, it was really cold. But Zhou Changdong still has to leave early and return late every day, and she feels quite sorry for how hard he works. This man is very good at caring for her, and of course, she also cares for him. So she cooked his favorite braised pig trotters. When Zhou Changdong came home in the evening, he saw the fragrant braised pig trotters, and his expression was very gentle. Su Luyun smiled and said, "Come quickly and eat." There was braised pig trotters, mixed flour buns, and a bowl of pork rib kelp soup. Zhou Changdong was indeed hungry. He washed his hands quickly and sat down to eat dinner, asking her, "Wife, have you eaten?" "I've already eaten." Su Luyun sat across from him, watching him eat. "Eat some more? Drink some soup?" Su Luyun smiled and told him to eat at his own pace. Seeing that his wife wasn't eating anymore, Zhou Changdong started eating himself. He really has a big appetite. After all, with such a tall stature, if he had a small appetite, he wouldn't grow so tall. "Are you starving? Did you eat some snacks to fill your stomach?" Su Luyun asked. Zhou Changdong replied, "Yes, I ate 2 buns around 4 o'clock, but I'm still hungry." "Eat more." Su Luyun knew they burned a lot of energy and must get hungry quickly. But she also wondered if it was due to pregnancy hormones. She was really feeling love-struck at this moment. Watching him eat so heartily, Su Luyun felt very happy. It was strange that she even found his eating habits handsome. But she just felt very comfortable looking at him. Maybe it's something hidden in human genes. People with good appetites are usually strong and healthy, so maybe that's why she liked looking at him. After eating and drinking enough, Zhou Changdong felt relaxed and very comfortable. The braised pig trotters his wife made were truly delicious. Su Luyun smiled and told him to rest for a while. She wanted to clean up the dishes, but he didn't need her help. He called her to lie down on the bed, and he cleaned the dishes himself. He also tidied himself up and washed up before coming back to her feeling fresh and clear. Then he shared today's gossip with her. Today, after they delivered coal to someone's workplace, they ran into the boss's wife, causing a scene. Because the boss had an affair with a woman in the company, and the news got to his wife's ears, she stormed over. Zhou Changdong and Wang Shi drove the car, and the 2 brothers enjoyed a big piece of gossip. That evening, they shared the story with his wife. Su Luyun snorted coldly, not to mention far away, but here, Huang San's mistress brought her child to show up at his place. She looked at him and asked, "Will you also have a mistress or even 2 or 3 showing up at your door someday?" Perimeter Dong. "That wife, how could I do such a thing? That's impossible." Honestly, he had no other intentions. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't bring such gossip home to share with their wife. Su Luyun looked at him with a half-smile, then reached out and grabbed his hand. "Let me tell you, if you dare to do me wrong, I will cut you off." Zhou Changdong immediately begged for mercy. "Easy, easy, wife. Your happiness in the future depends on me." Su Luyun relaxed and patted him gently. "Be good, I won't cut you." Zhou Changdong quickly rolled over and sat up. "You're so bold. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn." The couple started joking and laughing. But soon, they were just grumbling softly. Yuan Bao, the clever dog in the kennel, looked confused, not understanding what the owners were doing inside. It was a good night's sleep. The next morning, Zhou Changdong got up early, cooked dumplings for breakfast, kissed his wife, then took some eggs and steamed buns, and headed out in his car to work. Su Luyun slept until 10, then got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and fed Yuan Bao. Seeing Yuan Bao's body had grown bigger, she smiled. The family had good food, and Yuan Bao was well taken care of, looking shiny and healthy. Not only was the food good, but its doghouse was also very luxurious. When they were renovating the yard, Zhou Changdong had the workers rebuild the doghouse on top of the original foundation. After the professional renovation, the doghouse was warm in winter and cool in summer. Yuan Bao loved it. Su Luyun was generous and hung a curtain at the door of the doghouse to block the cold wind. Inside, she also placed a small quilt, making it very comfortable. As the new year approached, everyone was happily preparing for the celebration. Su Luyun was no different. Because Zhou Changdong often traveled outside with his truck, he brought back a lot of frozen seafood, including fish and shrimp. Su Luyun, who loved seafood, was very happy. She didn't want to keep everything to herself, so she asked Zhou Changdong to send some to her parents-in-law. He delivered some to Chen Aihong and Zhou Quansheng's side, and also to the old Su family. Everything was fine at the old Su family, but there was an accident at Zhou's side. Zhou Yongshan and He Yuling, mother and son, are allergic to seafood. They ate some, and not long after, their bodies started itching and developed rashes. At first, she didn't realize it was an allergy. She suddenly developed a rash, which was confusing. Moreover, He Yuling's condition was milder, just a rash, while Zhou Yongshan was vomiting and having diarrhea. Frightened, He Yuling quickly went to borrow some medicine from the neighbor. When the neighbor heard her explanation, they immediately asked if she had eaten something wrong, suspecting food poisoning. They suggested boiling some mung bean soup to detoxify. This wake-up call made He Yuling realize that her and her son's symptoms resembled food poisoning. She naturally thought that Su Luyun knew she had stolen food from the old house and deliberately poisoned it to harm them. She fed Zhou Yongshan medicine and told him to lie down, then angrily stormed over to confront Su Luyun. She was shouting about how unfair it was, claiming the poisoning was attempted murder. During the new year, her shouting drew the attention of neighbors. Seeing her face covered in a rash, they hurried to ask what was wrong. He Yuling didn't explain but led a group of people over. When Su Luyun heard the commotion and saw He Yuling, especially her appearance, she instinctively took a few steps back and refused to open the big iron gate. "What's wrong with you?" Su Luyun asked bluntly, not polite. She also covered her nose and mouth, worried about catching something from her. He Yuling cried out, "How can you ask me what's wrong? Don't you know what you did?" Su Luyun looked confused, noticing many neighbors gathered outside, and frowned. "Speak clearly. Don't be vague." He Yuling said, "I know I was wrong about that previous matter, but it's all in the past. I've apologized and compensated. The third family should let it go. But how could you retaliate like this? Deliberately poisoning the seafood. You harmed me, but you even hurt Yongshan. He's lying in bed now with diarrhea. How could you do such a thing?" The neighbors were stunned. "What? Longdong's wife, you poisoned it?" Su Luyun immediately denied. "That's impossible. Why would I want to poison anyone? The seafood was sent by Changdong to the old house as a gift for my parents-in-law." He Yuling admitted, "Don't accuse us of things you don't understand. Changdong sent some seafood over because our parents were worried we wouldn't finish it all. We just ate that seafood, so that's why this happened." She was sure that her scheming sister-in-law, Su Lujuan, knew their parents would send seafood, so she deliberately caused trouble. "Then you must be allergic to seafood," Su Lujuan said. "Why don't you take Yongshan to the hospital quickly instead of arguing with me?" "Seafood allergy?" He Yuling frowned. The others looked confused. Since they were from the inland, seafood was rare and unfamiliar to them. Many locals also didn't like seafood, so they didn't realize they could be allergic. Su Lujuan explained simply and urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take Yongshan to the hospital." Food allergies can be serious, but she didn't want anything to happen to Yongshan. If he got worse, her family would be in real trouble. The neighbors also urged He Yuling to take the child to the hospital quickly. He Yuling didn't fully believe her son, but his safety was more important. She decided to take him to the hospital first. If he was poisoned, she wouldn't let it go easily. But she was very disappointed when the test results confirmed Su Lujuan was right. The doctor said Yongshan was allergic because he ate seafood by mistake. Just as the results came out, Chen Aihong arrived. Today she had gone to the street office to see her good friend, Director Wang Shuimiao, and only heard about the incident after returning home. She hurried over immediately. "Mom, you're here," He Yuling said uncertainly. Chen Aihong looked at Yongshan sleeping on the bed and asked, "How is Yongshan now?" He Yuling honestly replied, he just got in 4 and is now asleep. Chun Ai Hong asked, what did the doctor say? He Yuling told the truth because she couldn't hide it and she didn't want to say it was poisoning. Chun Ai Hong's face darkened and said, he had an allergic reaction after eating seafood. Without asking questions, you caused a fuss, and now the neighbors all think your sister-in-law poisoned you and your son? He Yuling lowered her head and said, I was just panicking too. Chun Ai Hong's face turned very dark, but she was too tired to argue further. She went to ask the doctor and learned that the grandson was brought in just in time, so the situation wasn't serious. After finishing the 4 drip, he could rest for a few days and he would be fine. She didn't stay long and went straight home. Since Zhou Chongping and Zhou Quanqing finished work, Chun Ai Hong told them about the incident. Zhou Quanqing looked unhappy. As for Zhou Chongping, he looked embarrassed. He said, this woman is like that, she makes a fuss over small things. When she gets back, I'll ask her to apologize to the 3rd daughter-in-law. After that, he came to visit his son in the hospital. Seeing that his son was okay, he started scolding He Yuling. The child had a rash, vomiting, and diarrhea. Why didn't you take him to the hospital right away? Instead, you went there to cause trouble. Are you so brainless? He Yuling rarely argued back this time. I didn't think much about it, she said. But she was actually overthinking. She thought that if she went to the hospital first, she wouldn't be able to blame Su Lujuan if the child got better. She wanted the neighbors to see her face and see how badly her son was hurt. She didn't expect that her cleverness would backfire. Zhou Chongping scolded, you messed up my good plans. Plans? He Yuling didn't understand. Zhou Chongping explained his idea. Although he didn't know how much his 3rd son was earning now, he was sure that he was doing very well. He was ready to put aside his pride and make peace. He was thinking about the new year when his 2nd son and his wife would come back, and they could all have a happy family dinner together. But before he could even bring up this plan, this woman caused trouble again. It really made him angry. I don't care. When we go back, you must go and apologize immediately, Zhou Chongping said angrily. He thought there might still be a way to fix things. He Yuling only then learned about his plan and couldn't help but complain, why didn't you tell me earlier? This whole thing was a mess. Although Chun Ai Hong, the mother-in-law, explained everything to Su Lujuan after returning from the hospital, that evening, when Zhou Chongdong came back, Su Lujuan still added fuel to the fire and told him the story. She emphasized that He Yuling took her son to eat seafood, mistakenly thinking she had poisoned him. Instead of rushing to the hospital, she started yelling, which everyone in the neighborhood heard. A crowd gathered at the door, questioning her. Su Luyun expressed her frustration to Zhou Zhongdong. She said, she came with a group of people. I was so scared that I didn't even dare to open the door, worried she would hit me. Hitting me is one thing, but what if she hurts our child? Zhou Zhongdong quickly replied, honey, don't be afraid. I just can't understand what she's really thinking about me. She keeps saying I'm so mean, but what have I done to hurt her, or do anything terrible? Su Luyun continued to complain. It seems like I've never done anything to provoke her, right? It's always her causing trouble here. But that wasn't enough. She started talking about past issues, like women often do, bringing up old grievances. When you weren't home before, she used to bully me and insult me. I felt I had no choice but to want to move out. Otherwise, how could I live alone when you're not here? I really didn't want to stay under the same roof with her. That's why I spent so much money to buy this house and move out for peace. Later, when you came back and you were unconscious, she kept coming over, trying to force me out and take over our family's property. She even resorted to sneaky tricks to hurt me. Su Luyun spoke more passionately, feeling more wronged. She looked up at Zhou Zhongdong and said, Zhongdong, if there's a house for sale somewhere else, should we sell this one and move away? Can't we stay far from her? If we can't fight her, maybe we can hide from her. She painted herself as a fragile white flower swaying in the cold wind. Zhou Zhongdong felt heartbroken. But honestly, that's exactly how he felt too. All along, it seemed like his sister-in-law was the troublemaker. Honey, we don't need to move. Why should we? It looks like we're feeling guilty. I'll warn her. Don't touch the things we send to the old house, or there will be consequences, Zhou Zhangdong said, also annoyed. He always sent respectful gifts to his parents at the old house, but he knew his brother and sister-in-law might try to take advantage of that. However, since his parents lived there, it was unavoidable. He wasn't stingy enough to argue over such small things. He just turned a blind eye. But he didn't expect that they would take advantage and then bully his wife. That crossed his bottom line. Because of Su Luyun's influence, when Zhou Zhangping came over with healing to apologize, Zhou Zhangdong certainly wouldn't be polite. He didn't even bother to invite them inside. He directly said at the door, "My wife is timid and afraid of trouble. I can't offend sister-in-law. Please, sister-in-law, be more careful in the future. Even if something collapses one day, you should wait until I come back and tell me. Don't rush at her with a big group of people. What are you trying to do? Are you planning to come to my house and hit my wife?" Xiao Yu quickly said, "I was just worried." Zhou Zhangdong was now completely annoyed with his sister-in-law. Worried? Shouldn't you be rushing to take Yongshun to the hospital? Instead, you panic and leave Yongshun at home, calling people to trouble my wife? All the things taken to the old house were never touched by my wife. I was the one who took them there. I'm not that powerful to predict exactly what our parents will give you and what they'll keep for themselves, so I didn't poison the part meant for you. His sarcasm was full and sharp. Zhou Zhangping looked embarrassed. Zhangdong, your sister-in-law was just panicked and acted foolishly. I've already scolded her. Zhou Zhangdong showed no interest. He said calmly, "The things I took to the old house were to honor my parents. I know they love Yongshun, so they would take care of him when they visit. But after today, I will tell my parents to keep the things I bring for themselves, so there won't be any more trouble. Otherwise, sister-in-law might come aggressively and try to attack my wife again." Zhangdong, you're overreacting. Xiao Yu wanted to explain, but Zhou Zhangdong didn't pay her any attention. There's nothing else, so I won't keep you any longer. After saying that, he turned around and closed the door behind him, along with the wooden door inside, completely ignoring brotherly ties. Su Lujuan inside the house had overheard everything Zhou Zhangdong said outside to Zhou Zhangping and his wife. Seeing him return, she pretended to be casual and asked, "Zhangdong, do you think this might offend our older brother and sister-in-law?" Zhou Zhangdong comforted her. There's no need to keep in touch anymore. Everyone can just go their own way. He used to value brotherly bonds. But all those feelings ended the moment he was brought back and his older brother and sister-in-law tried to seize his property and use sneaky tricks against his wife. Still, he wanted to keep some family ties, not completely break relations. But after today's events, he no longer wanted even that. From now on, everyone can go their separate ways. Su Lujuan leaned into his arms and said, "Zhangdong, it's really good to have you protecting us. Don't doubt it." She was deliberately flattering him. She truly despises the two people in the big house, one acting kind and the other acting stern. Don't think she doesn't know. Zhou Chongping has recently wavered and no longer acts so proud of being the eldest brother, wanting to make peace.
But she doesn't want that.
She finds both of them disgusting and prefers to stay away forever. Zhou Chongdong hugs his wife. "We don't need to be afraid. If someone bullies you and you're pregnant, don't argue with them. When I come back, tell me, and I'll stand up for you." Su Luyun is really touched. "Chongdong, kiss me." Zhou Chongdong knows his wife is scared, so he comes closer and gives her a long kiss to comfort her. Over at the Zhou family's old house, Zhou Quansheng and Chen Aihong haven't said much about this matter, but the elders understand that their brotherly bond can't be easily repaired. They are open-minded and simply ignore it. Zhou Chongping went to lie down in his room. He Yuling sees this and can't help but say, "Third brother doesn't respect you at all now. We can't even enter his house, and he won't give us any face. He keeps us outside, saying such harsh things." She almost directly accused them of trying to take advantage of her family. "Shut up." She was quiet, but once she spoke, Zhou Chongping snapped at her. "This is all you're doing." He Yuling choked and could only say, "When Chang'an and the others come back, ask Chang'an to talk it over." Zhou Chang'an wouldn't do such a thing. Although their school had long been on holiday, he and Lin Fong hadn't returned. They could still stay at school, but they rented a separate place outside. After the holiday started, they went straight to their rented house to enjoy their private time. But on New Year's Eve, they still came back. After all, there's only one day like this in a year, so they wouldn't miss celebrating it. They also brought plenty of things with them. Healing saw that she had completely offended the third family, so now she was especially friendly to Zhou Chang'an and very polite to Lin Fong. Zhou Changping also greeted Zhou Chang'an and told him that it was rare to have the whole family together after so many years, and they should have a family reunion dinner. Zhou Chang'an had no objection and asked if he should go tell the third brother. Zhou Changping sighed and mentioned the misunderstanding from a few days ago. Zhou Chang'an glanced at his older brother. Based on his understanding of this brother and his sister-in-law, if it were just about this one matter, the third brother wouldn't be so narrow-minded as to refuse to come to the old house for a family dinner. He simply said, if the third brother doesn't want to come, then forget it. We'll just eat here. Zhou Changping was somewhat afraid of this second brother. Since childhood, the second brother has been very smart, more intelligent than everyone else in the family combined. Now he's a university student, and by the end of this year, he will graduate and be directly assigned to a government position. He believes that with the second brother's intelligence and capability, he has great potential for the future. At first, they thought he might act proud, but then they understood that he still needs to get along well with his two younger brothers. So, he expressed a desire for the third brother and his wife to come over together, making the gathering livelier. If there were any issues, they could be settled over the dinner table. Zhou Chang'an didn't say much, but privately asked his mother what was going on between the eldest and the third family. Throughout, neither Zhou Chang'an nor Lin Fong knew about the conflicts between the two families. Earlier, Chen Aihong had visited their school and brought some pickled eggs made by Su Luyun, but she didn't mention these issues. Su Luyun and Zhou Dong had also gone to visit them for a meal, but they didn't talk about it either. After all, these were family secrets and not something to be proud of, so there was nothing to say. However, Chen Aihong didn't seem to avoid the topic now. She openly talked about the grudges between the eldest and the third family. Zhou Chang'an's face darkened. He said that he usually wouldn't care about his third brother's temper, but now he found out that the eldest wanted to eat his inheritance. His expression grew even more grim because he and Lin Fong probably wouldn't have children in their lifetime. So, was the eldest also waiting to take his inheritance? He's not afraid of working himself to death. Zhou Chang'an snorted coldly. Chen Aihong sighed. I don't know how he became like this. Maybe he was always like this, and we just didn't notice. But forget it. Everyone lives their own life. Luyun is pregnant now, and the third brother won't bring her here to suffer. You don't need to call him. Zhou Chang'an nodded and went out to call Lin Fong back to the room, then told her about these matters. Lin Fong's expression also showed disgust because, being clever herself, she had a feeling that He Yuling was probably eyeing her family, thinking about taking their inheritance too. Thinking about this, Lin Fong's eyes dimmed again. If it weren't for her, Zhou Chang'an would need to have no children at all. Don't think about these things. Let's give ourselves 3 more years. If we still haven't succeeded, we'll adopt a child, Zhou Chang'an said. Okay. Lin Fong nodded when she heard this. She also cheered up. During the new year, there's no need to look so sad. After understanding what had happened, Zhou Chang'an naturally wouldn't call Zhou Changdong and Su Luyun over. They could just enjoy their own New Year's dinner. But it was still early, so he took Lin Fong over here to sit with the couple. Su Luyun and Zhou Changdong were busy preparing the New Year's dinner. When they saw the couple come over, Su Luyun smiled and said, "You're having your New Year's dinner here today. We prepared a special dish, just for you." Lin Fong now got along very well with Su Luyun because over these days, Su Luyun had really changed. She smiled and said, "Thank you for the kindness, but we need to go back to the old house to eat with our parents. We don't come back often, and today, on the eve of the new year, we should spend time with our elders." Su Luyun replied, "All right, but you can take these 2 dishes with you later and add some more." She fried a meatball, which smelled incredibly delicious. Zhou Changdong liked it especially. There was also a braised pork belly cooked by Su Luyun to look and smell perfect, very tempting. Seeing that there were quite a few dishes, and Su Luyun immediately packed them onto plates, Lin Fong happily agreed. All right, we won't be polite then. No need to be polite. Zhou Chongdong and Zhou Chong'an were chatting. Zhou Chongdong called Zhou Chong'an into the house and paid back the 2,000 yuan he had borrowed all at once. They also settled their accounts at the end of the year, paying off all their external debts, leaving only the 2,000 yuan owed to the second son. Zhou Chong'an was surprised and asked, "Have you paid everything else?" "Yes, all paid," Zhou Chongdong nodded. Zhou Chong'an smiled and, without hesitation, took the small cloth bag with the money, giving him a thumbs up. Very impressive. There was no need to ask more. The third brother's business was definitely making a lot of money. The brothers didn't say anything else. After tidying up the money, they went outside to chat. When the time was almost right, Zhou Chong'an and Lin Fong went back home. Of course, they also brought back the braised pork and fried meatballs from Su Luyun, packed in a basket. Once everyone left, only Zhou Chongdong and Su Luyun remained at home. But they didn't feel lonely at all. After setting out a delicious meal, Su Luyun poured a glass of wine for Zhou Chongdong, while she herself poured warm boiled water. Holding a cup and smiling at him, she said, "Although this is the 4th year I've been married to you, it's our first year celebrating together. I'm very happy because I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. I hope we can celebrate like this every year in the future." "Okay, every year from now on, we'll celebrate together." Zhou Chongdong nodded seriously. "Although we've been through a lot this year, we've made it through, and we also have our little baby." "I'm really, really happy," Su Luyun said with a smile. "Now I'm drinking tea instead of wine to toast my husband. I hope our small family becomes happier and livelier." "Thank you, wife. I also toast to you. In the new year, may you and the baby stay safe and sound. May our family be long-lasting," Zhou Chongdong said softly. Then the couple clinked glasses, drank, looked into each other's eyes, smiled again, and started eating. There was braised pork, fried meatballs, braised pig's feet, braised ribs, and stewed chicken and fish, 10 dishes in total. It symbolizes perfection and completeness. Of course, the couple ate freely, enjoying their own New Year's dinner, eating whatever they liked. It was both relaxing and peaceful. After the New Year's dinner, it was time to visit relatives and friends. In previous years, Su Luyun would go straight to her parents' house for the new year, and the door would be closed. But this year, Zhou Chongdong came back, so the door was wide open to welcome guests. Soon, neighbors with children came over to pay New Year's greetings. Zhou Chongdong was very generous. When neighbors brought children to visit, he handed out red envelopes, not minding that his own child hadn't been born yet and might miss out. Su Luyun also wasn't stingy. She only gave a few coins in the red envelopes for the children. Besides that, she prepared plenty of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and fruit candies. The sunflower seeds and peanuts were for the adults, and the fruit candies for the children. She told the children to help themselves and take as many as they wanted. Song Tao and the little son of Song's sister-in-law were especially clever. After seeing the older kids happily grabbing a handful, he looked at his small hands and called out, "Annie, can you help me grab a handful?" This little clever boy made Su Luyun laugh. The adults also smiled. Song's sister-in-law scolded him playfully, "You really are thoughtful. Just grab a handful yourself." Su Luyun happily helped her little son grab a big handful of candies and put some in his pocket, then gave him one to put in his mouth, smiling, "Are you satisfied?" The little boy named Song Xiaolin grinned happily and said, "Thank you, Annie." After saying this, she happily ran out to play with her older brothers and sisters. The adults gathered together to chat. Although Su Luyun didn't have much contact with her neighbors before and had a bad reputation in this area, her touching and unwavering romantic love story with Zhou Chongdong changed everyone's opinion of her. Now, she is quite popular here. The main reason is because her husband is successful, so she naturally gained respect as his wife. Not only Song Tao, but others also came to visit. After greeting her, they left to visit other places for New Year's greetings. Soon, Wang Shi arrived with Zhang Jiyue. Because of the cold weather, Wang Shi was helping her walk. Zhang Jiyue had already supported herself for a long time and didn't need his help, but she let him fuss over her because he was persistent. Seeing them, Su Luyun knew their relationship was very sweet. She was very happy with her arranged marriage. "You're here? Come inside quickly. I've prepared tea for you," Su Luyun said with a smile. "Brother Dong, sister-in-law, Happy New Year," Wang Shi said happily. Zhang Jiyue also smiled and greeted, "Happy New Year." Zhou Changdong and Su Luyun also smiled and greeted them, inviting them to sit and chat. Su Luyun then told Zhang Jiyue some important advice. "Now that you're married, you're one with your husband. If you need help, just ask Shizi. Don't be polite or forced to do anything you're uncomfortable with. It's so cold outside and I don't know if you're pregnant, so how can you go out to do business?" This was also said by Aunt Shi when she came to chat with her. After their wedding on New Year's Day, Zhang Jiyue still sold sunflower seeds and peanuts. Wang Shi took over and said, "Exactly as you said, sister-in-law. I told her if she accidentally gets pregnant and she falls, who will take care of her? She should stay at home and rest. When the weather gets warmer, I won't stop her from going out." Zhang Jiyue laughed and said, "I won't get pregnant so quickly. But you don't need to complain to sister-in-law. I haven't gone out either. I've been staying at home." After marriage, she planned to continue her business, but soon Wang Shi didn't let her go out anymore. Half a month after their wedding, she got her period, and her face looked paler than flour. Wang Shi then took her to see old Master Qin to check her pulse and see how her health was. Old Master Qin said that her health was very weak, and if she didn't take good care of herself, it would be hard for her to get pregnant in the future. Don't mention Wang Shi, even Zhang Jiyue was surprised herself. Wang Shi was from a single family line, and she couldn't let his family's lineage end with her. That would be a sin. Of course, the main reason Zhang Jiyue felt so at ease not selling sunflower seeds was because of her husband, Wang Shi. Wang Shi learned a lot from his older brother, Zhou Changdong. On their wedding night, he handed her his bank book, telling her to keep it and use it whenever needed. Zhang Jiyue could truly feel Wang Shi's sincerity. He genuinely wanted to spend his life with her. Not to mention Wang Shi, even his mother, Aunt Shi, was very kind to her. When she moved in, she cooked 4 chickens for her during her monthly period, saying she was too thin and needed to eat more meat to recover. Her health was so poor that she was even at risk of not being able to have children. So, how could Zhang Jiyue not listen and brave the snow and wind to sell sunflower seeds and peanuts? After marrying in, she truly felt she had married the right person. She was now hoping to get pregnant soon so that the Wang family would have descendants, which would make her mother-in-law very happy. But she was suffering a lot now, balancing her diet and taking the medicine prescribed by old Master Qin to recover. Su Luyun nodded and said, "Follow old Master Qin's advice to improve your health. Getting better is more important than earning a lot of money." Wang Shi agreed, exactly. He didn't want her to go out in the wind and rain anymore. Every month, he kept 5 yuan for emergencies and gave the rest to her to manage. He just wanted her to stay at home and take care of the family, not go out. The couple stayed for more than half an hour before heading back. After they left, Zhou Changdong and Su Luyun tidied up and went outside to visit neighbors and exchange New Year greetings. It was all mutual. When neighbors visited their home, the couple also went to others' houses to say hello and increase their social circle. Of course, they also visited the old house to pay New Year's greetings to Chen Aihong and Zhou Quancheng. Su Luyun prepared big red envelopes for her in-laws, each containing 100 yuan. Her parents-in-law took good care of them, and giving them a big red envelope during the New Year was no problem. Knowing they could earn money, the elderly happily accepted it. Zhou Yongshun also came to congratulate and asked for a red envelope. Zhou Changdong gave him a child's red envelope. During the New Year, he wasn't stingy with his nephew. Zhou Changping and He Yiling both smiled as they approached to talk, but Su Luyun was cold and distant. Zhou Changdong only responded briefly, mainly chatting with his parents and Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong. When enough time had passed, Zhou Changdong helped Su Luyun back home. Throughout the evening, Zhou Chongping kept a cold attitude despite their warm greetings, which made his face look a little awkward. Meanwhile, He Yuling keenly guessed, "Mom, I think Changdong looks like that. Could Yun be pregnant?" Zhou Chang'an and Lin Feng already knew, but Zhou Chongping and He Yuling did not, as they hadn't been told specifically. However, now that He Yuling asked, Chen Aihong had nothing to hide, as it had been almost 3 months. "Yes, she's pregnant." He Yuling immediately smiled and said, "That's really good news. Changdong and Yun, such a happy thing, and they didn't even tell us." On the surface, she was happy, but inside, she felt quite disappointed. She had previously seen this younger brother-in-law as part of her own family and hoped he would be unable to have children. But unexpectedly, before long, she found out she was pregnant. This comparison made her even more certain that her second brother and his wife truly couldn't have children. She planned for her son to get closer to his uncle and aunt in the future. But these matters could be set aside for now. After Zhou Changdong and Su Luyun returned home, it was already late, almost 9 o'clock. At this time, no one visited each other anymore because everyone was preparing to stay up and celebrate the new year. Su Luyun used to be good at staying up late, but now she couldn't anymore. She was used to going to bed early, and since she was pregnant, she only stayed up until 10 with Zhou Changdong, then yawned repeatedly. "Wife, you don't need to stay up. Go to sleep first," Zhou Changdong said. Su Luyun nodded and went to bed. After midnight, Zhou Changdong came to bed to rest with his wife. Apart from the main bedroom light, all other room lights remained on all night. The next morning, Zhou Changdong got up to turn off the lights. They rested at the coal yard for 5 days, from New Year's Eve until the 4th day of the new year. They only started working again on the 5th day. Today was also the first day of the new year, a day for mutual New Year greetings. In the morning, they ate dumplings, and at noon, they ate leftovers from New Year's Eve. The first day of the new year was full of joy, and after that, it was the second day. This was the nationwide son-in-law's day. At 9 o'clock, Zhou Changdong came in to wake her up. Usually, she could sleep however she wanted, but today they had to visit her father-in-law's house to pay New Year greetings. Su Luyun was feeling very lazy, lying on him and saying, "Brother, why am I so lazy now? I can't seem to get enough sleep every day." Zhou Changdong gently comforted her, "You're pregnant, so it's normal to feel sleepy. Let's go to your parents' house for a meal, then come back early so you can rest well." Su Luyun nodded, "Then kiss me." Zhou Changdong loved his little wife's cute and shy attitude, so he leaned in and gave her a kiss. Su Luyun smiled and got up to wash and tidy up. There's a big difference between lying in bed and getting ready. When she was ready, she looked stunning. Zhou Changdong didn't hold back his praise. "Wife, you look so beautiful in that outfit. Is it the person or the clothes that look good?" Su Luyun raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "You're beautiful, so the clothes look good too." The man was very clever with words. "Am I more beautiful in clothes or without clothes?" The playful little girl asked again. Zhou Changdong stepped forward, hugged her, and kissed her hard. "If you keep doing this, I won't go back today. I'll come back tomorrow." Seeing his green eyes, she thought he hadn't come over recently. With his energy, he probably had other thoughts. She didn't dare tease him further. Let's go. Zhou Changdong smiled, patted his little wife's bottom, then took her out to the car, along with a basket of gifts for his parents' house. He locked the door, told Yuan Bao to watch the house, and then the big truck started moving. Sitting on the big truck, Su Luyun couldn't help but feel amazed. When others sat in the back of a luxury bike, she was already sitting in the front seat of a big truck. But she still wasn't very satisfied and said, "Brother, you work hard to earn money. Try to buy me a private car for commuting." Hearing this, Zhou Changdong hesitated. "I'm afraid I can't buy one for you right now. I've been discussing with Datua. We might expand our fleet later this year and want to buy another truck." Su Luyun's joke about wanting a private car was just that, a joke. But she was surprised by Zhou Changdong's words and asked, "You're planning to add more trucks so soon?" Zhou Changdong nodded. "Yes, we have enough staff now. The 2 new drivers we hired also got their licenses. That's why he and Qin de Tua wanted to expand the fleet. They had discussed this before the new year. Su Luyun supported him, saying, "You don't need to worry about me. Just focus on expanding your fleet." I was just joking. But is it possible for you to buy another one if the policy allows? Sure, after the new year, we will split the coal yard contract. This vehicle is registered in my name, and when I buy another one, it will be in Tuo's name, Zhou Changdong said. This is also a response to policies and strategies. Splitting up means it's just between us, but in reality, the business is still connected. Su Luyun smiled and asked, if we buy a car, will we need to hire more people? Yes, we'll need to hire 2 more. Be careful not to hire more than 8 people, Su Luyun warned. There's a saying that if there are more than 7 or 8 people, it looks like you're running a big business, so they keep it at 7. Zhou Changdong nodded. Knowing all this well, he said, don't worry, wife. Once we start making more money, I'll buy you a small car for commuting. Su Luyun looked at him with a smile. That will cost quite a bit, maybe 1 or 2,000 yuan. Even so, we'll buy it. With 2 cars, our earnings will double. 1 or 2,000 yuan can be saved up quickly, Zhou Changdong said, always joking with his wife, without holding back. His words sounded more sweet than any love talk. Let's talk about it later. For now, in the next 2 or 3 years, don't worry about it. Just focus on developing your career, Su Luyun said with a smile. Zhou Changdong wasn't in a rush. Since he couldn't buy a car now, there was no point talking about it. He'd take his wife shopping later. He especially liked seeing his wife drive. Actually, he liked her sitting in the car, sitting on him even more. It drove him crazy. The couple chatted happily on the way to Huifeng Lane, and they arrived soon after. Su Yuan, Su Yang, and Su Man were outside playing with other kids in the alley, waiting for their aunt and uncle to come visit for the new year. And they finally arrived. Auntie, uncle. Su Yuan and Su Yang cheered loudly, and Su Man also smiled. Su Luyun rolled down the window and said with a smile, kids, move aside, and don't block the way. Got it, the children responded. When they saw the big truck belonging to their uncle, they told the others not to run around and to give way. When the truck reached old Su's house, it stopped, and the family heard the children's voices. When Su Zhenghua, Wang Guifan, Su Lushan, Ho Tsuetsue, Su Lulin, Zhu Meishue, and others came out, Zhou Changdong was already handing out red envelopes to the nieces and nephews outside. Seeing them come out, Zhou Changdong smiled and said, Dad, Mom, older brother, second brother, sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law, Happy New Year. Su Lujuan also smiled and greeted her parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law for the new year. All good, all good.
Su Lushan laughed happily.
After receiving the red envelope from her brother-in-law, Su Yuan and Su Yang were very happy and loudly said, Thank you, brother-in-law. Su Men also smiled shyly. Thank you, sister-in-law, brother-in-law. Hearing her say this, Su Yuan quickly added, Thank you, sister-in-law. Yes, and thank you, sister-in-law.
Su Yang laughed happily.
Su Lujuan was both amused and speechless. Here, this is for Cannon, Zhou Changdong said, handing a gift to Su Lulin, who was holding little Su Cannon. Thank you, brother-in-law. Little Su Cannon took the red envelope and, imitating his older siblings, politely thanked his brother-in-law in a soft voice. Su Man smiled and taught his younger brother, You also need to thank sister-in-law. Little Su Cannon said, Thank you, sister-in-law. You're welcome. You're getting cuter every day. Su Lujuan said with a smile, gently patting the little guy's head. He looked very lively and adorable, which made everyone happy. Oh, Lujuan and Changdong are back, said the neighbor's auntie with a smile when she saw them. Happy New Year, auntie, Su Lujuan greeted cheerfully. Zhou Changdong also knew this auntie, Zheng auntie, who was the first to come and show him the way. He also greeted her with a smile. After exchanging greetings, Su Zhenghua said, Everyone come inside. Seeing their lively family gathering, Su Zhenghua felt very happy. Come inside, everyone, Wang Guifan said happily with a subtle smile and told the children, Take good care of your brother-in-law's car. It's cold outside, no need to watch. Come back inside, Zhou Changdong said. Brother-in-law, we're not cold. We're dressed warmly. Su Yang refused to go inside and wanted to stand next to the big truck to show off. Yes, we're warm, Su Yuan agreed, and they all refused to go back. Su Lujuan smiled and handed out candies to them, sharing some with the children from other neighbors, making everyone very happy. Inside, Zhou Changdong handed the basket he brought to Su Lushan. Ho Tsuetsue saw the basket and said, Changdong, really? Why did you bring so many things? The basket was filled with cigarettes, alcohol, tea, candies, everything appropriate for a visiting gift. No wonder Zheng Auntie, who had just arrived, looked at the basket with envy in her eyes. Zhou Changdong smiled and said, I've been married to Lu Juan for so many years, and this is the first time I've come to visit my parents for the new year. I want to show my filial piety. You were busy before, we understand that, so no worries, Wang Guifan said with a smile. Su Zhenghua also nodded, no need to always buy so many things. His son-in-law is generous and respectful. He brought generous gifts each time he visited. Most importantly, before the new year, he gave half a pig, which made the old Su family famous. After all, nearby families haven't seen such a wealthy son-in-law who directly sent half a pig to his father-in-law's house. In the past, Changdong didn't come back and the neighbors often talked about it. Now he's back, he should give me some face, right? Parents, you just accept the gifts and don't worry about other things, said Su Lujuan proudly. Wang Guifan chuckled, and Su Zhenghua also smiled as he brewed tea for them. Su Lujuan then looked at her older sister-in-law and second sister-in-law and asked, Why didn't you go back today? Did you stay just to wait for us? Of course. Knowing you were coming today, we specifically stayed, Ho Tsuetsue said with a smile. Zhu Meishue also smiled. We'll go back tomorrow, anyway. In the past, she was too shy to even approach this younger sister-in-law, but now she's much more sensible and willing to host. Su Lujuan looked at Zhu Meishue and said, Second sister-in-law, your complexion looks great now. Are your pregnancy symptoms gone? Yes. Zhu Meishue nodded with a smile. All symptoms are gone. What about you, little sister? I just want to sleep. Nothing else, but I think I've gained quite a bit of weight, said Su Lujuan. Where have you gained weight? You look just right, said Su Lulan. Exactly, you look lucky, not fat at all. Changdong. Don't you think so? Ho Tsuetsue also praised. Yes. Zhou Changdong agreed with a smile. Su Lujuan asked Su Lulan, second brother, how's your barber shop doing? Is business good during the new year? Pretty good. Su Lulan said with a smile. Not really, Ho Tsuetsue interrupted. It's been busy until New Year's Eve. The queue was so long there was nowhere to sit. If it weren't for the holiday break, it would still be packed. Really? Yes, your second sister-in-law is even more energetic when busy at the barber shop. Seeing that she wasn't jealous at all, Su Lujuan smiled and asked, And what about you, big sister-in-law? How are you doing? With your good luck, you're not doing badly, right? Su Lulan smiled. You're right, little sister. After hearing your advice, big sister-in-law really prospered. She's already bought her shop, and after the new year, she plans to open a bun shop with her older brother. You're opening a shop too? Su Lujuan looked at Ho Tsuetsue in surprise. I knew today when I saw you with that glowing face. You're doing so well in your career? Wow, you're going to open a bun shop with your older brother so soon. Ho Tsuetsue's face was full of a smile she couldn't hide. We'll open after the new year. We'll see how the business goes then. But I'm still worried about your brother quitting his job to work with me. What if there's no business? Why worry so much? Su Lushan said nearby. The restaurant needs at least 100 buns delivered every day. I also contacted 2 young guys to pick up supplies. They each sell 50 buns daily. That's already 200 buns. Plus, we sell some ourselves. I'm worried I can't keep up with the workload. You're worried there won't be enough business? Su Lujuan naturally wanted to ask more. When she learned they were supplying the restaurant regularly and that she had brought in 2 more people to buy and sell buns, she gave her brother and sister-in-law a big thumbs up. As long as we keep the buns quality good, the shop will definitely do well, Su Lujuan said. Ho Tsuetsue was very happy. With what my little sister just said, I feel relieved. What's wrong? Am I really that convincing?
Shuluhun smile.
Of course. I think you're my lucky star. If you say it, it will happen. Ho Tsuetsue had an inexplicable confidence in her guide. Su Lujuan also smiled. It will definitely work out. Just work hard. While Zhou Changdong and the others were chatting, Wang Guifan happily called Su Lujuan inside. The mother and daughter also shared some private talk. Mom, Happy New Year. This is for you and Dad. After entering with her mom, Su Lujuan took out the red envelopes. Her in-laws had theirs, so her parents must have theirs too. Wang Guifan chuckled and said, Your dad and I have our own money. We don't need you to give us anything. Every year, your dad and mom give me red envelopes. This year, I've grown up and am more sensible, so I will definitely give you and Dad red envelopes, Su Lujuan said. In previous years, when she visited her parents for the new year, she would give her parents some respect and also collect red envelopes from her nieces and nephews. The reason was that her parents used giving red envelopes to the nieces and nephews to support her older brothers. Besides the 10 yuan monthly food allowance for each family, her parents also gave extra support to both families each year by giving red envelopes to their grandchildren. That's also why Ho Tsuetsue wanted to have another child. It was all about earning more money. And she didn't mind this. She confidently asked for red envelopes herself. Wang Guifan also gave her red envelopes without refusing. But Su Luyun wouldn't follow the old way of doing things, acting like an immature child. That would be too embarrassing. Wang Guifan smiled when she saw her daughter behaving sensibly. Her daughter understanding was more valuable than any red envelope she could give. Although she didn't expect anything, her daughter still insisted on giving her something. Wang Guifan knew her son-in-law could earn money, so she didn't push back much. When she has a baby next year, she can give her a red envelope then. She asked how her daughter was doing after getting pregnant. Since it was the end of the year and she was very busy, she couldn't find the time to visit. Of course, she also knew her son-in-law was at home, so she didn't worry much about their life together. Su Luyun chuckled and said, I know you're busy at the end of the year and can't come to see me, but don't worry about it. Look at me, I've gained some weight. All I do is eat and sleep. After getting pregnant, I've been treating myself like a pig. Wang Guifan laughed. You're a bit rounder, but not too much. Su Luyun replied, the reason I haven't gained too much weight is thanks to me watching my diet carefully. I don't dare eat much, or it would be hard to look at. Only when her appetite was very good would she eat a little more, otherwise, she stayed about 6 or 7 parts full. But because she was well cared for, she still looked more rounded. Most importantly, her complexion was really good. Her small face was rosy and healthy-looking, which made her look very pleasing. Seeing her daughter like this, Wang Guifan, as a mother, was very happy. Life is good. Don't be stubborn, okay? That was all she said before giving her a reminder. Su Luyun responded with a sigh. Yes, it's true. But after all, I've been stubborn for over 20 years. Now that I've only been sensible for a few months, it's understandable that my parents worry I might revert to my old ways. She didn't bother explaining further. As time went on, she just hoped her parents would see that she could live a good life. After chatting inside for a while, Su Luyun told her mother she was going to visit her second aunt's house. Yes, this year Xiao Yu had become more confident because she was encouraged by her, and she didn't want to go back for the new year. Her second aunt would be furious, and she wanted to go and give her a little shock. Isn't that what a villainess should do? Although Zhou Changkong thought Xiao Yu wasn't very capable, he believed that visiting relatives was fine, so he agreed to go. The couple then went to old Zhao's house. Su Luyun smiled brightly and said, Second aunt and second uncle, we're visiting our family, just passing by to see you. Here are 2 bags of brown sugar, second aunt, you can keep them to eat. It's good that you came. No need to be so polite, Wang Guixiang said quickly, although she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Su Luyun smiled and asked, have my cousins taken their wives to visit relatives? Yes, I understand. Wang Guixiang nodded. Second uncle Zhao Daji invited Zhou Changdong to sit down and have tea. Zhou Changdong sat down and asked, haven't Wen Chuan and the others arrived yet? He didn't know much, but today was the day his son-in-law was visiting, and it was already this late. Why hadn't they come? Xiao Daji's face looked a bit stiff, and he smiled, saying, if they don't come today, they'll come tomorrow. Su Luyun smiled but didn't expose the truth, saying, maybe they'll come tomorrow. Xiao Daji then asked about the business at Zhou Chongdong's coal yard. Zhou Chongdong always gave the same answer. It's pretty good. When asked how much he earned in a month, he replied, it's okay. Not satisfied, Xiao Daji continued asking how much okay was, and Zhou Chongdong said, enough to support the family. Su Luyun couldn't help but smile. She knew it was impossible to get a real number from her husband. Even if it was a fake, he wouldn't say, and everyone could just guess. But she agreed with this approach. Talking too much might make others think he was borrowing. Talking too little might make them look down on him. Why bother? Xiao Daji was speechless. His mouth was too tight. Wang Guixiang also thought so. But since she couldn't find out the real details, she started urging, smiling and saying, you and Yuzhu got married at the same time. Yuzhu's kids are already so big, you better hurry up. This was an area where they couldn't compete. She was talking about having children. Su Luyun smiled and said, second Annie, you're talking like that. When Chongdong was away, I couldn't have a baby on my own. But now he's back and I'm pregnant. It's been almost 3 months now, and she was comfortable sharing it openly. Wang Guixiang was surprised and looked at her belly. You're pregnant?
Yes, Su Luyun smiled.
It's been 3 months. Wang Guixiang could only say, oh, that's really good news. Last time I visited, your mom didn't even mention it. My mom is so busy at the end of the year, she has no time to talk about my things. And now, knowing doesn't change anything. They stayed for about half an hour, but since it was almost lunchtime, Zhou Chongdong and Su Luyun politely declined to stay for dinner and went back in a good mood. Su Luyun felt happy, but Xiao Daji and Wang Guixiang, who were waiting for their daughter and son-in-law to bring generous gifts to show off to their family, looked very gloomy. Xiao Daji was annoyed and said, last time you went and asked her to have Wen Chuan bring some New Year goods, but she didn't listen. Now she's not coming home for the New Year either? This daughter of ours is a waste. Wang Guixiang was also angry but could only say, let's see if she comes tomorrow. Maybe something caused a delay? Better not come. Xiao Daji scolded. I can't enjoy any happiness with her. Wang Guixiang also thought her daughter was very stingy and couldn't help but bring up old issues. Back then, I liked Chongdong more because I thought he was better. You also said Wen Chuan was good, and Yuzhu too. I don't know what your taste is. If you had listened to me and chosen Chongdong, our family would be proud now. Come on, just because you like him doesn't mean he's the right choice. He was already interested in the Lao Su family, not ours. Xiao Daji said impatiently. Did he also like Zhou Chongdong back then? Because Zhou Chongdong was a company commander at the time, in his early 20s, looking very impressive and promising. Li Wenchuan was also good, but he was no match standing next to him. But Zhou Chongdong didn't like their daughter, so Xiao Daji just tried to make himself feel better by saying he liked Li Wenchuan. Wang Guixiang. In this cold weather, you even went out just to tease your second aunt. You're really bored, Wang Guifin secretly said about her daughter. Su Luyun smiled. Who asks second aunt to always compare herself with you? Yuzhu really likes to compare herself with me, probably because she was influenced by her. Wang Guifin said, you just need to keep your distance mentally. She knew her second sister had been like this since she was a child, but she didn't care much before because it didn't cause any trouble. But now, even her niece Yuzhu was like this, and she was calculating against her daughter. Wang Guifin felt disgusted. Now she didn't want to interact with the Zhao family anymore. Everyone should just live their own lives. Su Luyun snorted. I want them to know that the mother can't compare, and the daughter can't compare either. It will drive them crazy. Wang Guifin. Although she understood this was mostly just her own thoughts, these small things still felt the same as before. But she didn't say much because she also thought this way. Her second sister, Wang Guixiang, had never been able to compare with her since she was a child. She wasn't as diligent or smart when they were young, and as she grew up, her taste in men wasn't as good as hers. Later, her choice of sons-in-law was also not as good. In every way, she was simply inferior to herself. Seeing her mother like this, Xiao Yu knew what she was thinking and happily called her nephews and nieces. She took out a red envelope and asked, "This year, my younger sister said that whoever scores well in exams will receive an extra big red envelope for me. I'll go one by one. Xiao Man, how did you do this year?" "I got second place." Su Man said this and ran to take out her notebook. In this era, students' grades are written in a booklet and handed out uniformly. Su Man's grades are especially good. She scored full marks in math and took first place, scored 98 in Chinese and took second, and her total in the main subjects was second overall. She met the standard. "Here, this is a red envelope that my little aunt promised to give you.
Keep it."
Su Lujuan directly handed her an envelope. "Next spring, my little aunt plans to buy a new style of dress, and she will take you to pick one together." Recently, Su Lujuan has really been nicer to her. Kids at this age tend to remember treats but forget punishments. So, Su Man took the envelope, and her face couldn't hide her smile.
"Thank you, little aunt."
"Good, keep working hard, and aim to do even better next semester," Su Lujuan encouraged her. Then she looked at Su Yuan, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Yuan grinned and said, "Little aunt, guess how I did?" "Let me guess, Yuan, did you also meet little aunt's expectations?"
Su Lujuan smiled.
Su Yuan immediately handed over her notebook. Su Lujuan opened it and saw, oh, Chinese 75 points, math 76 points, and her overall ranking was exactly 20th, as she had set. "That's just barely passing. Not bad, not bad. You've made great progress. I can tell you worked especially hard this year."
Su Lujuan praised. Su Yuan nodded happily.
"Yes, I worked super hard this year. I've never tried so hard before." Su Zhenhua smiled and said, "Yes, this year you worked especially hard. Every night, she specifically asked me to give her questions, and she also asked Su Man a lot. No wonder she made such big progress. Here, this is for you. When the time comes, we'll go pick out dresses together." Su Lujuan generously took out a red envelope. "Thank you, little aunt." Su Yuan was so happy she immediately took the envelope and opened it. 2 10-yuan bills. Wow, that's so exciting. But after the excitement, she quickly grabbed her little aunt's arm and said, "Little aunt, please keep my red envelope safe for me." Su Lujuan, always considerate, looked at her brother and sister-in-law and said, "The red envelope I gave is specifically to reward their hard work in studying. It's for their pocket money, so they can spend it freely. Don't take it from them. Look at you, little sister, what are we going to do with those few coins?"
Oh, quickly laughed.
Zhu Meishui also smiled and said, "Little sister, you've gone to some trouble." "It's okay," Su Lujuan smiled and looked at her nieces. "Do you love little aunt?" "Love little aunt." They all shouted together. "Little aunt, you're not giving me any," Su Yang said disappointedly. "Have you met the target? Among the three of you, I set the easiest goal, just aim to be third from the bottom. Your sister even said I was unfair," Su Luyun said. "He's the third from the bottom." Su Yuan immediately replied, "Little sister-in-law, you set such a low goal for him. He can't even reach it." "See, then I have no choice," Su Luyun shrugged. "But my words still count. Work harder next year, and you'll still have a chance if you do well." Su Yang's disappointment lasted only 3 minutes. After that, he went on with his plans. Although he couldn't get his sister-in-law's big red envelope, her husband's red envelope was still quite generous, 10 yuan. Since his mother hadn't taken it yet, he quickly bought fireworks and snacks. But before he could go out, he was called for dinner. Seeing the delicious dishes on the table, Su Yang couldn't move his feet. He ate happily because he wasn't in a hurry to go back. Wang Guifan told them to finish dinner before leaving, so during lunch, Zhou Changdong even shared a few drinks with his father-in-law and 2 brothers-in-law. After eating and drinking enough, they went inside for a rest. Su Luyun's single bed was quite spacious, enough for 2 people to lie down and relax. Zhou Changdong didn't dare to mess around at his father-in-law's house, but Su Luyun, being quite the clever girl, wasn't so obedient. After lying down, she wanted to do something mischievous. Being touched by his wife, Zhou Chongdong whispered, "Wife, what are you doing?"
"Come on, brother."
The little mischievous girl invited playfully. Zhou Chongdong sighed, "The little girl, not now. Come back tonight, I'll give you what you want, but not now." Su Luyun didn't argue anymore. She just wanted to tease him and directly covered his mouth. Zhou Chongdong didn't dare push her away, so he had to endure it. When she looked at him with charming eyes, he glanced at the door. "Come on, brother. No one will bother us," Su Luyun whispered. Zhou Chongdong really couldn't do anything about this little troublemaker girl. He had to be very careful. He was afraid she'd act like she was at home. He was happy for her to call out loudly there, but here, during the daytime, it wasn't appropriate. So he kept her mouth covered. After it was over, Su Luyun was so happy she leaned into Zhou Chongdong's arm softly and asked, "Brother, do you like it?" Could Zhou Chongdong not like it? He was almost willing to give his life for this mischievous girl. He kissed her and said, "Sleep now." Su Luyun was full and tired, so she naturally wouldn't cause trouble and peacefully fell asleep in his arms. After waking up in the afternoon, Zhou Chongdong checked the bed thoroughly while tidying up. He made sure not a single hair was left behind before feeling at ease. Even so, he opened the door to air out the room for a while, worried that the scent of love might still linger. Seeing him like this, Su Luyun was amused. When no one was around, she hugged him and said, "Do you know what this looks like? It's almost like you're feeling guilty about something." Zhou Chongdong couldn't do anything about his pregnant little wife, who had no sense of shame anymore. "Tomorrow night, I'll clean you up when I get home," he said. But when they returned home that evening, Su Luyun wanted to come closer, yet he was too afraid to do so. He hugged his wife to comfort her and said, "Honey, you can't come anymore. You came today." Su Luyun was just teasing him. Since she came today, she didn't feel the need to be overly excited at night. She pouted and said, "Then kiss me." Zhou Chongdong gave her a quick kiss, not daring to tease his pregnant wife too much because her cravings were still strong. In the blink of an eye, she was 3 months pregnant, and her belly was starting to show slightly. Even though it was just an embryo, Zhou Chongdong was very patient. Every night, he would talk to the baby, telling him that his mother was working hard and that the baby should listen and behave. Whether it was effective or not, at least Su Luyun saw her future husband's patience. Seeing him like that made her feel much better. After visiting relatives on the second day of the Lunar New Year, their own matters were still not fully settled. Because on the third day of the new year, Su Luyun slept until she naturally woke up. Meanwhile, Zhou Chongdong, Zhou Chang'an, and Lin Fong went visiting relatives. There were uncles, aunts, and cousins they needed to see. Since Su Luyun was pregnant, and it was very cold outside, Zhou Chongdong didn't ask her to come along. Naturally, the pressure from relatives fell on Lin Fong. They understood that the couple had poor conditions in the countryside before and didn't have children, and now that Lin Fong was busy with university studies, she had no time to have children. But once they graduated at the end of the year and their jobs were stable, they would need to act quickly. Zhou Chang'an went to handle the visits, while Lin Fong just smiled and Zhou Chongdong helped change the subject, not talking much about these things. After visiting relatives, Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong came over for dinner in the evening. They would stay one more night, and tomorrow they would return to school. Su Lujuan couldn't go to the theater because she was pregnant. She had to stay at home and decided to study on her own. Lin Fong strongly supported her idea of self-improvement and said, "When we come back for the Lantern Festival, I will bring some materials for you to look at and decide what you want to learn." "I want to learn a foreign language." "Sister-in-law, please bring me an English course," Su Lujuan said. "Really?" Lin Fong was surprised. "You want to learn a foreign language? I'm not very good at that, so I might not be able to help much." "It's okay. I have a radio and tapes. I can learn by myself," Su Lujuan replied confidently. This was the easiest way to get a university degree. Her English was excellent. She could speak so well that foreigners praised her pronunciation. After dinner, the couple stayed for a while and also looked at their semi-automatic washing machine. On the way back to the old house, Zhou Chang'an said, "The washing machine is good. When we graduate and settle down, we should buy one too." Lin Fong smiled. It's just the two of us, so we only have a few clothes. They're just two people too, Zhou Chang'an replied. But not this year, Lin Fong said, her tone revealing a hint of envy. Today, they visited relatives, and although she had come to accept it, her relatives' words still hurt her. Women in the world could do things easily, but for her, it was as hard as climbing a mountain. She didn't understand why she was so different. The couple stayed at the old house for one night, then packed up and returned to school the next day. On the third day of the new year, after visiting relatives, Zhou Changdong had one more day off, but relatives and friends still came to visit, so he wasn't really free. However, on the fifth day of the new year, they left by car. As soon as he left, Su Lujuan didn't open the door all day and stayed in bed. After all, why stay in bed on such a cold day? There was nothing else to do. She read books, listened to the radio broadcasts or operas, and snacked on treats. When Zhou Changdong returned at night, she would chat with him. Otherwise, she stayed at home all day. But don't think she was bored or lonely. She enjoyed these days very much. She was someone who could endure loneliness and solitude. She didn't need noisy or lively surroundings. Because of this, Zhou Changdong didn't ask his mother to come over. He let his wife focus on her pregnancy. On the midnight of the 8th day of the new year, bad news came. Wang Shi came to ask for leave in the middle of the night, not for any special reason, only because his mother-in-law, Zhang Mu, had passed away during the night. Zhou Chang'an reassured him to handle the matter calmly, then returned to tell Su Luyun about it. Su Luyun was still a bit stunned. In the original story, Zhang's mother passed away before the new year, and Zhang Juyue was sold for 200 yuan as a bride price before the new year. Because of her intervention, Zhang Juyue married Wang Shi. Zhang's mother was very happy due to her daughter's marriage, and her spirits improved a lot. This is why she could hold on until the new year passed. However, she was gravely ill and eventually reached the end of her life. After the funeral, everything was arranged properly. Wang Shi, as the son-in-law, took charge of the arrangements and organized a good funeral for Zhang's mother. After the funeral, Zhang Tianxi, the younger brother-in-law, was taken in by Wang Shi to live at the old Wang family home, which was very rundown. Zhang Tianxi couldn't live alone there, so he moved in with them to save time and effort. Wang Shi also had other plans. He wanted to renovate the house in spring and rent out the yard. He discussed this with Zhang Juyue, who also talked with her brother Zhang Tianxi. Both siblings agreed, because it was the best plan. After the funeral, Wang Shi returned to work. By then, it was the Lantern Festival. Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong came back to celebrate and also brought a lot of materials for Su Luyun to study English. Since 3 months had passed, her pregnancy symptoms had improved a lot, and she was no longer as sleepy as before. With nothing else to do, she focused all her energy on self-studying English. Although it was easy for her, she still paid attention and didn't slack off. To better fit into this era, she bought many English audio tapes. Now, every day when Zhou Chang'an comes home, the house is filled with unfamiliar foreign languages. Wow, wife, you're so amazing. Your English is perfect, just like a recording. This praise came from Zhou Chang'an, who was very good at boosting her confidence. He had been praising her every day for the past month, saying she was great and learning fast. Su Luyun happily accepted his compliments and said, "Of course. I was always good at learning foreign languages, but I missed the right time, so I was delayed." She was proud and explained that she was talented even in school, but her talents were wasted because she didn't have the chance to shine. Zhou Changdong naturally gave even greater praise, complimenting Su Luyun so much that she couldn't help but smile. Seeing his wife in a good mood, Zhou Changdong also felt happy. He leaned in and talked to her belly. Now her belly was almost 4 months along. Although only a month had passed since the new year, Su Luyun's belly had grown quite a bit in that time. As a man, Zhou Changdong had no experience with pregnancy, but he thought this was normal. Although Su Luyun was a woman, this was her first pregnancy, like a young girl getting married for the first time. She had no experience with pregnancy and didn't realize her belly was growing quickly. The new parents were quite clueless about all this. But now that her belly was gradually getting bigger, the neighbors all knew she was pregnant. In the morning, when Su Luyun went out to buy groceries, she would meet neighbors. Although it was March and still cold, because she wore many clothes, outsiders couldn't see her belly. When they asked, she said she was 4 months pregnant and they thought she just looked bigger because she was dressed warmly, so they didn't say anything. This included Chun I-hong, her mother-in-law. She cared a lot about her third daughter-in-law's pregnancy, but she kept her boundaries. She told her daughter-in-law to speak up if she needed help. She only came when asked and generally didn't bother her otherwise. So no one knew that Su Luyun's belly had been much larger than usual for these 4 months. As for why she didn't go for prenatal checkups, it was because they weren't really necessary. The current checkups didn't have many tests or results, so it was better to stay home and rest peacefully. By the time Su Luyun was 5 months pregnant, the weather warmed up a bit, and she took off her heavy coat, revealing her big belly. Her mother-in-law, Chun I-hong, noticed something was wrong right away, but she just smiled secretly, blaming it on her daughter-in-law and son for getting the date. Her daughter-in-law's belly didn't look like it was only 5 months. It looked bigger than most 6-month pregnancies. But it was normal for the young couple to forget the exact date. She didn't say anything directly, but Su Luyun heard from neighbors that they thought she was mistaken about the date. Su Luyun just smiled and didn't pay much attention. Her cousin Xiao Yu had become quite successful this year and couldn't help but come to show off and talk about her achievements, which made her start paying more attention. After the new year, Xiao Yu invited a relative sister to come help her. She earned quite a lot of money. After all expenses, she could make about 60 or 70 yuan a month, which is enough for 2 months' wages for others. Not only was her business thriving, but Li Wenchuan's first payment for the construction site he took on also came through. Li Wenchuan was unusually generous this time. Last night, he gave her 100 yuan and told her to go shopping for a few nice dresses and shoes. With both her family and career doing well, Xiao Yu felt like visiting her cousin Su Lujuan to chat. Su Lujuan was eating red dates and listening to her chatter excitedly, like a sparrow showing off. She listened quietly, knowing that Zhou Changdong and others had nearly saved enough for a second car. Probably in a month or 2, they would buy it. But she was a kind person and didn't mention it, letting Xiao Yu enjoy her bragging. When she had finished, Su Lujuan smiled and said, "That's really good. Now that Wenchuan is earning money and your business is doing well, you should buy some nice things to show respect to your second aunt and second uncle. They were upset you didn't visit during the New Year." Xiao Yu snorted coldly. "Upset? So what? I'm married out, and my daughter is gone. What's the point? I don't care about them." Su Lujuan, standing comfortably, played the role of a caring person and said, "There's no grudge between parents and children that lasts forever. Don't say such unwise words." Xiao Yu started complaining. "I did go back once, but my mom scolded me. I brought some things over with good intentions, but she didn't say anything nice and just scolded me. I'm not stupid. I won't go back again." "You know Auntie Air, she's got a sharp tongue but a soft heart," Su Lujuan said with a smile, grabbing some red dates to eat. Xiao Yu didn't want to talk about her unhappy family matters, so she took a red date and said while eating, "These red dates are pretty good." "Of course," Su Lujuan replied with a smile. "My brother-in-law bought them especially for me. If you want some, I'll bring some back later." "My brother-in-law bought them for you, cousin. I wouldn't feel right taking them. I can buy some myself. There are plenty outside." Xiao Yu, now earning about 60 or 70 yuan a month, thought she didn't need to be greedy for such small favors. Su Lujuan didn't insist. While eating the red dates, Xiao Yu glanced at her cousin's belly and casually asked, "Cousin, how many months are you now?" 5 months, Su Lujuan replied, switching to roasted sunflower seeds. Every day, she ate some nuts and dried fruits. When Su Luyun said she was 5 months pregnant, Xiao Yu was surprised and looked at her belly. She said, "Cousin, you must be mistaken. How can your belly only be 5 months? It's probably more than 6 months, almost 7. This is my first pregnancy. I couldn't be wrong." Since she was counting the days of her pregnancy carefully, she wouldn't forget the date. Xiao Yu said, "You must have remembered the date wrong. When I was almost 7 months pregnant with Xian, my belly wasn't this big." Hearing this, Su Luyun smiled and said, "I'm sure I'm not wrong. Could I be having twins?" This remark stunned Xiao Yu, and Su Luyun herself was also surprised. She instinctively touched her belly. When she bought vegetables and neighbors heard her due month, they said her belly was very big. Did she remember the date wrong? She didn't expect Xiao Yu to say the same. Could she be experiencing the same luck as the heroine in a family-friendly story with multiple babies? Is there more than one baby inside her? But is that possible? It didn't seem very likely. She was still thinking about it, but Xiao Yu suddenly became very jealous because she saw how huge Su Liyun's belly was. If her dates were correct, it really looked like twins. If she wasn't pregnant, she wouldn't be pregnant at all. But if she was, she had 2 babies inside her. Was Zhou Chuangdong really that strong? Xiao Yu couldn't help but wonder about this. But soon, her doubts were confirmed by what she had heard before. Because whenever her cousin talked about that topic, she looked very flirtatious and clearly very satisfied with Zhou Chuangdong's performance in bed. She used to be restless, but since Zhou Chuangdong got better, she became a good wife and mother. It was hard to believe, but even a child could tell she was completely convinced. It showed how strong Zhou Chuangdong really was. This twin pregnancy was proof of his strength. How could Xiao Yu feel comfortable? She came to show off, but in the end, she felt jealous again. Su Liyun wasn't interested in her thoughts. She didn't take it to heart, and now, after this reminder, she looked at her belly and realized it was indeed quite big. But she was a calm person and didn't rush to the hospital for an exam. It wasn't until Zhou Chuangdong came home in the evening that she asked him, "Chuangdong, when will you have a day off?" "Day after tomorrow." Zhou Chuangdong looked at his wife. "Day after tomorrow, I'll take you back to old Su's house. Do you want to go?" Su Liyun smiled and said, "I won't go back. The day after tomorrow, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup. Other prenatal tests are few, but for checking whether it is twins or a single baby, you can go to the hospital. They have ultrasound equipment there." "Okay." Zhou Chuangdong immediately agreed after hearing this. Time passed quickly. That morning, Zhou Chuangdong got up early to prepare breakfast. Su Liyun didn't sleep in either. She got up to eat and then went with him to the hospital for a checkup. When the doctor saw her belly and asked about her pregnancy month, he told Su Liyun to lie down. Zhou Chuangdong hurriedly asked, "Doctor, what's wrong? Is there a problem with my wife's pregnancy?" The doctor said, "There must be an issue. Her belly is so big for only 5 months. But I need to check to find out why. Please wait over there." Zhou Chuangdong looked worried. He watched the doctor examine his wife, who was looking at the screen of the ultrasound machine, asking questions about diet and other things. The results confirmed they were having twins. Su Liyun smiled slightly and looked at Zhou Chuangdong. He seemed stunned for a moment before asking, "Doctor, what did you say? What is my wife carrying?" The doctor smiled at his reaction and pointed to the ultrasound image, saying, "Your wife is pregnant with twins. Look, there are 2 babies here, both very healthy. And haven't you noticed her belly growing quickly? This is our first pregnancy, so we have no experience. We didn't notice earlier. We thought everything was normal," Su Liyun said with a smile. She glanced at Zhou Chuangdong while speaking, but he was still staring at the ultrasound image, not quite reacting. "Hey, what are you still staring at? Help your wife up quickly," the doctor said. Zhou Chuangdong hurried forward and helped his wife up. He finally realized what was happening and looked at her, asking, "Honey, are there 2 babies inside you?" "Yes, 2," Su Liyun replied with a teasing smile. Zhou Chuangdong was very happy and quickly asked the doctor, "Doctor, how should I take care of my wife? Should she stay in bed all the time?" The doctor shook his head. "That's not good. Pregnant women need to go out for walks and some exercise. Staying in bed all the time will weaken her strength for childbirth." "What about meals? Since she's carrying 2, will eating too much be bad?" "Definitely not good," the doctor said. "She should eat properly, have small meals often, and avoid overeating. Especially avoid large amounts of meat and fish, or the babies might grow too big." making delivery dangerous. Su Liyun asked, I'm feeling very hungry now, and I can't really control my appetite. In the first 3 months, it was okay, but starting from the 4th month, she entered a crazy eating phase. It was like her stomach was a bottomless pit. She would get hungry again very quickly after eating. So she mostly carried small snacks with her, like various nuts, to satisfy her cravings. The doctor said since you're carrying twins, it's normal to have a bigger appetite. Just try to control it. Once you give birth, you won't have to suffer so much.
Su-Lun nodded. Okay, I understand.
Next to her, Zhou Changdong asked, can we still be intimate now? Hearing this, the doctor looked displeased and shot him a stern look. Your wife is pregnant with twins, which puts a lot of strain on her body. Do you still care about such things now?
I was just about to say.
But before the doctor finished, Zhou Changdong turned to his wife. Honey, did you hear what the doctor said? You can't cause trouble anymore. The doctor hesitated and then looked away, turning his attention to Su Liyun. Su Liyun's face was flushed with embarrassment. She felt ashamed of him. When they left the doctor's office, she couldn't help but pinch him twice. What were you saying in front of the doctor? Zhou Changdong hugged his wife. I just wanted to ask, clearly. Now that the doctor has said so, you can't think too much about it. Before, because she was pregnant with twins when she caused trouble, he just let her. But now, this little lady was taking advantage of her stable pregnancy midterm to start causing trouble again. Sometimes, she would do things every other day. When she wasn't pregnant, she asked him for everything, and he was happy to oblige. But now, with her pregnant, he dared not. It was really exhausting. Now that he knew she was carrying twins, Zhou Changdong felt even more scared. Fortunately, he was always very careful and never did anything reckless. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Su Liyun's face turned red. She didn't realize that carrying twins made her feel this way. She thought pregnancy really made her want things more. It wasn't like this before, probably caused by pregnancy hormones. It wasn't her true nature. But knowing she was pregnant with twins, she knew she couldn't be reckless anymore. She had to be more careful. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something else? After leaving the hospital, Zhou Changdong asked softly.
Yes, Su Liyun replied.
The breakfast she ate at home had already digested, and she was hungry. The couple went straight to a restaurant to eat lamb noodles, and after finishing, they felt satisfied and went back home. Sweetheart, I need to call Mom to come and take care of you. You can't stay home alone anymore, Zhou Changdong said when he got home. Su Liyun also thought about this and shared her plan with him. She had already decided that, since she was pregnant with twins, she wanted to find a reliable nanny to help with the children and chores. She only planned for her mother-in-law to assist, not to take full responsibility. Taking care of children is something only those who have done it understand. With good conditions at home, why not hire someone to help? Why exhaust herself? That's not Su Liyun's style. She had already planned this, and now that she was pregnant with twins, she was even more sure. She told Zhou Changdong to go share the good news, and she was waiting for her mother-in-law to come over, so they could discuss hiring help. After all, with 2 babies in her belly, she definitely needed someone to help. Zhou Changdong went to the old house to talk to his mother. Chun Aihong was surprised at first, then couldn't believe it. What did you say? Yunyun is having twins? Yes, Zhou Changdong replied, a bit puzzled. Mom, you've had 3 children before. Didn't you notice that Yunyun's belly was much bigger than a typical 5-month pregnancy? Chun Aihong said, I did notice, but I thought you guys were inexperienced and just misremembered the due date. Zhou Changdong couldn't help but laugh. Even if we're not experienced, we wouldn't forget the date. He knew how often they had during that first month after she got pregnant, almost every day, and they never left the bed. He remembered it very clearly, so how could he forget the due date? That's just silly. Chun Aihong didn't argue about that anymore. She was very happy. Twins, really? Are you sure? The doctor checked and confirmed it. The ultrasound showed it clearly, and they even pointed it out to me. There's no mistake, Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Although he couldn't see clearly in the dark, he trusted the doctor's word. After all, his wife's belly was very big. Chun I-hong was overjoyed. Let's go see Yin Yin now. No rush. Zhou Changdong told her about his plan to hire a nanny for his wife. Chun I-hong said, no need to rush. I can go take care of Yin Yin for now. I'm free anyway. It's better to hire someone sooner or later. Just bring someone in to do the work, Zhou Changdong said. While it might be good to ask his mother for help, his wife had said she wouldn't dare boss around her mother-in-law. Paying for help was easier and less complicated, so just hiring someone was fine. Zhou Changdong thought that made sense. You need to hire someone or I can't manage alone, Chun I-hong said. Junjun, did you say what kind of person you want to hire? Zhou Changdong wasn't sure, so he brought his mother over to ask his wife. When they arrived, Su Luyun was eating boiled peanuts. Seeing them, she smiled and said, Mom. Chun I-hong was in a very happy mood and said cheerfully, Mom already noticed your belly is getting big. I thought you guys didn't have much experience and wouldn't figure out the timing, but I didn't expect you to be so capable, having twins right away. Su Luyun couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Changdong also looked proud, with a little smile in his eyes. Of course, he was very proud of himself. Chun I-hong then started to care about her daughter-in-law's condition. After hearing everything was fine, she began to talk about hiring a nanny. Junjun, what kind of nanny do you want? Su Luyun shared her requirements. She wanted a young person, not an older one, because older nannies might not handle the kids well. The nanny had to be clean, hardworking, and honest. It would be best if she knew someone through family or friends. If she didn't know the person, Su Luyun wouldn't trust leaving her with the house and children. The nanny would live with them and be provided meals. She would earn 40 yuan a month. After Su Luyun finished explaining her needs, Chun I-hong smiled and said, That's easy to find. There's a girl named Xiao Yu from Changtai. She's 16 years old, very diligent, and handles chores both inside and outside the house. She can meet all your requirements. From Changtai's family? Su Luyun was surprised and looked at Zhou Changdong. Do you know her? Zhou Changdong nodded. We saw her when we were in 3rd grade. She's a good girl. But she's only 16 and not in school anymore? She has many younger siblings. She finished elementary school but didn't continue, so she came out to help take care of her younger brothers and sisters, Chun I-hong explained. Maybe I can call her over to try working for a few days. Junjun, you can see if she's suitable. If you think she's okay, you can keep her to cook for you, no need to wait until the baby is born. Zhou Changdong looked at his wife. Su Luyun hesitated a little. She's only 16. I'm worried she might not be able to handle it. She wanted a young person, yes, but she hadn't thought of someone so young. A 16-year-old girl seemed a bit unreliable. In her eyes, she still felt like a child herself at that age. Taking care of children is a big responsibility. I-hong Chen said it won't be difficult. Her younger brothers and sisters were raised by her alone. She does the laundry, cooks, and handles all the chores. She's hardworking and never lazy. She can cook meals for the whole family, and when the baby is born, I will help take care of them too. Seeing her mother-in-law's recommendation, Su Luyun finally relaxed, but she made her point clear first. Mom, if I'm not satisfied after you come to help, I won't keep you around, even if it offends someone. Don't worry, I won't stay if I do a bad job, I-hong Chen immediately replied. Su Luyun nodded. Then, Mom, when are you free? Come over and talk to us. There's nothing urgent now, so I can go anytime, I-hong Chen said without hesitation. Since her daughter-in-law was pregnant with twins and her son was at work, she was alone at home. It wouldn't do to be without anyone to help. Without hesitation, she hurried over to see them. Su Luyun smiled. Mom, you're a bit too eager. Mom worries that living alone might be inconvenient for you, so she wants to bring you over to take care of you, Zhou Changdong said with a smile. Su Luyun touched her belly and said with a smile, We should find a good time to talk to my parents about it. I'll go after lunch, Zhou Changdong said. After finishing lunch and tidying up the kitchen, he told his wife to rest at home and rode his bike to the old Su's house to share the good news. Only Wang Guifan and Su Lushan and Ho Tsuetsue were at home. Wang Guifan was busy, while Su Lushan and Ho Tsuetsue were napping. Since they ran a breakfast business, they needed good rest during the day. Wang Guifin was surprised to see her son-in-law arrive, and when she heard he was there to share happy news that her daughter was pregnant with twins, her face lit up with joy she couldn't hide. Are you sure? Did you check at the hospital? I heard they have machines that can see the babies now, Wang Guifin asked happily. Zhou Changdong smiled. Yes, I went for a checkup. The doctor showed me. They're definitely twins.
Great.
Wang Guifin was overjoyed. She then asked about other things, wondering if her mother-in-law could come to help. Since her son was out driving, she was worried about leaving her daughter alone at home, especially with twins on the way. My mom wants to help take care of Yunyun, but Yunyun is worried about bothering her, so she wants to hire a nanny. My niece is just right for the job. My mom has already asked someone, and they should come over tomorrow to take care of my wife, Wang Guifin said with a smile. That's fine, but it will cost you, she added. It's not expensive, Zhou Changdong smiled. When Dad comes back, Mom, you can also tell Dad the good news. Wang Guifin was very happy to agree. I'll go visit Junjun tomorrow.
Great.
When Su Zhengua finished work, Wang Guifin told him that her daughter was expecting twins. Su Zhengua was very happy, but after the joy, he also felt worried. After all, having twins is not an easy thing. Wang Guifin felt the same way. After her son-in-law came to share the good news and left, she started to worry. The next day, she couldn't wait and brought a basket of eggs to visit. When she arrived, Su Luyun was in the backyard teaching her niece, Zhou Xiaoyu, how to use the family washing machine. Hearing the noise, she came to the front yard and saw her mother. Su Luyun smiled and asked, Mom, you're here? Yes, I am. Wang Guifin saw her daughter and naturally smiled, but her gaze moved down and saw her daughter's big belly. She couldn't help but say, it's already so big so soon. At the second day of the Lunar New Year, she didn't even have a belly yet. How much has it grown in such a short time, like blowing up a balloon? Su Lian laughed and said, expecting two, of course it will be big. She introduced Zhou Xiaoyu and her own mother to her cousin. Hello, Grandma, Zhou Xiaoyu shyly greeted.
Hello.
Wang Guifin nodded with a smile. Zhou Xiaoyu went to pour water and then started washing clothes with the washing machine. Su Lian stayed inside talking with her mother. Wang Guifin looked over her daughter's belly from front to back and couldn't help but marvel at how big the twins' bellies were. She had 3 children herself, both boys and girls, but even at 5 months, her belly was not half as big. If she were to give birth now, it would be quite frightening. So Wang Guifin mainly wanted to remind her daughter not to eat too much. Most families wouldn't need such advice, and wanting to eat well isn't easy, but her daughter had good conditions. Carrying just one baby, she shouldn't indulge too much, especially with twins, so she had to nag a few more words. Su Lian smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. I know, and I am controlling myself. Wang Guifin was satisfied and nodded, then softly said, if Changdong needs anything, tell him to be patient. When you're pregnant, you can't be reckless. Su Lian blushed and said, Mom, you don't need to say that. We know. It's embarrassing to say that her daughter wanted this and took the initiative to ask for it. Wang Guifin didn't say more about that and changed the subject. How did your in-laws react when they found out you're expecting twins? Su Luyun just smiled and mentioned that after discovering she was pregnant with twins yesterday, her mother-in-law immediately went to pick up her cousin Zhou Xiaoyu to take care of her. Her father-in-law also came by after work yesterday, saw the situation, and called his wife to come and check again. It's hard for the father-in-law to keep an eye on his daughter-in-law's belly, so he just glanced and then gave her a red envelope, telling her to buy whatever she wanted to eat. It's their family's kind gesture, and everyone knows that accepting it makes the elders happy. So, Su Luyun didn't refuse. Wang Guifin listened and smiled, saying, your in-laws are really good people. Although she was worried about her daughter before, after seeing everything was fine and knowing someone was there to help, she felt relieved. Since there were other things to do at home, she ate lunch and then left, planning to come back in a while to see how things are. Even though she's pregnant with twins, only her family knows about it. No one else does. Xiao Yu is also aware, but for some reason, she hasn't told anyone outside. Because of this, neighbors were surprised when they saw Zhou Xiaoyu come to help Su Luyun. Some even made sarcastic comments, saying, "She just got pregnant and already hired a nanny. How rich is she?" It was as if women in the world were only pregnant once, and no one else had ever had children. Xiao Yu felt a bit jealous when she heard this. She thought, it must be confirmed that she's having twins, so she's rushing to find someone to help. But she didn't bother to explain. Instead, she listened to the neighbors' gossip, saying that Su Luyun's actions were just lucky timing, and in the past, that would have been considered capitalist behavior. He Yuling was the same. She didn't know about the twins yet. Zhou Changdong told her the good news privately, not in front of others, and Chen Aihong also told him privately after he returned home. So, she was still unaware. However, she couldn't help but criticize the decision to invite Zhou Xiaoyu to help. But now that Zhou Changdong's career was improving, she dared not complain anymore because her brother-in-law didn't spoil her at all. Su Luyun didn't know what others thought of her. She was now at home, living her pregnancy life, eating, sleeping, and resting. The rest of her time was spent studying English on her own. After dinner in the evening, I took Zhou Xiaoyu for a walk or visited Lao Wang's place to chat with Aunt Shi and Zhang Jiyue. I didn't have time to pay attention to the gossip from neighbors. After a few days, Su Luyun was quite satisfied with her niece-in-law, Zhou Xiaoyu. Not only was she honest and hardworking, but she was also clean and diligent. She never tried to cheat or be lazy, which is why her mother-in-law recommended her. Since she had passed the probation period, Su Luyun decided to talk to Zhou Xiaoyu about asking her to stay long-term to help. A few days ago, Chen Aihong came over and said they were busy here and needed her help for a few days. But Aunt Zhou, her husband's aunt, was not someone who didn't know her limits. She understood that Chen Aihong didn't like to trouble others, so she knew it was probably just a temporary arrangement to see if Su Luyun's niece-in-law was satisfied. Only if she was satisfied would there be further plans. So Aunt Zhou talked to her eldest daughter-in-law, who is also Zhou Xiaoyu's mother. Xiaoyu's mother also told her about it. Because of this, when Su Luyun discussed the matter with her, Zhou Xiaoyu quickly nodded and said, "Auntie, I'm willing to stay and help." Su Luyun smiled and said, "Don't rush, let me finish first." She then clearly explained the salary and benefits. Xiaoyu was stunned and said, 40 yuan a month? Auntie, you don't need to pay so much. Her father, Zhou Changtai, earned 45 yuan a month, enough to support their family of 8. Yes, her family had 8 members, her parents, her older brother, herself, and her younger brothers and sisters. A few days ago, her older brother Zhou Yongwen got married, and her grandparents paid for it, otherwise they wouldn't have enough money for the wedding feast. But that's not the main point. Looking at her father's salary of 45 yuan to support a family shows how generous Su Luyun's offer of 40 yuan is. Su Luyun smiled and said, "I said 40 and I mean 40. But you need to do your part well. It's still manageable now, but later you'll have to take care of 2 children. That's not an easy job, so be prepared. If you feel tired or can't do it anymore, just say so. Don't worry, Auntie. I was raised by my brothers and sisters. I've been helping take care of them since I was 6. I can do any job." Zhou Xiaoyu quickly replied. Su Luyun nodded with a smile. "All right, it's settled then. Do you need to go home and get anything? If you do, just ask your second grandma to take you." "No, I don't need anything. I only have these 2 sets of clothes." Zhou Xiaoyu shook her head. "When Grandma's second comes over, I'll ask her to call my grandma. We have a phone at our small shop, and I remember the number." "All right," Su Luyun replied with a smile. In the evening, Chen Aihong came over. Su Luyun told her about the matter, and Chen Aihong was very happy. She smiled and took Zhou Xiaoyu to make the call. After finishing the call, Zhou Xiaoyu officially moved into the house. Zhou Changdong had been very busy these days. Although busy, he looked full of energy. Others might not notice, but Su Luyun felt comfortable just looking at him. He naturally looked very spirited, full of energy, and now he was even more lively and confident. How could he not look energetic? There was no sign of tiredness on his face. Su Luyun felt happy too, and smiled. Is your business going well? Business is quite good, but mainly because of you and the kids. As long as I think of you and the children, I feel full of strength. Zhou Changdong hugged his wife and kissed her, saying. Su Luyun looked into his eyes, full of affection, and a smile appeared on her face. However, Zhou Changdong and the others were indeed very busy. He got up before 5 in the morning. After eating some dumplings cooked by Zhou Shiru, he drove to find Wang Shi. That day, something good happened at the coal yard. Qin Datawa came to see Zhou Changdong. There was a used, somewhat old tractor at a factory that they didn't need to sell. Should they buy this tractor too? The price was pretty good. Buy it. Zhou Changdong's eyes lit up when he heard about this good opportunity. The big truck was responsible for long-distance transport, and the tractor could handle short-distance jobs. They had many short-distance businesses, but because they were too busy, they hadn't taken many. Both he and Qin Datawa felt it was a pity. If they took on more jobs, it would bring in a lot of income. Unexpectedly, a tractor arrived, so why hesitate? So they bought the tractor and started taking on more short-distance jobs. Because they were busier, they increased wages and bonuses for their workers. The more orders they got, the more bonuses they earned. As a result, Wang Shi and others were all busy and happy. Originally, they thought the tractor would bring in a good income, but by the end of the month, when they calculated the accounts, they found that the money earned from the short-distance tractor was not less than that from the big truck. This was a pleasant surprise. However, there was not enough help, so Zhou Changdong called 2 capable people to come over. The others still brought their families, but that was no problem. Arrangements were made for them. All the living facilities at the coal yard were complete, so they just needed to bring their wives and children. Time quickly passed amid the busy work, and before long, it was May. By then, Su Luyun's belly was already 7 months along. A 7-month pregnancy with twins is really quite big. Neighbors all said she might be about to give birth. It was at this time that Su Luyun finally told everyone she was expecting twins, smiling and saying it wouldn't be so soon. Her big belly was just because she was carrying twins. This simple statement caused quite a stir among the neighbors. Everyone was stunned. No one expected she was having twins. They then understood why she had early help. Carrying 2 babies meant she needed someone to watch over her. If something happened, there wouldn't be anyone to support her. They couldn't help but praise her, saying Su Luyun was truly lucky for her husband. Look, she managed to help Zhou Changdong recover from a coma and even boost his career, and now her belly was so impressive. Suddenly, she was having 2 babies. Who wouldn't say she was lucky? Xiao Yu couldn't hide her feelings after hearing the news. Everyone knew her cousin was expecting twins, and she felt so jealous. What made it worse was that even Li Wenchuan heard about it. That night, he came back and urged her to be more ambitious, telling her to have twins too. She couldn't lose to Zhou Changdong. Xiao Yu. She also wanted that, but having twins isn't something you can just wish for. Still, she was happy to enjoy his encouragement. Things were better for Xiao Yu, but He Yuling couldn't sleep at all. Zhou Changping was annoyed by her, asking, "Are you going to sleep or not?" He Yuling said, "Are you sure Su Luyun is really expecting twins?" Zhou Changping felt uneasy too. Can there be any mistake? We already checked at the hospital. He Yuling was really upset. Why is she so lucky, even with her difficult personality? Zhou Changping didn't say anything. He also thought that the 3rd family was truly lucky. Look at their success in both family and career, all thanks to his wife's good fortune. He Yuling didn't speak anymore, but she started praying silently. When she was pregnant with her first child, she almost lost her life. If only Su Luyun's current pregnancy could be as safe as 3 lives in one body. Perhaps she thought too deeply because that night she even had a dream. She dreamed that Su Luyun was a 3-in-1 life. But she woke up quickly to find Zhou Changping covering her mouth. "Are you trying to hurt me?" He Yuling pulled his hand away, scared and angry. "Shut your mouth." Zhou Changping muttered softly. "What did you dream about? Talking about a 3-in-1 life? If our parents hear you, do you still want to keep quiet?" He Yuling was also startled. not expecting she had even spoken in her sleep. You misheard. She refused to admit it. But Zhou Changping knew what she was thinking. After giving her a sharp look, he turned over and went to sleep. He Luyun wasn't interested in their relationship anymore. That night, she stayed up late and felt particularly restless. Holding Zhou Changdong's face, she leaned in to kiss him. Zhou Changdong was awakened by his wife's kiss. Wife, what's wrong? Brother, I miss you, Su Luyun said softly. Zhou Changdong felt worried. After returning from the hospital earlier, when she was still in her second trimester, she would sometimes do this while sleeping at night. But because her belly wasn't that big yet, he had given her some space. Now her belly was quite large, and the months had passed. He couldn't do that anymore. Quickly, Zhou Changdong went out to fetch a basin of cold water to wipe her face and hands, trying to cool her down. Shuluyun. But her belly was so big now that she could only wash her face briefly and give up. When she lay down again, she hugged him. Am I no longer charming? Do I look bad because I'm pregnant? Zhou Changdong's heart softened. Not at all. You look stunning and very attractive.
Then why don't you want me?
Su Luyun looked at him pitifully. I miss you so much. Honey, I'll give you what you want after the baby is born, Zhou Changdong promised. Su Luyun reached down and was satisfied. She hugged him and said, You've worked hard too. Even now, he was still trying to comfort her. Zhou Changdong didn't dare to talk much about it. Wife, go to sleep. Su Luyun, full of tenderness, said, Brother, hold me. Zhou Changdong loved her deeply. He gently hugged her, kissed her, and then held her as they went to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Zhou Changdong got up, washed up, and had breakfast. Just before leaving, he came back to kiss his wife. Su Luyun herself only got up around noon to eat breakfast. Just after finishing, she saw He Yuling arrive. Yun, have you eaten yet? Su Luyun glanced at her and asked, Is there something? She showed no interest in hiding her cold attitude. Since they had already done such things, there was no need to pretend anymore. He Yuling seemed unaware of her coldness. She took out a piece of paper with charms on it and smiled. My younger sister-in-law is pregnant, so I want to get her a safety charm. Since you're also pregnant, I brought one for you too. Keep it close for good luck. Su Luyun directly said, No need.
I don't believe in that.
Why would He Yuling be so kind to give her a safety charm? Thinking about it, she might be trying to harm her with evil charms. She wasn't stupid. She wouldn't want her things. He Yuling was stunned and quickly said, I know I've done many foolish things, Yun, and you might misunderstand me. But now, I truly want us to make peace. We are family. It's embarrassing for us to be like this. She then took out her son and said, Just yesterday, Yongshan told me he wants to be a truck driver at his uncle's coal yard when he grows up. She deliberately brought this up to make Su Luyun think she was trying to flatter her by seeking peace, lowering herself to give her a gift and ask for reconciliation. But Su Luyun didn't care for her act of lowering herself or fake friendliness. She had a suspicious mind, thinking that no matter what He Yuling did, she was hiding some malicious intent. She naturally refused the charm, saying, I don't like talismans or charms. Keep it for yourself. I have things to do, so I won't keep it. He Yuling's smile stiffened as she was openly rejected. Yun, are you still not willing to forgive me? Seeing her so clueless, Su Luyun also pulled a cold face and said more coldly, You've done such things, so let's not pretend anymore. We're just sisters-in-law. If we get along, we chat more. If not, we go our separate ways. That's fine. But what do you mean by today's behavior? Do you want to reconcile so badly that I must forgive you? It's only because Changdong is doing well now that you're here. When Changdong was bedridden before, you even wanted to sweep me out with a broom. I didn't. I really don't want to associate with someone like you. Don't come to my house. I've made myself clear, Su Luyun interrupted impatiently. He Yuling knew staying would only be useless, so she said, I'm really sorry. I'll go back now. Once she left, Su Luyun told Zhou Xiaoyu, I have a serious conflict with her. Next time she comes, just stop her at the door and don't let her in. Okay. Zhou Xiaoyu quickly nodded. She didn't realize her two aunts-in-law had such a bad relationship. Su Luyun didn't say anything else. She took out a radio and played an English tape to listen and learn. Meanwhile, at the old house, He Yuling still wasn't giving up. She brought a talisman to Chen Aihong, hoping Chen Aihong would pass the peace charm to Su Luyun. Chen Aihong said, "You want to give it yourself?" "I did, but Jiayun doesn't want it," He Yuling replied. "Mom, I know I was foolish before, but now I just want to show my sincerity." Chen Aihong thought, "Why didn't you do this earlier? Now that the relationship is so strained, it's too late to say anything. If Jiayun doesn't want it, why do you want me to take it?
Keep it yourself."
She didn't really believe in these things. If praying to gods and Buddhists really worked, ordinary people wouldn't have to suffer so much. They should just pray and worship. Chen Aihong didn't say much. She turned around and bought a chicken to give to the third daughter-in-law to help her recover. Nothing beats a chicken for real, she thought. He Yuling. This talisman, soaked in blood and extremely powerful, simply couldn't be sent out. Yes, it was an evil talisman. Last night's dream had really stirred her up. She felt it might be a sign. So early this morning, she hurried to find someone to draw the talisman, hoping that the third family's person would be like in her dream, completely gone, with 3 lives lost. But the condition was to deliver the talisman to the person and have them wear it for a while. Once unlucky, even a great celestial being couldn't save them. She thought it would be easy to send out, but it didn't work. He Yuling clenched her teeth, still not giving up. When Zhou Chongping finished work, she planned to give the talisman to him and ask him to pass it to Zhou Chongdong, so Zhou Chongdong could keep it for safety. Zhou Chongping looked at her, took the talisman, and handed it to Zhou Chongdong, speaking sincerely. But Zhou Chongdong had long been disappointed with his older brother. Seeing him take out the talisman and say to give it to his wife for safety, Zhou Chongdong didn't doubt anything and simply said he didn't need it. Zhou Chongping was refused, so he didn't insist. He just nodded and left. He Yuling saw that the talisman wasn't sent out and looked unhappy. She could only take it and throw it away. But, unfortunately, Zhou Yongshun saw her do it. "Mom, what did you throw away?" he asked. "A peace charm," He Yuling replied casually before going back into her room. Zhou Yongshun picked up the talisman to look at it because he was preparing for an exam. The talisman was supposed to protect him and help him choose the right answers. However, he didn't get the answers right and unexpectedly got caught in a fight among second-rate troublemakers. When Zhou Chongping and He Yuling arrived at the hospital after hearing the news, Zhou Yongshun's face was badly disfigured. He saw his parents crying and tears running down their faces, saying he was so unlucky. He claimed he was just passing by with a classmate and was accidentally hurt. While talking, a talisman fell out of his pocket. Seeing the talisman, Zhou Chongping's pupils shrank, and He Yuling screamed, "Where did you get this?" "It's the talisman you lost, Mom. I took it for good luck before my exam." Zhou Chongping looked angrily at He Yuling, saying, "I told you Yongshun was fine. How did he get into trouble? It turns out you caused it. How could this fool be so stupid? Such a thing should be destroyed, not kept for the sun to find." Zhou Chongping turned and left in frustration. He Yuling was furious and couldn't help but poke her son's forehead, saying, "How could I have a smart daughter and a son like you? You dare to pick up anything?" Yongshun asked, "Why can't I pick up the talisman?" He Yuling was speechless, afraid he would say it was used and ineffective, so she just said it was used by someone else. Yongshun cried, thinking he was unlucky. Seeing him cry so foolishly, He Yuling was furious. If she could, she would give up on this foolish son. Yet she didn't consider that she herself was the main cause of all this, hurting others and herself. Su Luyun heard from Chen Aihong that Zhou Yongshun was involved in a fight among troublemakers. Although Chen Aihong felt sorry for her grandson, she was also angry when talking about it. Yongshun isn't entirely innocent. He doesn't study well and hangs out with bad friends. He was just passing by during the fight? Passing by and getting hurt? He must have been involved with those people. Chen Aihong loved her grandson but was increasingly disappointed and angry. It was truly unreasonable. Su Liyun thought to herself that if this keeps happening, he might end up in jail someday. It's not without reason. But if that happens, it will be a big to her in-laws. She didn't care much about Zhou Chongping and healing but wanted to consider Zhou Quanxing and Chen Aihong, who were very kind to her. Knowing the terrible outcome for their grandson, she reminded them a few times, not out of overbearing kindness, but out of concern. People say that those close to red will turn red, and those close to ink will turn black. I think Yongshuan's nature isn't bad, but his older sister-in-law has taught him to be less ambitious. Now he's made some new friends, and I'm worried he might learn bad habits. I think his sister-in-law no longer counts on him. Mom, you and Dad need to pay more attention and teach him well, so he won't be hard to handle when he grows up. Su Liyun said. Chen Aihong nodded, I know. But Yongshan told me he wants to work for his little uncle when he grows up and hopes to drive a big truck. Su Liyun said, driving a big truck depends on whether Changdong is satisfied. If Yongshan keeps acting like this, Changdong won't look at him, and he won't take him along. Driving is not a small matter. It needs courage and carefulness. Otherwise, it can harm others and himself. Life is too precious for children to play with. She didn't just tell her mother-in-law this. When Zhou Changdong returned, she also brought up the matter with him. She saw that Yongshan really had such plans. Zhou Changdong said, he told me about it, but I told him to study hard and take the college entrance exam. I heard from Mom that his grades are poor, and he probably won't get into college. Su Liyun looked at him. Now he's just hoping to grow up and rely on you for a job. Zhou Changdong thought for a moment and said, driving is not easy. If Yongshan doesn't improve and keeps acting like this, I won't accept him. What a joke. Making mistakes while driving can cause serious accidents, endangering not only himself but others. He is impatient and not steady. Why would he invite trouble? For example, the 3 retired soldiers he recruited, they were all good soldiers he once led, very reliable. Only someone like that would be suitable. Anyone without skills or with an unstable personality, he wouldn't take in. For instance, the one who got in through Qin Datua's connections. Zhou Changdong wasn't satisfied with him. Qin Datua wasn't very happy either. He could talk well, but wasn't good at work. He also wasn't steady enough when driving. Last time, when Qin Datua and he went out together, they almost had an accident, which made Qin Datua very angry and curse. Zhou Changdong was very decisive. As soon as he heard, he removed that person from the team, so tragedy wouldn't happen before his career even started. He told him to expand his network and didn't let him drive again. In business, Zhou Changdong absolutely won't allow mistakes, especially in such an important position as a driver. Su Liyun looked at him with a smile. In fact, with his later success, Yongshan didn't benefit much and couldn't work under him. Can you try to guide him? I think Mom is worried. Just consider it for the sake of Mom and Dad. He is quite aware of everything, said Su Lujuan. Zhou Changdong didn't really want to get involved. He's not the child's parent, and his older brother and sister-in-law are still alive. It felt a bit overstepping to interfere with his nephew. However, since he's part of the Zhou family bloodline, Zhou Changdong still wants to raise his nephew well. Since the nephew is still in the hospital, Zhou Changdong took some things to visit him, as the hospital isn't far away. Zhou Yongshan was so touched he cried loudly. You're so good to me, little uncle. You even bought my favorite candies and canned food. Zhou Changdong chatted with him about his life goals and other topics. Yongshan had already decided, little uncle, I don't want to study anymore. Studying is too tiring. When I grow up, I want to be a truck driver at your place. Zhou Changdong replied, do you think being a truck driver isn't tiring? It's not an easy job. He explained what skills and patience are needed to be a truck driver, emphasizing it's not something just anyone can do. Compared to being a truck driver, Zhou Changdong thought his nephew might be better suited for another job, being a car mechanic. Study hard and don't learn bad habits from those troublemakers. After you graduate high school, I can help you learn a skill at a good place, Zhou Changdong said. He had a feeling that more and more people like him would own their own vehicles in the future, even considering buying a private car for his wife. Private cars would definitely become more common. If he knew how to repair cars, he would never be without work. Can't I be a truck driver? I want to be one. I like cars, Yongshun said. That's related to cars too, Zhou Changdong replied. Curious, Yongshun asked, then what should I do? Zhou Changdong didn't say much. When you're not bad anymore, I'll take you to learn. But if you learn bad, forget I said anything. Rest well. He didn't stay much longer. He was there to keep watch. After he left, Yuling immediately asked her son, what did you and your little uncle talk about for so long? Mom, don't ask so many questions. It's none of your business. Yongshun turned away, still upset. Yuling sighed, wishing she could give her foolish son a big slap. Anyway, I plan to hang out with my little uncle in the future. You guys stay out of it, he added. Yuling said, You're my son, not his. Yongshun ignored her. He wished he could be his little uncle's son, but he didn't have that luck. Yuling couldn't do anything about him, so she just let him rest and recover at home before returning to school. This time, Zhou Yongshun was less mischievous at school. His attitude towards studying wasn't very serious, but he didn't skip classes or do anything wrong. He stayed at school peacefully and went home early after school. He even did some homework and studied by himself. Seeing her son like this, Yuling complained to Zhou Changping, saying that Zhou Changdong's words were more effective than theirs. Her younger brother-in-law's instructions were obeyed, as if they were sacred. No matter what she said to her son, he wouldn't listen. He was told to study hard early on, but he never paid attention. However, after listening to his younger brother-in-law last time, his behavior changed noticeably. Zhou Changping was growing more annoyed with this woman. Isn't it good that his younger brother-in-law wants to help? Do you have any objections? He really was blind before. How could he marry such a troublemaker, which caused him to become distant from the third brother? This made him think of the new temporary worker at the factory, a widow who admired him very much. Her gaze made him feel comfortable, and she was also clever and well-behaved. Zhou Yongshun had become more sensible about many things, and Chen Aihong even told Su Lujuan about it. Su Lujuan smiled when she heard this, and then discussed it with Zhou Changdong. Honestly, Zhou Yongshun really listened to what his younger brother-in-law said. It all depended on whether Zhou Changdong was willing to help or not. In the original story, he didn't interfere because he had fallen into a deep depression after becoming a vegetable. He felt no warmth or love. How could he not feel cold? But now, things were different. During his dark period, Su Lujuan, his young wife, had lifted his spirits. Even though he disliked his older brother and sister-in-law's secretive intentions, he didn't involve Zhou Yongshun, his nephew. Because he hadn't experienced such darkness himself, he naturally wouldn't be so cold-hearted. Of course, he wasn't someone who liked to interfere too much, and mainly, it was Su Lujuan who spoke up. So he was willing to help. But for him, this was just a small matter. His focus was on his wife and his career. His wife was pregnant, and it was obvious it wasn't easy. Every night, he would talk to her and share stories from outside. He even brought back some clothes and shoes. Although Su Lujuan couldn't wear them now, she planned to give them away after she gave birth. Yes, the clothes were all chosen with a straight man's taste, ugly, and she didn't want to wear them herself. But the shoes were nice. Whether it's clothes or shoes, buying them is always a gesture of his affection. Of course, she shows she likes them. Every night, Zhou Changdong does one thing. He talks to her belly. He started talking when she was 3 months pregnant, and now it has become a habit, something they do every day. At first, the baby didn't respond, but as her belly grew, the baby would sometimes move to give a little reaction to Dad. This is family time for parent and child, and it's also the most important thing in Zhou Changdong's heart. The second big thing is, of course, his career. In mid-May, Zhou Changdong will take Wang Shi on a long trip. They plan to buy another big truck. The first truck was bought in Zhou Changdong's name. This one will be bought in Qin Datua's name. Qin Datua should go, but his young son has a fever. He is a single father now. Although the child has someone to take care of him, his aunt and another helper, they still need to be very caring. So Zhou Changdong will buy the truck in Qin Datua's name too. Su Luyun didn't say much, just told him not to hold back. When going out, she said, "Be comfortable and enjoy yourself. Take the train in the best way. Don't buy a hard seat just to save money." Now, it's not a problem to buy a soft sleeper ticket. Zhou Changdong smiled and agreed. That night, before leaving, he hugged his wife tightly, kissed her many times. Finally, he kissed her so much that she felt weak. Holding him, she called him brother, and that made him realize he should be careful. "You're going away for several days, and won't see me. You should miss your brother a lot. Can I just get a little love from you before you leave?" Su Luyun looked at him sadly. Seeing her like this, Zhou Changdong quickly changed the subject. "Sweetheart, there are many good things in the south. When I go, I'll bring some back for you. I promise you'll like them." Su Luyun knew his tricks, but considering her current situation, she had to give up. She said, "It's rare to go to the south. I can explore around. Things develop quickly there, and I want to see more." Zhou Changdong nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go and take a look." "You bad boy," Su Luyun scolded him playfully. Zhou Changdong quickly hugged her to comfort her. She sighed and said, "When I see you now, I just want you to love me. Otherwise, you can go sleep next door." Zhou Changdong refused. "We shouldn't sleep in separate rooms. That's not a good habit. But what should I do if I want you?" "You won't give me any," Su Luyun said sadly. Zhou Changdong could only say, "Let's not think about that. Think of something else. For example, after the baby is born, will it look more like you or me? Wife, do you want a girl or a boy?"
Su Luyun remained silent.
Saying these few words made her lips almost ache from overuse. She had a good night's sleep. The next day, Zhou Changdong and Wang Shi set off to the south. Meanwhile, Su Luyun stayed at home, focusing on taking care of her pregnancy. Because her son was away and not at home, her mother-in-law, Chen Aihong, came over specifically to stay. She was a bit worried, so when her son returned, she planned to go back to her old house. Su Luyun was quite happy because she got along well with her mother-in-law. If it weren't for her worries about not being able to take care of the baby or potential conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law over the child, she would really want her in-laws to come over. But she decided it was better to leave things as they were. Her family back home was also concerned about her pregnancy. Her mother, Wang Guifan, came to visit again. Su Luyun brought back 2 dresses she had bought during her last shopping trip, one for Su Yuan and one for Su Man, and also 2 pairs of pretty shoes. "Mom, tell the sisters I'm pregnant, so I won't go with them to pick out clothes. But I personally chose these when I was shopping. They're perfect for them," Su Luyun said with a smile.
"There's no need to reward them like that.
"Studying is their own matter. They just need to work hard," Wang Guifan replied. "No problem. I just want to encourage them," Su Luyun said with a smile. "How much is it?" "Not much. Just take it back for the girls," Su Luyun replied. Wang Guifan didn't say much and took the dresses and shoes back for her 2 granddaughters. Su Luyun didn't pay much attention to these things. Soon it was Sunday. That Sunday, Lin Fong specially came to visit her and brought some English study materials. Lin Fong knew that Su Luyun was serious about learning and was doing very well with her English, which surprised her. She didn't ask many questions, but supported Su Luyun's efforts to learn English well, believing it would be a strong foundation for her future. When she arrived, she saw that Su Luyun's belly had grown quite a bit, which startled her. She was excited to learn that Su Luyun was pregnant with twins. After having a meal here and returning home, she talked to Zhou Chang'an about it. Zhou Chang'an was also very surprised. His 3rd brother's family was expecting twins, which would make his parents very happy. However, he didn't bring up this topic in front of Lin Fong and changed the subject after a few words. Actually, it wasn't just Zhou Changdong who was busy. Zhou Chang'an was also very busy. Because the end of the year is approaching and he is about to graduate, his department leader has already taken notice of him. Now, he is helping with some paperwork tasks. Not only that, he also spends time writing a book. The royalties are secondary, his main interest is his hobby. He also introduced Lin Fong to write, hoping she would focus her energy on these activities instead of worrying about other things. Led by him, Lin Fong indeed has no time to think too much, though she occasionally feels a bit envious of others. Zhou Changdong and Wang Shi went on a trip that lasted half a month. They left in mid-May and only returned in June. Although it was a long time, the trip was very rewarding because they met many people and opened some new channels. Also, the large truck returning from the south was not empty. It carried a full load of goods. When the truck arrived, Zhou Changdong sold the goods to a friend he knew, introduced by Qin Datua, with whom he had dinner before. They developed some business dealings. This batch of goods earned over 700 yuan. Besides giving Wang Shi a bonus, the rest was split equally between Zhou Changdong and Qin Datua. All profits were shared fairly. Qin Datua was involved from the start and would not hide his share. Qin Datua accepted this without surprise. He knew exactly what kind of person his brother was and trusted him completely. After the second truck returned, their coal yard business naturally expanded even more, especially because of the orders Zhou Changdong arranged in the south during this period. Qin Datua was very happy because not only did they deliver goods, but they also bought supplies back. Whether going or returning, the trucks were never empty, saving fuel and making money. This made him very pleased. Initially, Zhou Changdong planned to deliver the goods himself, but once the route was familiar, he wouldn't need to go himself. However, because Su Luyun was already 8 months pregnant, Zhou Changdong was very concerned. So, he entrusted Qin Datua to lead the team on long-distance trips. Qin Datua had no objections, especially since he was expecting twins and needed to watch over her. Even so, Zhou Changdong didn't manage to leave before Su Luyun went into labor. She went into labor in late June. That morning, around 10 o'clock, she was in the hospital ward eating lychees, which they brought back from the south. They were very fresh and delicious. Su Luyun liked it very much, but she shouldn't eat so much at once. Eating just 3 or 5 pieces is okay, including watermelon, as long as she controls the amount. It won't cause a miscarriage or anything. Eating earlier was fine, but on this day, she suddenly started experiencing sharp, cramping pains in her stomach. Su Luyun was already prepared for this. As her pregnancy progressed, not only did her mother-in-law, Chen Aihong, watch her closely, but her own mother, Wang Guifan, also came to check on her every now and then. They told her that if she felt uncomfortable at all, she must speak up because she could go into labor at any time. Since she was expecting twins, not a single baby, her labor was likely to start sooner. The reason Su Luyun was hospitalized now was mainly because she showed symptoms, some discharge appeared, so she was admitted yesterday. But unexpectedly, she was only admitted yesterday, and her labor started today. At this stage, she was over 8 months pregnant, just 10 days shy of 9 months. However, using the later method of counting months based on the menstrual cycle, her pregnancy was actually full-term, around 37 weeks. So, Su Luyun remained calm. She endured the cramping first, then waited until Zhou Xiaoyu came back from the bathroom to tell her what was happening. "Xiaoyu, go tell the nurse if I'm starting to go into labor," Su Luyun said. Since Zhou Xiaoyu had experience from her mother having several children, she immediately called the nurse over. The nurse checked and nodded. "Yes, you're starting to go into labor. You should walk around a bit." Just as she finished speaking, Su Luyun felt another pain. Her contractions were slow and gentle at first, still within her tolerance. She decided to follow the doctor's advice and walk around, hoping to deliver the babies sooner. At around 11 a.m., Chen Aihong brought lunch and learned that her labor had begun. She comforted her immediately, saying, don't worry. Grandpa Qin said your baby is in the right position, so everything should be fine. Just relax." After that wave of pain passed, Su Luyun nodded and said, "I'm fine." She started eating, but her stomach began hurting again while she ate, and she endured it silently. However, this was only the beginning. The real pain started after 4 p.m., and it was intense and rapid. The pain came every 3 to 5 minutes, very close together, and Su Luyun screamed loudly from the pain. If Zhou Changdong had been here, she would have definitely acted cute and complained a little, but now only her mother-in-law and Zhou Xiaoyu were present. She had no thoughts of acting delicate at all. but I still feel I am too great, able to endure such pain. Chun I-home kept comforting her nearby. When the time was almost right, she called the nurse to check. Because she was having twins, the hospital paid close attention. The nurse checked and found that she was progressing very quickly. They hurriedly arranged for Su Luyun to be taken to the delivery room. Chun I-hong also went in to help calm her and lend support. Honestly, with Chun I-hong, the mother-in-law, comforting her, Su Luyun felt much more at ease. Also, Zhou Quansheng was outside, having heard from He Yuling that the third family was in labor, so he rushed over after work. They were all waiting outside. Su Luyun started giving birth at 6 o'clock. 2 nurses came to help with the delivery, and Chun I-hong wiped her sweat and encouraged her. Su Luyun's good health also helped. By 6:30, the first baby was born. It was a boy, and his loud cry made Su Luyun's spirits lift. But before she could say anything, her labor continued. One nurse went to take care of the baby, while another kept helping with the delivery. About 5 minutes later, the second baby was born. After confirming both babies were healthy, Su Luyun finally relaxed, but she didn't dare to fully let her guard down. She was worried someone might steal the children. After leaving the delivery room, she saw Zhou Quansheng, her father-in-law, had arrived. With her parents-in-law watching over her, she finally felt a little at ease and returned to her ward, where she unexpectedly fell asleep. She was awakened again 2 hours later. "Wife, it's okay, I'm here." Zhou Chonggong immediately comforted her. Su Luyun quickly asked, "Where are the children?" "They're right here." Zhou Chonggong pointed to the 2 children beside him. Seeing the children, Su Luyun's worries finally eased. Chun I-hong quickly said, "Don't be afraid, don't worry. Our family is watching closely. No one can steal our children." Su Luyun also relaxed. It was just a shock from the stress. She didn't realize she had fallen asleep and was startled. Now that she had calmed down, she felt more relaxed. Chun I-hong immediately brought her some egg porridge for nourishment and told her son to feed her. Zhou Chonggong also fed his wife first. While drinking the chicken soup porridge, Su Luyun smiled and said, "Am I amazing? I gave you 2 sons. Amazing, my wife is the most amazing." Zhou Chonggong beamed with happiness. Su Luyun smiled and said, "I think both boys look just like you." "Yes, they look like me." Zhou Chongdong smiled and nodded, looking just like him, clearly his own child. Next to him, Chun I-hong listened to the little couple's conversation, smiling happily, but she didn't stay as a third wheel. She left the room to rest next door, just call her if needed. "Wife, thank you for your hard work," Zhou Chongdong said as he fed her porridge, then leaned over to kiss her, feeling guilty. He hadn't been there for much. By the time he arrived, his wife had already given birth. Su Luyun didn't mind. She knew he didn't do it on purpose. She looked at him and said, "From now on, we'll be a family of 4. "Yes, a family of 4. Zhou Chongdong held her hand, kissed it, and spoke affectionately. "From now on, the 3 of us will take good care of you and protect you." The main story ends. Zhu Meishua's first half of her life didn't seem like that of a normal person. Her first marriage was arranged by her aunt, who said it was a very good match. Because her aunt was her relative, her mother thought it wouldn't hurt to trust her. So she married. After moving in, she found out her in-laws were completely different from what her aunt had described. Her mother-in-law appeared kind and gentle outside, but at home, she was demanding, ordering her around, even making her wash her feet. Her mother-in-law's attitude wasn't the only problem. Her husband wasn't much better. He gave her a limited monthly allowance, but expected her to prepare elaborate banquets. Soon after marrying, Zhu Meishua realized she was in a terrible situation. But she was already pregnant, and even if she weren't, she wouldn't have dared to divorce. Divorce was considered very bad. Eventually, she couldn't endure the hardships anymore and left. If she hadn't, she wondered if she'd still be alive, and her daughter would have been driven to despair by that family, because they interfered with her relationship outside. After the divorce, her husband quickly remarried. Although she didn't ask around, She heard that 7 months later, the new wife gave birth to a big, chubby boy, and they were all happily celebrating. But Zhu Meishue paid no attention to these things. Her heart was numb. She just wanted to raise her daughter well and live a good life. But was it really easy to do that? Even after divorce, her daughter, when sent back to her parents' home, was still not treated well, even decades later, let alone now. Back home, her parents pitied her and her daughter, but her brother and sister-in-law didn't treat them well, and her daughter was bullied by cousins at her maternal home. Zhu Meishue feels very tired, especially exhausted, really very tired. But for her daughter, she keeps going. Her sister-in-law is in the late stages of pregnancy. Zhu temporarily takes her place, even though she doesn't earn a penny and her wages are taken away. Because of this chance, she met Su Lulin. She has completely given up on love and has no thoughts of marriage. It was Su Lulin who fell for her at first sight. At first, Zhu refused him. She was divorced and unable to have children, so how could she marry again? Especially since she was on her first marriage and he was such a young, handsome man. She firmly rejected him, explained her situation, and wanted to end his feelings. But even after knowing her circumstances, he didn't give up. Later, she felt his sincere feelings. He even visited her home. The key was that her father knew Su Jinghua, and he was very happy to see Su Lulin come to visit. Her mother was also very pleased with Su Lulin. But Zhu was very nervous. She didn't want him to come, but he insisted on visiting. Deep down, she liked Su Lulin too. He was full of energy, like a warm, fiery sun that made people feel comforted. Could Zhu withstand such a man's passionate pursuit? He told her he had already told his family about her, and even if they disagreed, he would still marry her. The day after he visited her parents, Su Lulin took her to the hospital for a checkup. They found out her body was lacking and couldn't have children. Without hesitation, despite her parents' objections, he gave a generous gift and married her. Zhu Meishue, who had already experienced one failed marriage, was very anxious. Before she moved in, her in-laws already disliked her, worried she couldn't have children. But after she married in, surprisingly, they didn't make things difficult for her. This was completely different from her previous in-laws. They had been very kind before the wedding but changed after. Her current in-laws weren't very satisfied before she married, but after she moved in, they didn't criticize her or put pressure on her. They didn't interfere with Su Lulin's expense of feeding her eggs to improve her health. Her sister-in-law Ho Tsuetsue was very jealous and often subtly criticized her. But after experiencing worse treatment from her previous in-laws, these were minor issues, especially since Su Lulin protected her fiercely and often argued with Ho Tsuetsue. But Zhu didn't argue much with Ho Tsuetsue because she was straightforward and honest, not sneaky. Having experienced both face-to-face and behind-the-back dealings, I find dealing with Ho Tsuetsue quite friendly because Zhu Meishue has her own way of handling things. For example, she holds Ho Tsuetsue's hands, which makes Ho Tsuetsue uncomfortable and causes her to speak less harshly. The relationship between sisters-in-law is actually quite good, and getting along with mother-in-law isn't difficult. The mother-in-law doesn't cause trouble and even gives each family 10 yuan each month as living expenses. The only difficult relationship is between sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, which makes Zhu Meishue very anxious. This is because her younger sister-in-law initially refused to accept her, thinking she, a woman remarried with a child, was not suitable for her second brother or for the old Su family. But Zhu Meishue never argued with her sister-in-law or tried to compete. She simply avoids trouble when she can. As long as she keeps away, everything is fine. In the old Su family, only her younger sister-in-law is hard to get along with. Everything else is good. Things are so good that she sometimes wonders if it's all just a dream. After giving birth to her eldest son, Su Kan, she finally felt truly settled. Having a son made her feel she was truly part of the old Su family, and she no longer worried about breaking the family line or becoming a burden. Later, she became pregnant again and had another son. Her youngest son was born in 1981, a month earlier than the older twin brothers from her sister-in-law's family. She clearly remembers being in the hospital bed with her youngest son, while Su Lulin, her eldest daughter, and her eldest son watched nearby. That moment made her feel very happy. And maybe it was true what they say, good and evil will be repaid in time. Because on the day she gave birth, her ex-husband's family also went to the hospital. But it was because her ex-husband was beaten badly by his current partner, which also revealed another big secret. It turned out that her ex-husband's wife had gotten pregnant before marriage, but the baby was not his. The baby belonged to a she was involved with. She had been unfaithful long before. She and the had planned to get pregnant to trap her ex-husband, thinking he was clever enough to fall for it. But it turned out he had been tricked and ended up raising 2 children that weren't his. Yes, not only was she pregnant before marriage, but she later had another son, making 2 sons in total. Her mother-in-law was furious and often said it was divine luck that kept her from being cast out. She loved her 2 grandsons very much, but this time, the woman and her lover had been unfaithful so often that they became careless. This time, she was caught red-handed. Other unfaithful partners might feel guilty, but that was not a kind person. He took control and beat up her ex-husband. They also stopped pretending and revealed everything. She thanked him for helping raise their 2 sons, but now the sons wanted to reconnect with their family roots. It was like a bolt from the blue. Her ex-husband and his mother initially wanted to struggle and believed it was impossible, but the 2 sons looked very similar to him, about 50% alike. She had been impulsive when catching her husband with another woman and hadn't paid much attention, but after this reminder, she realized the truth. Her ex-husband and his mother were both deeply shocked, both mentally and physically, and ended up in the hospital. This happened on the day Zhu Meishue safely gave birth to her second son. Although she heard about these exciting events, Zhu Meishue remained calm and steady because she was truly happy with her life now. She had 2 sons and a daughter. Her husband, Su Lulin, was very ambitious and kind to her. She had no interest in paying attention to her ex-husband and his mother anymore. In fact, the mother and son later even wanted to come back and claim their daughter, which was simply ridiculous. After she was discharged from the hospital with her baby, she started her postpartum rest. Su Lulin also hired someone to help take care of her. Once her postpartum period was over, she helped at her hair salon, then found time to ride her bike home to feed her younger son. It's important to mention this. Su Lulin's hair salon was very successful. Business was so good that, honestly, in 1 month, they earned more than they had in the past 2 years. This was something they never even dreamed of before opening the shop. After the first month's profit was calculated, the couple was so excited they didn't sleep the whole night. Because of this success, after government policies relaxed, Su Lulin opened more salons, eventually turning it into a nationwide chain. He didn't stop there. Inspired by his clever sister-in-law, he also started various training programs and related industries, transforming into a leader in the beauty industry. His sister-in-law was truly talented. Her vision was extraordinary. Zhu Meishue couldn't understand how she changed so much. But Zhu Meishue was very grateful to her sister-in-law, because, in the year she had her younger son, her older daughter almost fell victim to child trafficking. It was her sister-in-law and her husband who, during a rare date outing, accidentally uncovered a major child trafficking case and successfully rescued her daughter. Otherwise, Zhu Meishue really couldn't imagine the consequences. Fortunately, that crisis passed, and everything went smoothly afterward. Her daughter successfully got into a top university in the country. Su Lulin values her eldest daughter very much because she likes medicine, so she sent her abroad for further study. She also pays special attention to her 2 sons, although her eldest son prefers scientific research and went straight into it after graduation. The family business is inherited by the youngest son. The youngest son is also very outstanding. He not only inherited the family business, but also co-founded an entertainment company with his cousin, who is the 4th in line in his aunt's family, signing artists to enter the entertainment industry. He developed the business very well. Later, Zhu Meishue looked back on her life and realized She was very lucky. Although her first marriage almost took her life, it was because of those years of experience that she learned to cherish her later life even more. So, people should never give up hope. No matter how bad things seem now, stay strong and keep going. Because if you keep living, there is hope. Maybe a new opportunity will appear after difficulties? I am Ho Tsuetsue. Looking back on my life, I really think having helpful friends is very important. My sister-in-law, Su Lujuan, was one such helpful person. At first, I didn't like her very much. I thought I was quite independent, but she was even more so. She caused a lot of trouble. She was the kind of annoying sister-in-law who always caused trouble and gossiped. Everyone disliked her. Before she got married, she liked to gossip and criticize her sisters-in-law. Even after marriage, she didn't stop. She kept coming back to stir up trouble. I was really fed up with her. But everything changed when her brother-in-law became a vegetable and was carried home. At first, I was very worried. I really didn't want her to divorce and leave. I wished she would stay far away. But surprisingly, this sister-in-law was very caring. She refused to abandon her brother-in-law and stayed to take care of him, even caring for him well. I was stunned and thought, is this really the same difficult sister-in-law I knew? After her brother-in-law recovered, her personality also changed a lot. Although she still sometimes spoke harshly and liked to boss people around, she was much better than before. Later, her brother-in-law and his friends partnered to run a coal yard and started a big business. Her second uncle opened a barbershop and became a small business owner. Honestly, I was really jealous at that time, especially when I saw the barbershop opening and doing such good business. I felt very envious inside. Wouldn't it be nice if everyone worked together and earned a good salary? Why did everyone suddenly become so ambitious and successful? That night, I kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. Su Lushan tried to comfort me, but I still felt jealous. When my sister-in-law came back that day, she directly asked if I was jealous and feeling resentful. I didn't admit it verbally, but I showed some signs. Because of this, my sister-in-law gave me an idea. She suggested I start my own small business doing what I was good at, selling steamed buns. At first, I just thought it was a joke and didn't take it seriously. But the more my sister-in-law talked, the more I felt like I might really try it. So I started to think about it, asked my husband Su Lushan for support, and after he agreed, I started the next day. My husband isn't very capable in many ways, but he was very supportive of me. He personally helped me get started and encouraged me, even though I was shy about it at first. We also quickly made some money. Soon, I became addicted to selling steamed buns. Because it was really easy to make money, with cash coming in every day. It was much more satisfying than before, when I used to argue and boast about people's flaws. I put all my energy into it and my business grew bigger and bigger. A restaurant even came to order my buns directly. By the end of that year, I counted the earnings with Su Lushan. Just during that period, we made a total of 200 yuan. That was enough to cover half of Su Lushan's salary for 6 months. But how long had it been? And we weren't even working at full capacity yet. The profit was so good that selling steamed buns really could make money. Thanks to Uncle Air's barbershop in front, we decided to cut ties and open a steamed bun shop after the new year. But opening the bun shop wasn't smooth sailing because I was betrayed by my family. Wasn't I making money? So I couldn't help but show off at my family's house. After I boasted about the profit of the buns, my brothers-in-law from my family also joined in. It's not a problem to work together, but what really made me explode was that right next to my shop, just a few stores away, my younger brother and his wife also opened a steamed bun shop. I was furious. This is classic case of teaching your apprentice to starve the master. It's also a typical act of ingratitude. I have a hot temper and never tolerate being wronged. Naturally, I had a big fight with my younger brother and his wife. Not only did I have a falling out with my younger brother's wife, but I also didn't spare my own parents from my anger. Over the years, I have shown great respect and care for my family, saving money and sending it back home to show my filial piety. Even when I had my children, I didn't take a penny from my family, but my mother-in-law would give me a small allowance for my hard work, which I also sent back to my family. I have no regrets about my actions. In the end, my parents still seemed to value my brother more. My younger brother and his wife were ungrateful and unkind, yet they wanted me to move out. To support my business, Su Lushan even gave up his job and came out with me. How could I refuse? I ended up breaking all ties with my family. Then I started working on making steamed bun recipes, and even bought a business that sold buns and soy milk. I managed to put my brother's bun shop out of business. Watching them hurriedly pack up and leave, I felt very happy. I didn't care about anything else. I was successful. Even if I couldn't return to my family, my husband's family was still my home. Because I became strong and confident, my family from my hometown eventually came to reach out to me with a softer tone. My mother even came to complain, saying I was still upset with my family. I told her I had learned a lot from running my business, and that I was no longer so easily hurt, especially after being deeply hurt by my family before. They started to count how much I had shown filial piety over the years and how my family and my children had been treated. My siblings, Su Yuan and Su Yang, never wanted to visit relatives. Why was that? I am very good at bringing up old issues, so I naturally didn't let my mother control me. Life went on, and my bun shop with Su Lushan grew bigger and bigger, hiring many workers. Later, I listened to my sister-in-law and even started a bun factory, packaging and sending buns across the country. This was something I never dared to imagine before, but I did it naturally and successfully. I couldn't even dream of these achievements. But life proves that many miracles can happen. Sometimes, if you dare to dream and act, you can make it happen. Eventually, I became a great female entrepreneur. When reporters came to interview me, I responded confidently and politely, thanks to my experience. My husband, Su Lushan, didn't like to be in the spotlight, so he handled behind-the-scenes work, while I took care of the front. This way, working together was easier. Besides my career success, I was also very proud of my 2 children. But I have to thank my sister-in-law for that. The younger sister-in-law used a clever trick to improve her daughter's grades. In the end, she got into the best university in the province and, after graduation, started working in a government department. I am very happy with my daughter's development. Even though my daughter has been very close to her sister-in-law since childhood and prefers to share her thoughts with her instead of me, I don't mind. The sister-in-law guided her well and suggested she work in the government. Later, because of her good looks, she resembles her stunning sister-in-law. Even if only a little, she stood out in a crowd. She then entered a department and caught the attention of senior leaders. They introduced her to a very good son, and after 6 months, they got married. The bride price was very generous, mainly because my daughter had captivated her husband so much that he was eager to marry her. Her family was very proud of her, and she was also very capable. Within a year of marriage, she gave birth to a healthy baby boy. The family lives happily together. As for my daughter, she is doing very well too. Although she didn't have as good grades as her sister when she was young, her sister-in-law promised to buy her basketball and football if she achieved good grades. Her grades, which were always poor, improved after middle school, and she was able to get into high school. In high school, her performance improved even more, and she did very well. My sister-in-law explained that boys' brains develop more slowly, and high school is their main battlefield. I don't fully understand this, but I was happy to see my son's grades improve to above average. Eventually, he also got into university smoothly. After graduation, he didn't want to do anything else, so he returned home to take over the bun business and expanded into other foods like dumplings and wontons. He made the business very successful. I am satisfied with these achievements. The only thing I was unhappy about was my son's first girlfriend. She was a very flashy and flirtatious girl. She wore bright clothes, and I didn't like her at all. But my son liked her, so I chose to ignore it. However, their relationship didn't last long. After a year, they broke up because she got involved with another boss.
I was relieved about that.
Later, he dated a few more girls, but I didn't interfere. The only successful relationship was the one my daughter introduced her brother to, a girl from a good family. also the daughter of a leader. That one finally worked out. I am also very happy to hear this. After marriage, the couple had a daughter. I had no opinion, since they both prioritized good upbringing and education, so it wasn't a big deal. Later, they unexpectedly became pregnant again. I didn't interfere, they discussed it, and decided to keep the baby themselves.
So I resigned from my job.
They had a second child, a son. I was happy, but not overly excited. However, Su Lushan, this traditional old man, was really happy. He loves his granddaughter, but has always regretted not having a grandson. So, after having a grandson, he gave his daughter-in-law a fully renovated house bought in her name, along with some money, as a reward. Since they had resigned and were no longer affected by policies, they just needed to pay a fine. It wasn't a big problem. Later, they had a third child. Su Lushan still gave generous rewards. I just smiled and felt emotional because, in the past, I also fought for a little over 50 yuan and a New Year red envelope subsidy for my mother-in-law, even pulling Su Lushan into it for a while. During that time, Su Lushan was so worried about me that he even wanted to split the room with me, even when I cooked pigtail stewed with black beans for him. In the end, it didn't happen.
But I won't talk about that now.
When I think back, I feel very satisfied. My life has been so rich and wonderful, and all of this is thanks to my younger sister-in-law's repeated guidance. The phrase bittersweet best describes Xiao Yu. She lost her father early, and her mother was often unwell, so she had to support her family from a young age. She applied for work making paper boxes through the local street office. Although she had work and some income, it was only enough to keep her family from starving. Eating well and staying warm was impossible. So, as she grew older, she took some risky actions, trading supplies. She did this 2 or 3 times a month, and each time it helped thicken their rice porridge by about a third, and sometimes even earned extra money to buy medicine for her mother. She kept her activities very secret. Even the people she traded with didn't know what she looked like, because she always covered her face. She kept living like this until later, when new policies came out and no one bothered with these activities anymore. Only then did she dare to start her own small business. Being a small business owner was quite profitable. Just selling sunflower seeds and peanuts at the cinema, she could earn 20 or 30 yuan a month, no less than a regular salary. The family's meals improved a lot because they could now afford to eat rice regularly. Her younger brother also grew taller, and her mother could take her medicine on time, so there were no more days of going hungry. By this time, she was no longer young and was known as an old girl among the neighbors. Her mother was very worried about her marriage and often asked her to invite matchmakers to find a suitor, hoping she wouldn't miss her chance in life. Xiao Yu wasn't eager to marry, but her mother kept bringing up the topic. One day, she unexpectedly met Wang Shi and felt a spark. Since Wang Shi was also unmarried, she thought about asking him if he wanted to settle down together. However, when Wang Shi saw her, he immediately avoided her. Initially, Xiao Yu didn't have strong feelings, and seeing his reaction, she lost interest too. They simply went on with their lives. Years later, one day while she was boiling medicine, Auntie Shi came to propose marriage, which made her mother very happy. But Xiao Yu frowned, and when she learned it was Wang Shi's idea, she was surprised. She decided to go see Wang Shi herself to clarify. By then, Wang Shi was quite popular. He had learned to drive trucks from Zhou Changdong and had become a skilled truck driver, which made him very sought after. Many families wanted to introduce their daughters or nieces to him. So Wang Shi could choose his bride and didn't need to marry someone like her. Indeed, she found out that it was Zhou's older brother and sister-in-law who told Wang Shi she was good and asked him to marry her. He agreed. At that moment, Xiao Yu didn't know whether to roll her eyes or what, but she could tell that although he was persuaded by Zhou's brother and sister-in-law, he wasn't taking it lightly. Because of this, she agreed too. Only a fool wouldn't, and she wasn't picky. Why not marry?
So she married Wang Shi.
Wang Shi bought a house and a car, and he married her in a grand way, which made many people jealous and gossip. But Xiao Yu didn't care about those words. She only knew that Wang Shi was serious about their marriage. On their wedding night, Wang Shi handed her all the money in their bank book, telling her to use it freely for anything she needed, without saving. The bank book had a lot of money, and she was afraid to take it, but Wang Shi pushed it into her hands, saying that women in the family should manage the money. She asked him if his older brother had told him to do so. Wang Shi shyly scratched his head and said Zhou's older brother didn't interfere. He learned this from himself. Zhang Jiyue couldn't help but laugh. Of course, the wedding night was next. Even though Zhang Jiyue was brave, she still blushed and asked if he understood. Wang Shi said he hadn't tried before and needed to try. So, they tried. Later, they naturally became more interested and couldn't stop. Zhang Jiyue also wanted to have children with Lao Wang's family. Since both men and women liked this, she was willing. However, her health was not very good. Even after some treatment, she only got pregnant 6 months after marriage. Everyone, including her mother-in-law and Wang Shi, was very happy about the pregnancy. They almost took care of her like a treasure, not letting her do any work, just wanting her to rest. But Zhang Jiyue was not the kind to stay idle. Not working was uncomfortable for her, and she was not that weak. Plus, there wasn't much work, just helping her mother-in-law feed pigs and chickens, clean the house, and cook. After 9 months, she gave birth to a daughter. Her mother-in-law and Wang Shi were very happy. When the daughter was 1 year old, she got pregnant again. This time, she had a son who looked more like her younger brother than Wang Shi. But both Wang Shi and her mother-in-law were very pleased. They praised the nephew for looking like his uncle and said he would be successful in the future. Yes, her brother Zhang Tianqi was admitted to university in 1982, becoming the envy of neighbors. After graduation, he worked in the government and became a proud member of the family. Later, Zhang Jiyue had her 3rd child. Since she and Wang Shi didn't have official jobs, they weren't worried about losing them, just paying fines was enough. But after the 3rd child, she didn't have any more. With 2 sons and a daughter, the family really grew strong. Just look at her mother-in-law's happy mood every day. She was truly delighted. Wang Shi also matured a lot after becoming a father. Although he didn't say sweet words, he was honest and trustworthy. He never did anything to betray her outside, especially the money he earned. Besides keeping some for himself, he gave everything to her for safekeeping. He never asked how much she had saved or spent. She even joked if he was afraid she would spend it all. Wang Shi said he wasn't. He worked with his brother Dong, starting with a salary, then adding commissions and later profit sharing. Over a year, he earned more than high-paid workers in the city. But Zhang Jiyue would never spend all the money. Having lived through hard times, she was always cautious. Besides daily expenses, she saved all the rest. She not only earned her own money, but later she also opened a shop selling various daily necessities, which brought in good income. With the shop, she was busy, and later her mother-in-law stopped raising pigs, only keeping a few chickens in the yard for eggs and eating. Her mother-in-law is kind, her husband is hardworking and honest, and their children are growing strong. Zhang Jiyue is very satisfied with her life. Although her first half of life was difficult, she persisted and saw a different view of life. As Zhou Changdong's best partner, Qin Datuo's life was very colorful. He faced the biggest betrayal of his life when his partner betrayed him, but fortunately, he discovered it early and ended the marriage quickly. His ex-wife's family was very regretful because they saw him growing stronger and more successful, and they regretted it so much that they felt sick about it. They even wanted Qin Datuo's ex-wife, Sun Xiaoyan, to cut ties with her family and return home. But Qin Datuo found her family's behavior disgusting and couldn't possibly reconcile with them. That was impossible. Although he had children with her, he didn't mind caring for them, but having her come back was out of the question. Seeing that his ex-wife's hope of returning was gone, she did something she thought would upset him. She remarried an old widower to become a stepmother. Qin Datuo was no longer the same person he used to be. Even if she wanted to remarry or sell herself cheaply, he wouldn't care about her because she had nothing to do with him. He remembered everything from the past, so he felt cold toward her. Even after knowing the truth, they didn't say much. But his younger son was foolish, Just like the whole Sun family, very easy to deceive. He believed it was his father's fault, that his father had let his mother down, which caused her to remarry and become a stepmother. This younger son later learned bad habits. Chin Dadua didn't hesitate at all. He simply locked him up for reform. After reforming him, he wanted to bring him along and even considered sending him to the army, but the boy said he would definitely run away from the army. Chin Dadua was so angry he couldn't stand it because he couldn't afford to have such a person. Naturally, he let it go. Finally, he pressed the boy's head and sent him abroad, but the boy still didn't improve and made some bad friends outside. In the end, he was tricked into going to the Black Triangle area and almost had his kidney taken. Of course, in the end, he used his connections to bring the person back. However, Chin Dadua had completely lost hope for his son and thought it was better to let him drift along and wait for death. Old Sun's family valued him very much, since they could only draw blood from him. Apart from this useless son, the other three were not outstanding, but they were still somewhat capable. What made Chin Dadua sigh was that, even after he put in a lot of effort to train them, they still weren't as capable as one of his illegitimate children outside. Yes, Chin Dadua obviously wasn't a lonely man. He liked cultured people and especially enjoyed dating female university students. With his wealth, he certainly wasn't short of companions. So, he not only had 4 children with son Xiaomin, but also 3 children with other women. Initially, he didn't want to keep those children. He wanted to have them aborted, but the women outside kept hiding their pregnancies from him, and eventually, they went ahead with it. 1 child was born, then a second, and finally a third, so in total, he had 7 children. However, all of them were illegitimate because he had no plans to register the children with the women. Of course, he didn't neglect to provide for them in other ways. Some friends even warned him not to get caught in a love triangle. But he didn't need to worry about that because his genes were very strong. His children, including the 3 outside, all resembled him. When the woman outside was with him, she was still A. Over the years, he kept her outside and even brought her parents over. He was very sure he hadn't been cheated on. And he didn't dare to be, either. By that time, he was truly a master of both black and white, a coal boss and a real estate giant. He had powerful connections within the province and was a major figure. If anyone dared to plot against him secretly, they would face backlash. For example, he once dealt with a woman who had been with him and got pregnant but didn't have a formal relationship with him. He also kept many other lovers. They only spent 1 or 2 times a month with him, sometimes 3 or 5, but each month they received a generous allowance. Because his family was large and his generosity was big, one of them even came to him with a pregnancy test report, saying she was pregnant. Chin Dadua had someone take her for another checkup, and once confirmed she was pregnant, he slapped her hard. Pregnant? Yes, she was. But he had already undergone a vasectomy. He chose a specialist for the procedure because he had so many children and didn't want more, so he simply had himself sterilized. There is no longer a possibility of getting pregnant again after a regular sterilization surgery. Over the years, there haven't been any similar accidents, except this one. So, he has been betrayed. He can't just accept it. He even found out who the other man was and had him arrested. Naturally, he dealt with him harshly. Of course, no one lost their life or got involved in a legal case, but they did pay a price. His private life is quite colorful, but Chin Dadua knows that these women are all after his money. Even his children are fighting over his assets, and he is aware of this. He's afraid that if he ever falls, his children will fight fiercely over his estate. That's why, sometimes, when he has tea with Zhou Chongdong, he envies his brother. He envies Zhou for marrying a wife who would stay loyal and caring for him even if he became a vegetable, and for having several talented and successful sons. He sees Zhou as a true life winner. However, he tries to stay positive because life is like that, nothing is ever completely free. After all, Zhou has always hoped to have a daughter, but in the end, he didn't get his wish. All 4 children are sons. Zhou is disappointed but still encourages himself to try again, hoping the next child might be a girl. Zhou finally shakes his head, saying 4 children are enough, and he doesn't want to make his wife suffer anymore. Having some regrets in life can also be beautiful. Yes, having regrets in life can be quite meaningful. Chin Dadawa feels the same way. His career has developed to this point. Despite splitting his business with his brothers, everything has been thriving. Although he's a mess when it comes to family matters, he should be satisfied because he succeeded in everything else, and his life has been very successful. What more could he want? But sometimes, in the dead of night, he still thinks about it. If life could be started over, he would want a family like his brothers. If he had a wife like that, he would surely live a good life and wouldn't seek emotional fulfillment outside. But he knows he won't meet such a person again. After all, it's all up to fate. Lin Fong thought she would never have children in this life. Not only she, but Zhou Chang'an also felt the same way. Both of them had come to accept it and didn't pay much attention to the matter anymore. They focused on their studies and future careers. The turning point in the story happened during the year when the third family had their children. At the end of June in 1981, they gave birth to their first set of twins. Zhou Chang'an and Lin Fong both went to visit after hearing the news. The babies looked very healthy and resembled their father. Lin Fong saw Zhou Chang'an holding the twins and felt a twinge of sadness because she could tell he really loved the children. However, she couldn't fulfill his wish to become a father herself. Perhaps noticing her envy, Su Luyun, her sister-in-law, invited her to spend the summer at her home. She told her that her younger brother and his family would be very busy that summer because they often had to travel to the south for about 10 days or 2 weeks. So, Su Luyun invited her to stay at their house and gave her a reason she couldn't refuse, to help invigorate her with child spirit. She said that hugging and caring for the children would stimulate her hormones and increase her chances of pregnancy. This is why some believe that children's diapers and belongings can attract child spirit. In simple terms, it's believed that children's items can trigger a woman's hormones and help her conceive. These beliefs are based on superstition and are considered mystical. Lin Fong knew her sister-in-law was only trying to help her, wanting her to catch the child spirit. Not only Su Luyun but also Grandma Chen asked her to stay for a while. It was a rare opportunity, especially since they insisted she bring unwashed diapers with a strong smell, things that no one else would ask for. Being able to stay was a great blessing. So Lin Fong decided to go because she truly wanted a child. While there, she ate and nourished herself with the family's food. The third family needed milk for their 2 babies. After giving birth, her maternal instinct blossomed so much that she stopped feeding them formula and breastfed directly. They had high standards for their diet, which was very rich and nourishing. She stayed and ate with them all summer, and her health improved significantly. Most importantly, during that month, she held and comforted the babies every day. Although she didn't experience the swelling of milk when the babies cried, as some had said, she did feel a warmth and tenderness she had never felt before. After the summer ended, her spirit and outlook changed completely. When she moved into a rented room with Zhou Chang'an, she soon became pregnant. At first, she didn't realize it at all and didn't think about it. Because she was quite busy at the time, she felt a bit exhausted and thought she was just tired. Still, Zhou Changdong drove over to deliver some stewed chicken for both of them. The chicken was really fragrant and Lin Fong liked it a lot. She ate plenty of it during that summer holiday. But this time, she actually couldn't handle the smell and felt nauseous. While chatting with her second brother, Zhou Changdong, who hadn't gone back yet, looked surprised and asked, "Second sister-in-law, are you pregnant?" His words made Lin Fong and Zhou Chang'an both freeze in shock. Lin Fong wanted to deny it immediately, but quickly realized her period hadn't come for a long time. Not just 10 days or half a month, but almost a month, maybe? She knew her body well and was worried it might be a false alarm, so she said it was just her poor appetite. But after Zhou Changdong left, she couldn't wait and took Zhou Chang'an to get checked. It turned out she was really pregnant. Thinking back now, Lin Fong still remembers how unbelievable she felt at that moment. She had really become pregnant? Really? Lin Fong burst into tears. Later, the doctor scolded Zhou Chang'an for putting too much pressure on the pregnant woman. Zhou Chang'an just hugged her with a silly smile on his face. It was rare to see such a silly smile on his face. Once Lin Fong regained her composure, she quickly explained to the doctor that Zhou Chang'an had never pressured her. In fact, he always comforted and supported her when she was feeling down. She was the one who couldn't get past her own mental block. But now that she was pregnant, how could Lin Fong not be happy? Not only Lin Fong, but Zhou Chang'an was just as happy. At first, they didn't tell anyone, waiting until the first 3 months passed before sharing the news. Chun Aihong and Zhou Quansheng were also very happy. Su Lujun was too, smiling and saying that Changdong had mentioned last time he brought back the stewed chicken that second sister-in-law might be pregnant. Who would have thought it was true? But Lin Fong held the hand of her sister-in-law, who was as close as a sister, because she knew it was her sister-in-law's method that worked. After staying there for the summer holiday, she had truly improved her health and become pregnant. How could she not be happy? And because she was pregnant, Lin Fong focused on nurturing the baby in the following days. Chun Aihong also paid close attention, often cooking and sending over chicken and soup. That year, when they returned for the new year, she was visibly pregnant, and everyone in the neighborhood saw it. Especially when they saw Healing's expression, Lin Fong felt a bit amused inside, knowing that this couple was definitely planning to prevent her and Zhou Chang'an from having children. However, now it is no longer possible to eat. In the second year, Lin Fong gave birth to a daughter who looked like her, gentle and beautiful. Because both she and her husband were busy with work, they hired a relative to be a nanny to take care of the girl until she was old enough for kindergarten, after which the relative left. As the daughter grew up, she was very good at studying, just like her mother, Lin Fong. She was always at the top of her class. Later, she successfully entered university and, after graduation, joined a company arranged by her family. There, she met a very talented young man. They quickly got married and had children. All of this felt like a dream to Lin Fong. She was both touched and felt it was a bit unreal. She once had a dream where she saw herself without children. Although Zhou Chang'an never divorced her and even talked about adopting a child, they never actually did. They simply supported each other through life. Unexpectedly, in this life, she and Zhou Chang'an had a daughter and a cute, mischievous grandson to love. It all felt like a dream or a fairy tale. Zhou Chang'an, now a provincial governor, smiled and said she was too sensitive. This isn't a dream. How could it be? This is just our life. Lin Fong smiled back. Yes, this was truly their life. She didn't think much anymore because everything she had now was real and true. Zhou Changping having an affair was something no one in the old Zhou family ever expected, as they had never known anyone in the family who would be unfaithful. When Zhou Changping was caught secretly with a widow from the factory by Healing, and she personally caught him in the act, the entire Zhou family was shocked. But that was a matter between the couple. They could handle it themselves, whether to divorce or not. However, divorce was no longer an option. He Yuling definitely wouldn't divorce him. She only demanded that Zhou Changping end things with the widow. But Zhou Changping pretended to agree outwardly, while secretly refusing to break up, because he believed he had found true love. Whether it was true love or not, he didn't know, but because of his affair, he missed out on a promotion and lost the chance to advance. He blamed He Yuling for this, saying, "If it weren't for me, I wouldn't have been rejected. I really need this position." He Yuling would never allow him to bully her. Although she felt it was a pity, she had no regrets. If she didn't stand up for herself, how long would he keep arguing with that widow? Even now, they hadn't fully broken up. Because she didn't succeed in winning an award, Zhou Changping was very angry with her. He even wanted to divorce her to give that widow some space. Fortunately, she had a son to support her, and her parents-in-law also couldn't stand that woman, which made him give up his plans. But Healing's life was really miserable. In 1985, she started her own small business and met a man who had lost his wife and was raising 2 children. He was also a businessman. This man made her feel warm inside. When he learned she was unhappy with her husband, he began to pursue her passionately. During the new year in 1986, she had a big fight with Zhou Changping, and left home. That night, she went to his place, and they got together that very night. Although she hadn't divorced him yet, she was already with him. She didn't feel guilty about this. In fact, she felt very happy. She thought about how long she had been living alone. Meanwhile, Zhou Chongping was living happily outside. Why couldn't she do the same? And this widower was a very good man, making her feel satisfied after a long drought. Because of this, she regained her passion for life and decisively divorced Zhou Chongping. In 1986, they officially got a divorce and divided their property. After the divorce, Zhou Chongping married the widow he had taken in, and He Ling married her small businessman, becoming a stepmother. But life isn't just poetry and dreams. There are real problems to face. For example, after Zhou Chongping married the widow, he found she had changed. She was no longer as gentle and caring as before. She seemed to become like He Ling. She was also very biased. She only treated her own children well and was very unkind to Zhou Yongshun, her stepson. Of course, she didn't do this openly, but in secret. And how did he find out? Because there were clues. Even though Zhou Chongping married her, he was still smart enough not to mistreat Zhou Yongshun, his only son, just because of the widow's children. This naturally led to a big argument with the widow. Even after the fight, she agreed to back down, but then she did whatever she wanted, making Zhou Chongping's life very frustrating. He is like that, and He Ling is not much better. I used to hear that stepmothers have a hard time, but only when you become one do you realize how difficult it really is. If you are a little strict, people blame you for not being her real mother. If you don't care, people say you are not attentive enough because she is not your biological child. It's a tricky situation. Sometimes you care, sometimes you don't. And the two children act one way in front of her and another behind her back. They pretend to be nice to her in her face, but secretly complain to their father about how badly she treats them. This causes arguments and conflicts with her husband. At first, their marriage was sweet. Both of them felt new and exciting about each other. Since they had been alone for a long time, it was like a spark igniting dry wood. But later, it all turned into chaos and mess. He Ling only stayed in this marriage for 3 years. After that, she divorced him. After the divorce, she only came back once to see her son, Zhou Yongshun. Then she moved south. I heard many factories there are hiring, so she went to find work. She managed to get divorced, but Zhou Chongping couldn't even think about divorcing because his widow's approval was needed. She had finally married into this family, and although Zhou Chongping was quite ordinary, his 2 younger brothers were very successful. One was doing very well in business, and the other was thriving in a government job. How could she let go of such strong backing? If her children were promoted a little, they would benefit for life. But she was hoping for too much. Because her 2 younger brothers didn't really take her seriously, they rarely visited and didn't pay attention to her children at all. However, they did take care of Zhou Yongshun, her nephew. For example, after high school, Zhou Yongshun couldn't get into university and didn't want to continue studying, so his little uncle introduced him to learn car repair. In earlier years, Zhou Yongshun might have been unhappy or unwilling, but after his family went through a big change, his parents divorced, he grew a lot and became more sensible. He knew he had to rely on himself, so he worked hard to learn car repair skills. Thanks to his little uncle's connections, the master mechanic treated him very well. Most importantly, this master later became his father-in-law. He had a daughter, and since Zhou Yongshun was his apprentice, he often went back to eat with them. They became familiar with each other, and eventually, they started dating. When Zhou Yongshun was 22 and had learned enough, they got married. Uncle gave him a set of a new house, second uncle gave furniture, and grandparents also gave big red envelopes, telling him that he was grown up and should take on family responsibilities in the future. He was a bit hesitant to accept because he knew this wasn't their duty. But the elders told him to take it, saying that he just needs to work hard and live a good life. Later, he and his wife indeed lived happily, and after marriage, they had a son and a daughter. However, in midnight dreams, he would see another version of himself. In the dream, that self took a wrong path and was eventually beaten to death. Waking up, Zhou Yongshun felt very scared because the dream felt so real. It was so real that he thought he had experienced such a life before. But he was also grateful because he listened to his little uncle. Thanks to his little uncle's advice, he avoided the bad path in the dream and now has the life he does. Xiao Yu's small business was very successful, doing well in everything she tried. So her business grew bigger, and she opened several shops. There was a bun shop and a clothing store, and her business was booming. Even her mean mother-in-law and spiteful sister-in-law became polite to her. She was kind and virtuous, so she made peace with them. Her cousins scolded her for this, saying she was hopeless and that they had hurt her so much before, yet she still forgave them. Were they truly sincere? No, they only pretended because of money. But Xiao Yu didn't mind because she believed in harmony at home. Even though they had hurt her before, she thought it was in the past and better to forget the grudges. Her cousin said she was so generous that even the Buddha would give way to her. Xiao Yu didn't care about others' opinions. She just wanted to live happily. She enjoyed her simple life, especially when rumors about Zhou Chongping's affair spread. She laughed loudly. But soon, she couldn't smile anymore because Li Wenchuan also cheated. The other woman was her cousin Xiao Yu. When a neighbor's wife told her this news, it was like a bolt from the blue. She couldn't believe it was true. However, it's not just about believing. Xiao Yu indeed gave birth to a son for Li Wenchuan. When Xiao Yu went to see, she saw the child, about 2 or 3 years old, who looked quite similar to Li Wenchuan. Xiao Yu was overwhelmed and immediately went to hit Xiao Yu. Fearing others might see, Xiao Yu pulled her inside the house and explained the truth. It turned out she wasn't romantically involved with Li Wenchuan. The child was borrowed from Li Wenchuan because the leader she was working for only had 2 daughters, and that leader couldn't have more children. Xiao Yu borrowed the child from Li Wenchuan. Although the child looked like Li Wenchuan, when Li Wenchuan handed Xiao Yu over, he told the leader that she was his sister. So, the child looking like him was just like a nephew resembling his uncle, which wasn't a big deal. The leader didn't suspect anything and was even happy about it. Of course, this didn't affect her and her son. But was that the main point? Xiao Yu looked at the child in despair. This was Li Wenchuan's child. She couldn't accept that Li Wenchuan had a child with Xiao Yu, her cousin. Xiao Yu then handed her some money, placed in a bag. It was from the leader, and she hadn't had time to deposit it yet. It was a considerable amount, 5,000 yuan. She told her cousin that the child was bought from Li Wenchuan and asked her not to pursue it further. Xiao Yu wanted to say, "Are you insulting me with money?" But seeing the neat 5,000 yuan in the bag, she couldn't get angry. Because the money was right there. Xiao Yu also told her another thing, that over the past few years, Li Wenchuan's business had been doing very well, and it was all thanks to her and the child. If it weren't for her and the child, how could the leader have given all the projects to Li Wenchuan? There were many competitors. Xiao Yu's life had been comfortable these years, not just because she earned money, but also because Li Wenchuan made a lot of money. They moved out of the shared apartment early on, bought a standalone house, and renovated it beautifully. All of this didn't cost Xiao Yu a penny. She kept all her earnings herself. It was all Li Wenchuan's money. Xiao Yu suppressed her anger and questioned her cousin. Was she only involved with her sister-in-law because of this child? After having this child, she stopped causing trouble? Ever since they had physical intimacy, Li Wenchuan had become her lover. He would come whenever he thought of her, and sometimes she would also zhudong qijiaota. Since the senior leader is getting older and no longer has the energy he once did, Xiao Yu, who is still young, naturally has her needs. But Xiao Yu obviously cannot tell the truth. It's impossible to say directly. Then she asked her cousin how she found out about this. Xiao Yu said that the neighbor's wife accidentally saw something and told her. This made Xiao Yu feel worried. Soon, Li Wenchuan also found out that their secret was discovered by the neighbor, and everyone had spoken about it. He also became worried. Xiao Yu was easy to comfort, saying it was all for earning money and giving her and her son a good life, so she was reassured. The key was that if the senior leader found out, there would be serious trouble. So they moved Xiao Yu to a new place, and this method proved to be effective. After Xiao Yu helped cover up the truth, claiming she had misjudged the situation, the gossip gradually died down. They lived peacefully for a few more years. As the child grew older, he looked more and more like Li Wenchuan. The senior leader suddenly became suspicious and asked someone to investigate. The investigation revealed the truth. Xiao Yu was not Li Wenchuan's sister, but only his wife's cousin. And since the child looked so much like Li Wenchuan, even someone naive would understand why. The senior leader, realizing he had been deceived all these years, thinking he was the child's father when he was not, felt betrayed. He remembered being cheated and was furious. Over the years, Li Wenchuan had become his close confidant and knew many secrets he wanted to keep hidden. Now, he was determined to make the child acknowledge his true family. But in the end, he found out he had been tricked. Naturally, the senior leader was very angry. However, over the years, Li Wenchuan had become his trusted aide and knew many secrets he wanted to keep hidden. He knew that if he acted rashly, he would face backlash. So, he ordered people to severely beat Li Wenchuan and Xiao Yu. Li Wenchuan soon learned that the senior leader knew about their situation, but he didn't want everything to fall apart completely. Li Wenchuan dared not go to extremes and managed to maintain a fragile balance. But their relationship was now completely broken. Li Wenchuan had no choice but to leave with Xiao Yu and the child, but they had nowhere to go. In the end, he had to let Xiao Yu take the child back to live with her cousin. Xiao Yu never imagined this day would come. She was almost overwhelmed with despair. Of course, she was extremely unwilling and even threatened to divorce Li Wenchuan. Li Wenchuan agreed, but Xiao Yu changed her mind again. Because wasn't this giving her cousin's family a chance to take her place? Sisters fighting over a man was well known in that area. Every day is chaotic, especially when Li Wenchuan offended the top leader, and he basically lost his job in the province. After a few years like this, Li Wenchuan decided to go south alone, leaving her and her sister to raise their 2 children and continue fighting at home. But things went wrong for Li Wenchuan in the south. He was crippled, losing 2 legs, and the third one was damaged too. The reason was that he was charming in the south and slept with a powerful man's woman, which led the man to have him harmed. The Li family quickly came to bring him back after hearing the news. From then on, Li Wenchuan had to spend the rest of his life in bed. Xiao Yu also suffered greatly, as she had to earn money to support the family and care for her disabled husband. Her son was also unmotivated and got into trouble. Her unreliable cousin ran away, leaving a child for her to raise, claiming it was from the old Li family. It was a mess everywhere. At midnight, Xiao Yu often dreams strange dreams. In her dreams, she lives a luxurious and carefree life, admired as a wealthy wife and a lucky woman. But those are just dreams. When she wakes up, she still has to clean up after Li Wenchuan. My grandfather is named Zhou Changdong, and my grandmother is Su Luyun. I am the 3rd-generation grandson, and my name is Zhou Jingya. Now, let me introduce our big family. I was raised by my grandparents because my parents were too busy and had no time to care for me. After I was born, I was taken care of by my grandparents. Because of that, I have a very close relationship with them, and I know many family stories. For example, when my grandfather was in the army, he was forced to leave because he was injured and became a vegetable. Everyone thought he wouldn't recover, but my grandmother believed he would get better. She refused to listen to her family's advice to remarry and instead stayed to care for him. Later, my grandfather surprisingly recovered. He secretly told me that while he was unconscious, he could hear everything. My grandmother kept talking to him about her love during his coma. That moved my grandfather deeply. He thought he had to get better. What if he didn't? Would his wife be so sad she might give up on life? Every time he talks about these things, he can't hide the smile on his face.
Well,
I think my grandfather might be exaggerating. After all, my grandmother is very easygoing. Thoughts and ideas are also very fashionable these days. They even play online games with us, and the jokes on the internet are quite clever, more quick-witted than us young people. You can't tell at all that they are elders. They are full of energy. However, I didn't question this because my grandparents have a very close relationship. Continuing the story, after my grandfather recovered from being in a coma, my grandmother quickly became pregnant, and I was born along with my second uncle. My grandmother says my father and second uncle are very easy to take care of and are adorable when they were young. Because of this, my grandmother wanted to have a daughter too. But she didn't succeed in having a daughter, and instead, she had my third uncle and youngest uncle. Haha, yes, you heard right, my grandparents have 4 sons. My father, second uncle, third uncle, and youngest uncle. This made the whole Zhou family very lively. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother were said to be so happy they couldn't stop smiling. My father was a top student from a young age, very good at studying. My grandfather said this might be because my grandmother was always reading and studying while pregnant, so he inherited that trait. Because of this, my father later followed my great-uncle into a government career and met the daughter of a leader's family, who is my mother. They liked each other, got married, and I was born. But both of them were very busy, so I was sent back to my grandparents' house to be cared for. Compared to my busy father, my second uncle was also very busy. My second uncle didn't inherit the gift for studying, but he inherited my grandfather's strength and was a good fighter since he was young. I heard my grandmother was very worried back then, afraid he had super strong genes and was worried he might go down the wrong path when he grew up. But my grandfather secretly told me that my grandmother was overthinking because he was the same when he was young. That's just how he was. As a result, he was sent to the army when he grew up. Indeed, my second uncle shined in the army and was known as a fierce tiger there. His marriage was also worry-free because he was interested in the daughter of his commanding officer. He successfully pursued her, married my second aunt, and they quickly had children. They continued to stay in the army, and thanks to my second aunt's family connections, his promotion went smoothly. His achievements were no less than my father's, and the 2 brothers are quite evenly matched. However, whether it was my father or my second uncle, they were always scolded by my third uncle. Because, you see, my third uncle studied medicine, specifically traditional Chinese medicine. His medical skills are very good. Because of Uncle San, who is the family's treasure, my great-grandfather and great-grandmother both lived to over 100 years old. My grandfather is still lively like a young man, and my grandmother too. They surf the internet daily, enjoy burgers and milk tea with us, and everything is fine. Of course, if Uncle San finds out, he would definitely scold us. Everyone has to listen to him, including grandparents, my father, and my second uncle. We really can't disobey him. Whenever we return home for a family gathering and get our pulse checked, we get scolded because they have some health issues that need attention. Grandma also wants to find a daughter-in-law who can keep Uncle San in check. But the daughter-in-law he married is too devoted to Uncle San. She listens to everything he says and doesn't try to control him. However, there is one thing she doesn't listen to Uncle San about. For example, Uncle San only planned to have 1 child, but she disagreed. She responded to the country's call and 1, 2, 3 had 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters. Every time Uncle San sees those 3 mischievous kids, he feels overwhelmed but helpless. He often sends them to the old house to get some peace and quiet. His younger brothers and sisters also love the old house because I play with them there. The old house has a dog, a playground, and Grandpa sometimes takes us swimming. It's so much fun. Whenever they see us laughing happily, my little uncle, who rarely comes home, feels very jealous. It's because he is the busiest person in the family. At first, he just wanted to make it in the entertainment industry, then he started a talent agency with his cousin. But he has to manage not only the agency but also the family business. Grandpa built a big empire, but my dad doesn't have time to manage it. My second uncle doesn't need to, and Uncle San isn't interested at all. He's only into medicine. So all these responsibilities are left to my little uncle. Grandpa wants to spend more time traveling around the world with Grandma, and also more time with us grandchildren. My little uncle often complains that he's so busy, he doesn't even have time to eat properly. Then Uncle San checked his pulse to see how he was doing. The result was that my little uncle is as strong as an ox. He has a good foundation, and even if he's tired, he recovers quickly as long as he takes care. I have to say, this really proves how important genetics are. Our family seems to be full of energetic people, all inheriting the health of grandpa and grandma. And everyone in the family is very good-looking. I'm not bragging, but people often say we look like we could be models. My brother-in-law is a well-known figure, a top star from the early days. Unfortunately, he started working on his own early on and also had to take over the family business. Fans were disappointed and kept begging him to make more movies and TV shows. But he simply couldn't find the time. After all, getting married, having children, and managing a large family business are all very tiring tasks. Alright, that's all for now.